We are live at Colectco for New Year's Day, the first sale of the year. Technically, it lapped over last night. We brought in the New Year's with 4 different time zones. And now, if you've noticed, back here, Paul, there's very little vinyl because we sold almost everything. About the only price stuff is in about 4 or 5 crates back here. And then whatever's up front in the bins, that's it. We've sold everything. But we've restocked. There is new stuff, not counting new stuff. And I'm glad I saved that crate of new vinyl for tonight because there's no deliveries on New Year's Day. UPS or USPS. And so we got this 1 crate of new to go through, which is great because we're completely out of stuff. So we officially got restocks. And here we go. I think I just checked the Indiana-Alabama score. Wasn't expecting that. They're beating Alabama like 31-3. Didn't expect that. Well, I guess I could have expected it. But we got cassettes tonight to continue. I'm getting good and woke up. Get my voice at a higher level. So, yeah, we do have a crate. We didn't ever go through that crate of new vinyl from last night. All the bonus auctions are sold. We sold all the Beta 45s. Man, I gotta get back on it. We got a lot of stuff to sell, Paul. We got to find a lot of stuff to sell. We've got it. Just got to get it up here and get it sleeved, cleaned, priced, and I can sell it. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is share the feeds. Let me do that right now. Rush Lights box is awesome. Great. Glad you enjoy it. New metal year, a new day. Let's hit the like button there. Let's share. We do have what's left of the new vinyl on sale. I got some stuff down really cheap. I had new vinyl for the first time like at $14.99. And I told everybody, Ed and Paul so far, I was like, I didn't want to announce my New Year's resolution until I knew I could do it at least once. I got closer today, and that was make a better effort to start these shows as close to 5. I'm never going to say at 5 because that's just nearly impossible to be able to click the button right at 5. Right, Paul? No. He says, no, it's not. But I was experimenting. I'm trying to figure out what time I need to sleep and wake up to make it happen, to restart this new year. I think I figured out what time I need to set my alarm to, do for y'all what would be like your morning routine, right? You get up and just get your bearings straight and wake up. So I think I figured it out. I got a little bit closer today. The bad part is just staying off your phone after you wake up. See, I wake up to where everybody's awake during the day. I wake up to all kinds of messages and just, I'll open up group chats and I've got 9 different ones, especially after Stranger Things last night. Trying to figure out what happened at the store. I'm kind of scrolling through Facebook emails or business emails. Kind of looking at messages. If I had to really look at messages, I wouldn't get off my phone till an hour after I woke up. So pretty much I just have to get here and ignore everybody. If I wake up and ignore everybody and I can finally just get here, it goes a lot better. But if I wake up and start trying to check messages, I lose an hour. That's where I mess up. I'm like, dang it. I've been sitting here. I've woke up and I've sit here for 45 minutes trying to make sure I hadn't missed anything. I think it's best to do that after the shows. and just start my checking my phone like at 2 a.m. But it's really hard to talk to people that way because everybody's asleep. I'm like, golly, I'm never going to be able to get a hold of these people. They're always asleep when I'm asleep. They're awake when I'm asleep, and when I'm awake, they're asleep. So that's the hardest part, is making sure I get that taken care of before I get here. But I think like I just said, I think I'm just going to have to ignore my phone more. And then when we ignore that phone, I think y'all know you get a lot more done. All right, so I'm going to start off with what's... so probably when we started the show last night, we had like 16 crates. Probably 16 crates of new vinyl in inventory. Maybe 18 if you condensed everything. And we had 2 crates left. So that's how much vinyl. Of course, we packed them. When I said we sold 16 crates, that's after we pack them really well and we get them stacked over here. But we had as much as 15 or 16 crates of new vinyl inventory. And there's virtually these 2 left. The only thing left is in these 2 crates I'm about to show you. And it's all on sale. And I'm about to go ahead and put up our first couple auctions. I'm going to do some cassette buy it nows. And we're going to go into the new stuff, okay? Let me go ahead and pull up the video. Probably start with some cassette buy it nows. Let me close that off my apps. Let me pull up Facebook. And let's hit that. Jump over here. Okay. So we're going to start off with $14.99 new vinyl. Here's some of the stuff that's sold. I mean, I had some stuff in here last night, dirt cheap to move it. Alton Gunn, Tori Kelly, Paris Hilton, Bride of Chucky, Youngblood, Harry Chapin, Medieval Steel, Von Bondi's, Electronic, Buckingham Nicks, Don Caballero, Magadalana Bay, Olivia Rodrigo, Dream Theater, New Order, New Order, New Order, Proto Martyr, Melody Martinez, Joyce Manor, Alt J, Somber, Shy Girl, Wolfgang, Rico Nasty, Lemonade, Bratmobile, Vaccines, Medieval Steel, Richie Havens, Dream Theater, Both Gardens, King Dove, Vaccines, Nicki Minaj, Olivia Rodrigo, Somber, Amon Amar, Citizens Dogleg, Between the Buried, Buckingham Nicks, and Musgrave. Okay, which at those prices, no wonder they sold. We got them down to where you had to buy them. Had to. There was like you had to. Okay. So here's my first empty crate. And I think I don't have many, quote, warm-up auctions, so I'm going to warm you up with some cassettes, okay? We're going to warm up with some $6.99 cassettes. And I know y'all love that stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and grab 1 out of here. And then we'll grab 2. And then I'll grab 3. And then I'll grab 4. And then I'll grab 5. Okay? There we go. We'll start working on these. Show a few of those and then show a few cassettes. I have for $6.99 The Cars, The Guardian, Fire and Love, Winger, In the Heart of the Young, Bon Jovi Self-Titled, and The Best of Sticks. Those are all $6.99. Okay? These first batch of records are all $14.99, including Kate LeBon Pompeii. Kate LeBon Pompeii, this is $14.99, which is half off. And we have 1 copy left, $14.99 on Kate LeBon. And that one's actually still available. All the cassettes here are $6.99. Darren Wortman's First on Bon Jovi. That's sold for $6.99. Also, we have Citizen Youth And Citizen was $14.99 as well. It's still available. Citizen Youth, and that was sold to James Rainey. Thank you, James Rainey. That's sold to you for $14.99. MT Matt gets the best of sticks. That's sold to MT Matt for $6.99. And we actually auctioned this one last night. And here's another one. Slaughter, Stick It To You. That'll be our first auction. $10 start on Slaughter, Stick It To You. Okay, Bratmobile, Potty Mouth. I know this sold. Let's just figure out who to. Bratmobile was $14.99 as well. And Bratmobile at $14.99 was sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold to you. And then at $14.99, we had Dry Cleaning, New Long Leg. And Dry Cleaning, New Long Leg was $14.99. No takers on this one. So as of right now, unless I missed a comment, Dry Cleaning is still available, $14.99 on that. It is Thursday Night Metal Night. I got lots of metal auctions, of course. Carolina Polachek, Desire, I want to turn to you, Copper Vinyl. That is also $14.99. Carolina Polachek, $14.99. And let me try to find that right over here. No claims on that, so it's also $14.99. Slaughter, Final Call for 10. Winger, Guardian, and the Cars are all $6.99. And let me pull out some more here. I got a bunch of the same artist, and I know sometimes everybody likes to go ahead and just buy them all. So here is a pretty big chunk of Stevie Nicks' discography. So I got Stevie Nicks' Belladonna. I've got the Wild Heart. I've got Rock a Little, 2 different copies, and I've got Street Angel and then Timepieces, which is essentially the best of Stevie Nicks. Those are all $6.99. Also $14.99 is King Tuff. King Tuff is $14.99, and I'm pretty sure we did sell that one. We did. That's sold to Brian Call. So thank you, Brian Call. That's sold to you at $14.99. And then we had 2 copies of Don Caballero for Respect. I know for sure Kelly Gabney got one, $14.99, and that might be the only claim. If so, there's one of these still left at $14.99. It looks like it is. So Don Caballero, 1 copy left. That's $14.99. And then Somber, I barely know her. There was a couple claims for this. The first one was right here with Natasha Pickett, it looks like. Yeah, Natasha Pickett was first of this. This is sold to Natasha Pickett for $14.99. And then Shy Girl. We might have sold both of this. This is Shy Girl Alias. And this is $14.99. Shy Girl Alias. And let me find this one here. That's also sold to Natasha Pickett at $14.99. And Shy Girl, there's one left. And it might be the only one still available. So, yeah. It's still available at $14.99, okay? If anybody wants Slaughter, I'll do that one for a $10 buy now. Slaughter, Stick It To You. Joyce Manor, Never Hung Over Again. Joyce Manor at $14.99, and I'm pretty sure there was a claim for this, and that was Natasha Pickett. Again, thank you, Natasha. $14.99, and then the Vaccines, and this was a major discount on this, $14.99. Just trying to get some of this sold at the end of the year. Whatever's left over, we mark it down until it's all gone. And Vaccines is sold to Amanda Darby. Thank you, Amanda Darby. There was one sold to her, $14.99, and the other one was sold to John Reed. Thank you, John Reed. That's sold to you. Michelle Clements gets the Slaughter cassette. That one was $10. That was sold to Michelle Clements. Okay. Here comes some more cassettes right quick. Let me grab this right here. That looks pretty interesting. So does this, and this one, and this one. And let's do, of course, 5 at a time. And these are all $6.99 each. We've already sold a few tonight. Here's Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. MTV Party to Go with Mary J. Blige and House of Pain and Madonna. And then we have Eric Clapton Unplugged, Jimi Hendrix Acts as Bold as Love. That's cool to see. And then Genesis We Can't Dance. Okay? All the Stevies 4 each. And I'm assuming, let's see, all the Stevies, how many's here? There will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 25. That doesn't count the duplicate, of course. 5 for 25 will do it. Tom Kelly gets the Jimi Hendrix for $6.99. Thank you on that. And then we have Speed Run. This one is still available, it looks like, for $14.99. $14.99 on that. Yep, that one is still available actually. $14.99 on that. And then I have the Albatross, 10 years. This is $14.99 as well. $14.99 Albatross, and this is $14.99. Also, we have one copy of Girl, Coco and Claire, and I think this one's also still available at $14.99. Girl, Coco, and Claire, right? Yep. This one is still available at $14.99. And then over here we had Rico Nasty, and I know there was a claim for that. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing it. $14.99 as well. Yep, one for Natasha Pickett at $14.99. We should have maybe one left. I think so, and that's $14.99, okay? And Laura said she'll take one at $14.99. So that one's gone. Orville Peck Pony. This is also $14.99. Orville Peck Pony, and I think there is one left here, the one I'm holding. Yeah, I don't think this got claimed. Maybe. I don't see a claim on it. So, yeah, this is still available at $14.99. Orville Peck Pony, $14.99, right? Yes, possibly. I think so. Yep, so that one's still available. Also, two copies here of Alton Gun, Yule, and this one was $14.99. Alton Gun, Yule, $14.99. And I think we are over here with and we have what now? Let's see here. Alton Gun, one for Ivan R at $14.99. That means there's one left. Alton Gun, there's one left at $14.99. Correct? Yes, there's one of these left at $14.99. So X-Wing, did I hear a yes on the Stevie Nicks? It was 5 for $25. Instead of $35, that's me giving you a free $10 bill, X-Wing. How could you say no to that? Let me grab some more. Mike Massey said, Chad, please put Laura's Rico Nasty on my invoice. We can do that. I'm sure she's perfectly okay with that. Mike Massey said he'll gladly put that on his invoice. And thank you for the kind gesture. And I'm sure Laura's very thankful as well. I've got 5 more cassettes for y'all. I hope you're ready. 5 more cassettes coming up. These are all $6.99 each. And then over here, I have the Cars Panorama. I had Samantha Fox. I had Triumph Classics, Triumph Allied Forces, and Gene Loves Jezebel, Kiss of Life, $6.99. Also $14.99 is Proto Martyr. Proto Martyr is $14.99. Proto Martyr, $14.99. So to Kelly Gabney, there's that. And then next thing is Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix, $14.99 for Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. One sold to Natasha Pickett at $14.99, and that was my last one. And then over here we have Dogleg Melee. Dogleg Melee is $14.99. Dogleg Melee, $14.99. We did have one, and it did sell to James Rainey. Thank you, James Rainey, $14.99. Jeff Brindley on Samantha Fox and Triumph. Do you want both of them? I'm assuming you do. Those are $6.99. He's going to pass on the Stevie Wonder bundle or Stevie Nicks bundle. So Stevie Nicks was $6.99, or I said all 5 for $25. So those are still available if anybody wants Stevie. 5 for $25 or individually at $6.99. And then the Garden. The Garden is $14.99. I think somebody got both of them. Let me see if I can find these. The Garden, $14. Yeah, Brian Call got both. So there's one, and then there's another one for Brian Call. And then there's one more just called Ha Ha. And this, I think, is the only one still left at $14.99. That was all the $14.99 stuff, okay? Everything you just seen there was all on sale, new and sealed, $14.99. And we had Garden, we had Alton Gun, Orville Peck, Coco and Claire, Foxing, Speed Run, Shy Girl, Don Caballero, Carolina Polachek, Jai Cleaning, and Kate LeBon Pompeii. $14.99. Okay, now we're about to do our $19.99 stuff. But first, let's do some more $6.99 cassettes. There's 1, there's 2, there is 3, and then let's do this one. And then let's do this one here, okay? These are all $6.99. First thing I have is Shared Vision, the songs of the Beatles. Joe Cocker, PM Dawn, Extreme, Richie Havens covering the Beatles. Whitford St. Holmes, that's $6. That's Brad Weatherford from Aerosmith. George Michael, Listen Without Prejudice. And then Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, $6.99. And then the Cars, another self-titled Cars, okay? These LPs here are $19.99. $19.99. This is Alex G Headlights. We're down to 2 copies. Alex G is $19.99. This is for Alex G Headlights, $19.99, and both of these are still available. Folks, that was a half off price. Also, $19.99 was Tori Kelly Christmas, one sold to Jeff Mallwitz at $19.99. There's one left, one Tori Kelly Christmas, and then Title Fight. I got 2 different ones. This one's called Floral Green, and Title Fight is $19.99. $19.99 for Title Fight, and that's still available. And then over here, I got 2 more copies, and that's of Title Fight Shed. And Title Fight Shed is also $19.99. So no claims on Title Fight, so those are both still available. And then Melanie Martinez, you heard this correctly, half off at $19.99. Melanie Martinez, $19.99. And one sold to Jackie Heath Long. Thank you, Jackie Heath Long. That's one sold to her. And there's still one left. There's still one Melanie Martinez left for just $19.99. And then Magadalana Bay, also $19.99. Great price on that, and that's $19.99. Sold to Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. That's sold to you. And then Emarosa Peach Club. That's literally new for this Friday or last Friday, $19.99, down to 2 copies. And then all 3 new orders did get sold. $19.99 each, and new orders were sold to the following person. That was Richard Harrison, Richard Harrison, and Richard Harrison. He got all those at $19.99 each. Harry Chapin, which is a now playing. It's on clear vinyl. It's a great compilation. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. Once again, $19.99. Richie Havens over here, also on sale, also on colored vinyl, and also sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so to you. And then Between the Buried and Me, I still think we have both of these. Half off on their newest album, blue and orange vinyl, $19.99. Between the Buried and Me, $19.99. And I'm looking, and I think from what I see, yes, one claim for Chris Smith, okay? $19.99. Let me grab some more cassettes. These are $6.99. I think y'all are going to like these. I'm going to grab these 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we auctioned one of those last night. I'll go ahead and make this one a buy it now, okay? $6.99 on these. Are you ready? $6.99. We have White Line Pride. We have Winger, self-titled, Dio, The Last in Line, Def Leppard Hysteria, and Wharton, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. All those for $6.99, okay? I think we're done there, right? Yep, looks like it. So here's what's left for $19.99. Between the Buried and Me, Emarosa, Melly Martinez, Title Fight, Tori Kelly Christmas, Alex G, and then for $14.99, The Garden, Alton Gunn, Orville Peck, Coco and Claire, Foxing, Speed Run, Shy Girl, Don Caballero, Carolina Polachek, Dry Cleaning, and Kate LeBon Pompey. Those are all $14 and $19.99. I have one more crate like that to go through. And MT Matt first on D for Dio. That's $6.99. Mark Stanley was next in Edwin Riviera, but Edwin Riviera did get White Line, and Patty Williams got Winger. And those are all $6.99. Okay, there's that. And I'm going to go get the other crate because we're still looking for Paris Hilton, Chucky, Errol Smith, Medieval Steel, Von Bodney's, Electronic, Buckingham Nicks. The next couple crates are the the $24 and $29 stuff. And most of that is sold, and I'm about to show you that. Then we're going to go into the brand new stuff. Boy, it is kind of weird starting like an hour earlier than normal, and I still wasn't. Imagine if I do start at 5. I won't know what to do. I'm going to have to get a plan of what to show up until 7 o'clock. I think what I used to do was go through vintage, and we used to go through vintage discount and just kind of go through, and then I'd kind of like start the show at 7. You see, everybody gets on, they're like, run this auction, run this auction, run this auction. I'm like, man, it's only 5:30. We can't do that. It's only 5:30. So usually the first couple hours, I think that's why I kept starting later and later, because I really don't start auctions anyway till 7. And I think mentally I was just getting here later, but I think in the back of my mind I was like, well, we really don't start anyways till 7. Even though I might start at 5, 5:15, 5:45, 6, 6:15. You know, we might go through some stuff, but it seems like the show really don't start anyways till 7. So I'm like, man, I got to get woke up. I got to get everything organized and figure out a plan from 5 to 7 what to actually show and sell, auctions, and have stuff lined up and ready to go. Okay, so over here we have Nathan Carter on warrant cassette, $6.99. There's that. I need Elvis, Buddy Holly, Leonard Skinner. I've got all of them. Did I see Orville Peck? There's Orville Peck Pony for $14.99. Okay. Here we go. I've got Casey Musgraves at just $24.99. You heard that price correct, and this is our last one. Casey Musgraves is $24.99. Okay. And this was sold to Michelle Clements. Great price on that, $24.99. And right now we're in $24.99 on sale. Aerosmith Youngblood sold to Danny Thomason. He gets that for $24.99. Electronic was $24.99. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. And then over here, I have 3 copies of Nicki Minaj Pink Friday, also at a very good price at $24.99. I know we sold at least one. And that one at $24.99 was sold to, hold on one second. It's coming up, $24.99. Olivia Rodrigo, Joyce Manor, Alt J, Beyonce, Medieval Steel, Dream Theater, Melissa Bailey. I've got 2 extras, $24.99. And then the other claim over here, I used to go through Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. That's probably what I'll have to do then. We just got to get enough stuff built up where I have enough to go through it. And then over here, we have Nathan Carter on Bradford, Derek St. Holmes. That's sold to Nathan Carter. Let me go through some more. But first, at $24.99, I've got Beyonce Lemonade at $24.99. And this was sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha. That's sold to you at $24.99. And then Sabrina Carpenter, I didn't see any claims for her. So Short and Sweet is still available at $24.99. Sabrina Carpenter, Short and Sweet, $24.99. And the Bride of Chucky was $24.99. And that is sold to Danny Thomason, okay? James Davidson said, I'll take it. And I think he's talking about Orville Peck Pony from that last crate. Let me find that. This is sold to James Davidson at $14.99. So thank you, James Davidson, on that. And then let's show some more cassettes before I do that. And let me see what's left over here. I have these at $6.99. I got 1, I got 2, I got 3, I got 4, and I got 5, okay? These are all 60. If you missed out on the last Winger, hey, guess what? Here comes another one. Winger is $6.99. Mr. Big, Bump Ahead. Also, the Eagles' Greatest Hits, Quite Right, Metal Health, and Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Those are all $6.99. Both Medieval Steel sold, and these were $24.99. One for Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. And the other one over here, Medieval Steel, was sold to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad Waits. Okay? Doing cassettes at $6.99. And then over here, we got MB for Mr. Big, sold for $6.99 to Gregory. Edwin Rivera got Warrant, and Warrant was $6.99. Sieg was next, and Darren Wortman got Quite Right. Jeff Brindley next on Mr. Big. Okay, next for $24.99 was T-Rex Bolin Zip Gun. That's a fairly new release. Great price on that at $24.99. I mean, it's literally something kind of new, new reissue that is. Tom Kelly gets the Eagles for $6.99. Paris Hilton was just $24.99. That's sold to Chad Snyder. $24.99. We have the Von Bondies. That's sold to Rachel Crosta at $24.99. We got a pass on the Mr. Big, so give Mr. Big the Jeff Brindley instead. Jeff, you will be getting the Mr. Big. We have Def and MTV sold to Amenities. I got MTV right here. This is sold at $6.99 to Amenities. And what was Def? I've got $6.99. Over here, I have Mr. Bungle, California. Mr. Bungle is $24.99. Mr. Bungle, California, and that is $24.99. That's on red vinyl, and then I still got Disco Volante. So those are all still available. Can you get any more of the Von Bondies? I probably can, but it will be $36.99. I think my cost on this is more than $24. This was kind of the on-sale closeout price. So I'll check. If you do want one, it'll be $36.99. Tim Grindstaff wants the Bolin zip gun, and that's for $24.99. And then amenities, Def Leppard. I bet it's Def Leppard. Sorry, Def as in Def Leppard. $6.99, okay? That's sold to him. Okay, then over here, let's put Ben Dygert on a waiting list for Von Bondies. Pawn Shop Heart, okay? Nicki Minaj is called Nicki Minaj Pink Friday Roman Reloaded. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $24.99. These are $29.99. The first one is Rihanna. This is called Anti. We have this last copy that I'm holding in my hand, and that is $29.99. And yeah, $29.99 on that one. And then Alt J was new. That was the only thing new left from the other day. And this is sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha Pickett. That's sold to you. And then we had Amon Amarth Berserker. Amon Amarth Berserker. We're now on the $29.99 stuff. So $29.99 for Alt J. It's sticker price, of course. And then Amon Amarth was marked down. It's $29.99. And Amon Amarth is over here officially sold to James Rainey. Thank you, James Rainey. That's sold to you. And then what was next over here? We had Jason B's on the Mr. Bungle. That was marked down to $24.99. And then what was the other thing over here? Yeah, so amenities, you did get Def Leppard. So Stevie Nicks is $6.99 each. Belladonna, The Wild Heart, Rock a Little, Street Angel, and the best of Stevie Nicks Time Space. Or amenities, I actually already told somebody I would do all 5 for $25, and then there's one extra right over here. I think we sold the last of the Olivia Rodrigo's. We sold about a dozen of these over the last 24 hours. They're on sale. I don't know if I'm really making anything on them, but this is sold to Scott Corcoran. There's Olivia Rodrigo. And then over here, the other one, Olivia Rodrigo, is sold to David Hoy. Thank you, David Hoy. That's so to you. And then there leaves one. We have one left, it looks like, $29.99. And that's on blue and blue vinyl, different shades. The last $29.99 was Dream Theater, and that was sold to Scott Corcoran at $29.99, which was $10 off. And then we had 3 Buckingham Nicks left at $34.99. Buckingham Nicks is sold to Darren Wortman. That's $34.99. Okay, and then over here, the next to last Buckingham Nicks is sold to Tyson Morgan, $34.99. Wow. So I wanted Belladonna. Well, what I can do, I can sell you Belladonna for $6.99 and then sell Rebecca Barber. Rebecca, I can give you the last 4 for $20, okay? He was first on that one. Let me go ahead and take these in here into the sold room. Let me figure out where Jake wants this stuff. I think I'll take it right here on this table. This looks like a good table to start selling Miscellaneous tonight. I've had Purple Rain stuck in my head ever since the last episode of Stranger Things. Amazing. Okay, so everybody in the video got everything they wanted. Everybody in the video got everything they wanted except John Reed, you were second on Dream Theater. Alan Smith, you were second on Somber, and that's it. So I didn't have enough Dream Theaters. I didn't have enough Sombers. What's more amazing is now everything left from on sale new vinyl is, let's go ahead and start trying to decorate the wall. I got 1 Buckingham Nicks left, $5 off Rhino Hi-Fi, $34.99. Just a couple of $29.99ers, Olivia Rodrigo live at Glastonbury, Rihanna Anti, and then over here we have Disco Volante, $24.99. Nicki Minaj, $24.99. Nicki Minaj, $24.99. And Nicki Minaj, $24.99. $24.99. Okay, there's that. And then over here we have the Cars. And this is sold to Tom Kelly for $6.99. Let me grab some more cassettes. Over here, I got 1, I've got 2, I've got 3, I've got 4, and I've got 5, and these are all $6.99. Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar is $6.99. Standing Hampton. NXS, welcome to whatever you are. Bon Jovi, 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Y&T and Rock We Trust. And Bo Nasty, dirty but well dressed, $6.99. Okay, so we took care of Stevie Nicks. We got the cars. And then one claim on Led Zeppelin last night, one name, and you didn't see it. One claim on Led Zeppelin last night, I didn't see it. Well, there was probably about 3,000 claims last night. Probably most of them, hopefully, I've seen. Wait a minute, you charged me $39 for Stevie Nicks and Buckingham just 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, there was a Buckingham Nicks. It was sitting right here, and you asked about it. And I think you offered $30 for it, maybe $35. And I said, well, right now, that's not on sale. It's sticker price. But New Year's Eve, I'll probably do an on-sale new vinyl deal. It could be on sale then. It may not. You can buy it now at $39, or you can wait until New Year's Eve. You may get one, or you may miss out when I start showing them. And I'm pretty sure, Tim, you said, fine, I'll go ahead and take it now. There happens to be one left. You bought yours on, I think, Monday or Tuesday. And then last night it was $34.99. You took the gamble, and I think it cost you an extra $5. Over here, I have SIG on Bon Jovi for $6.99. Y&T is sold to Stereo for $6.99, and Patty was next. Nicki Minaj is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $24.99. There's one left. Okay? There's one left. Gregory is passing Y&T to Patty. $6.99. Gregory must have more cassettes than he realizes. $6.99. Those are all still available. I'm all good, just kidding. I had a feeling you were, but you haven't been the first person who's done that. They're like, wait a minute, last week I paid $29.99 and now it's $19. Like, well, I think that's the gamble sometimes. Buy it now, or you could, a lot of people's like, man, I was waiting for some of these to be on sale. I think there was a guy last night, he was trying to buy Rush albums. He's been waiting for 3 months for me to mark them down, and he didn't get any of them. He's like, man, go ahead and order them. I've been sitting here all night thinking I could get these on sale, and I hadn't even got close. So it's like, well, you can wait 2 months for them to be marked down, and you may or may not get them. You may or may not get them, because some people's like, man, I waited for 2 months for Chad to mark that down. I didn't even get close to getting it. Over here, $6.99. We got Leonard Skinner, What's Your Name? Eagles Hotel California, Molly Hatchet, Take No Prisoners, and Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds, and Blowest to Colt, Fire of an Unknown Origin. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Well, we're finally into new stuff. So we're basically starting the year with this right here. Everything that's left out of all the new vinyl from 2024 is in a half of a crate. So y'all know some of those nights I'll say we got 12 crates, 8 crates, 6 crates, 1 crate, 2 crates. All of 2025, everything that was ordered, there's 1 crate, 1/2 of a crate left. 1/2 of a crate left out of all of 2025. That's all that's left. Vintage, out of all the vintage crates, if I crated up everything up front, which some of that's even from 2024, it'd probably be like 20 crates, which is still remarkable, being that most of the time we have on an average between 5 and 8 crates priced every day. So that shows you how much vinyl's left. There's a half of a crate left from all of last year, all of 2025, okay? All of 2025, there's a half a crate left. So this officially starts our new vinyl inventory, new stuff for 2026. There it is. Over here, for $6.99, we sold Y&T, and that was sold to Patty Williams. The next thing is Nathan Carter wants Sammy Hagar. That's over here for him for $6.99. That's sold to Nathan Carter. He got that. And then also $6.99. We have $6.99 for something. Tom Kelly got BOC for $6.99. Blue Oyster Cult, Fire of an Unknown Origin, so did Tom Kelly. Amenities gets the Eagles Hotel California for $6.99. And that left something. Nathan Carter next on BLC, but Cindy Yarborough got Bo Nasty. Okay? All right. There's that. So, here we go. I got to go get my laptop because some of this is waitlist, and then some of it's just stuff we hadn't had in a while that I ordered. So we're starting off with Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. Volbeat is $39.99. Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. That's $39.99. I've got 2 copies of Slayer, Divine Intervention. Slayer, 2 copies available, $34.99. Tim Rory on Volbeat at $39.99. And we have a restock of Black Sabbath Paranoid. And this brings out my laptop. $39.99 for Black Sabbath Paranoid. And I'm pretty sure we had a wait list. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi. So last night during all the sale, there was 1 crate of new vinyl. In the back of my head, I was like, we better not show that tonight because we won't have anything show up on Thursday, and we can start off the year with literally our first crate of new vinyl. I mean, our racks up here is empty. There's 1 Whiskey Myers left up here, but I'm giving that to somebody for a gift. I'm going to give that to Seth's dad. Not to Seth, but I'm going to give it to Seth's dad because I don't think he has it, and Seth's dad probably needs it. And I've been meaning to give it to him before I basically mark it down and give it away. I think he's a big Whiskey Myers fan. And I don't think he has that one yet. I don't know, though. He may. But, yeah, all the racks are empty up front, and this is basically the new beginning right here. So here we go. Black Sabbath. That's the Rhino Hi-Fi. Rhino Hi-Fi. Are there bonus auction crates tonight? There's actually not. I'm going to try to figure out what to come up with that. I'm either going to dig around over here in some, like, bargain autographs. Probably into our bargain autographs. I got a few advertised albums, but no, Seth got, instead of regular albums, he got ready. Our bonus this week was those Beatles 45s from last night. And I meant to give him some more. And I left on Monday without giving them to him, so he didn't know where they were at. But no, all the bonus stuff's gone too. We're running pretty slim, I guess. I'm going to have to figure out where we can come up with more stuff to sell. I'm out of 40. There's no 45s up here to auctions. I've got a few cassettes. We've almost went through them all, though. I'm going to have to get on the double, right? We're going to have to figure out. We're going to have a team meeting. We got Paul Vihar, Nick Bargeron, and Nick Bargeron. So we have 2 sold here. Maybe 3, but first let's go back up to the top. Tim Rory got Volbeat, and then over here we have Jeff Dedman also on Volbeat. So Volbeats are sold out. Does anybody want on a waiting list? If so, we'll take care of you. And Greg Preston first on the wait list. Greg, you're the first waiting list of 2026. Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. Sell that. Put down a wait list for Greg Preston. And yeah, we had 3 people on a wait list for the Black Sabbath Rhino Hi-Fi. That is cut from the original analog master tapes by Kevin Gray. That's $39.99. And there is 1 copy there in the back. And then over here, these are sold. And that was the waiting list. There's 1 for Paul Vihar. And we'll start the next crate with 2 copies with Nick Bargeron. He was down for 2 copies. Hope he remembers. Hope I don't see a message come in. It's like, Ed, there was 2 copies of Black Sabbath Paranoid on my invoice. I have to make a note for Ed. Nick did say he wanted 2 copies that night. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. Jeremy Todd. Greg Preston said no waiting list. Man, no waiting list? Greg, you should make it a New Year's resolution. You want a more waiting list. Okay, scratch Greg Preston off. Put Bob Riger on there. Put Bob Riger on there. And this is my favorite place to buy records. I'm a big believer in supporting small businesses. You guys should be proud of what you've put together. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Is that a Stevie Nicks cassette? It is. And then Jeremy Todd also on Volbeat. And then, yes, please, for one, me and my son. Thank you. I had a feeling you were watching. Okay, and then there's 2 for Nick Bargeron. There's that. And then we have 4 copies, 5 copies left. I went ahead and stocked up on those Black Sabbath Paranoids, okay? That's the Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. We also had a restock of Alice Cooper Trash. That's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Let's go ahead and get into some of our auctions. Still a little early, but let's go ahead and do it. Alice Cooper Trash. Red Cave Collections and Cosmo Kramer. Red Cave Collections and Cosmo Kramer, $39.99. One Alice Cooper sold, second Alice Cooper sold, and then Stevie Nicks Rock a Little is sold for $6.99. Rebecca, you already got that one. That was a duplicate. You already got that one. It was a duplicate. Sell that to Pam Murray for $6.99. And Winger self-titled is still available. We sold one earlier. There's another one. I'll go through, actually, Winger in the Heart of the Young and Winger self-titled still available. We have Cliff Cabral, 6792. Can you remind me who you are? Or if you're a first-time buyer, we need to get you registered. It looks like Cliff Cabral. That's So Do You Black Sabbath. 2 Alice Coopers. And then we had a wait list for this, the Rock and Roots of Elvis. And finally, we have them without seam splits. We've been having these with seam splits. That's something else. I've got a few seam damaged records over here I need to sell. Don't let me forget about those. And then that's really everything I have left in new vinyl. And Elvis Presley, Regina Tabor, Scott Corcoran, and Brad Waits was all on a waiting list. Regina Tabor, Scott Corcoran, and Brad Waits. So 1, 2, 3, these are all sold. And there's one left, the Rock and Roots of Elvis, and that one's actually nice, $29.99. Cliff has bought before. Okay, I just didn't recognize your handle. See, the problem, Cliff, is on YouTube, it's just showing handles and not your actual name anymore, so it's kind of messing me up. Rebecca, let me know if you want either one of those Wingers. If you don't, it looks like they are sold possibly both to Edwin Riviera. Okay, and then let's grab this stuff over here. Let's grab more cassettes. I'm going to try to go through all the cassettes during this first part here. We should be able to. I have it is Thursday Night Metal Night, by the way, and let's get started with Raven. Life's a BITCH. Oh, man. A 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. It is super clean. It's in shrink, and Raven has the original on her sleeve, and that's a $15 start. Okay, Elvis Presley sold to Amenities. Those are now all gone, and I got 3 copies of Neil Young and Bob Dylan. Original radio broadcast, Concord, 1988. Neil Young and Bob Dylan. There was a wait list for this. Neil Young, Bob Dylan, Danny Thomason, and Kevin J. Reitz. Danny Thomason and Kevin J. Reitz. These are $29.99. There's one. There's 2. Make sure these things aren't split. Another split one. That one's split on the bottom lightly. Dang it. Golly. So there's 2. Let me make sure. B.S. Johnson. B.S. Johnson. This one has a light crackle. It's almost hidden. I don't check the bottom a lot, but man, there are a lot of seam splits that end up on the bottom of these jackets, which seem not to bother people as much because you really can't see them, but my last copy here has a seam split at the bottom, okay? So that's $29, and I'm not for sure who B.S. Johnson is. Rebecca passes on Wingers, so Edwin Riviera, I'm going to give you both of these for $6.99 and $6.99 each. Raven has a bid for $16, okay? I'm going to make sure I'm going to go ahead and tag B.S. Johnson for this. Let me know if you're not okay with that. And then here's another one, the Rock and Roots, The Doors. So we've had Elvis sold out. We had Neil Young and Bob Dylan live, and then over here we have the Rock and Roots of the Doors. The Rock and Roots of the Doors, D-O-O-R-S, and that is sold to Devin Reese. He was on a wait list for that, Devin Reese. So we have 1 copy. That's Brandon Johnson, okay? Brandon Johnson against that last Bob Dylan, Neil Young. And there's 1 Rock, and after we tag 1 for Devin Reese, there's 1 left. Ravens at $18. Do you have more copies of Rhino Paranoid? I do. Sell 1 to Richard Harrison. Does anybody else want 1? Black Sabbath Paranoid, $39.99, okay? $39.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid. I have 3 copies of King's X tape head. Yellow vinyl, King's X, $36.99. Amenities. Now, we've been having requests for King's X up the yin yang. Here is one right here. Yellow vinyl, $36.99. Yellow vinyl, rare bonus track, one of King's X finest and one of the best hard rock releases of 1998. King's X. We got 1 for Scott Dwallow, 1 for Tim Rory. There's 1 left. Info on the Doors. This series is called The Rock and Roots of the Doors, A Journey Through the Inner World of the Doors. So what these are, if you see these, they're typically live concerts from a label called Rock and Bear, but they don't really say when or where. They're just kind of a whole series they're doing. So they're semi-unofficials. They come from a distributor that never really deals in unofficials. So I don't really know the whole story on these. I just know they've been popping up, and they've been doing one for about every band imaginable. I mean, even stuff like Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, bands you typically don't see certain distributors dealing in unofficials of. So there it is. This is Rock's RMX. Okay, somebody's been asking for Roxette. There is no Roxette Greatest Hits, but there's this, which is like a compilation of some of their best songs, I reckon, with a remix. So that's about the only thing I can get from Roxette is that right there. There's maybe one other studio album, but there is no Roxette Greatest Hits in stock. $39.99. That's why I only ordered one. The Doors are $29.99. I have 0 left. We have a wait list going. We're going to have several wait lists again tonight. Raven, let's go over that again. This is called Live Say. Live Say. This is a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. It is near mint minus and shrink with the original under sleeve. That is our first auction of the night, other than a couple cassettes. And right now, Raven's at $23. King's X. The big King's X albums like Gretchen Goes to Nebraska and some of those, I have them back ordered. So they come in stock, they go out of stock. They come in stock, they go out of stock. You get what I'm saying here. So sometimes we get them, sometimes we can't. Here's some more cassettes for $6.99. I've got 2 here, and I've got 3. I've got 4 here. There's 1, there's another, and let's find 1 more here. And the next one is right here. So these are all $6.99. I have the Rolling Stones Flashpoint. Rolling Stones Flashpoint. Also, I have Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Scorpions Worldwide Live. Van Halen debut self-titled. Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell. Okay, Raven has a new bid for $25, which means Mark Steele and James Chilcott, you're out. James already says he's done. Bill Samus gets the last King's X. That's sold. And, yeah, I think everything else MT Mad is out of stock. I'll make a note, or whoever's watching, please make a note. We'll try one more time. We'll try one more time to make sure we can get some more King's X. I'll check a different place. So, first of all, Roxette. No, first order of business is make sure Rick Hall is on a waiting list for the Doors, okay? That's so to Rick Hall, he's on a wait list. Bill Samus got King's X. Paul Brothers got Roxette. And then the cassette, Stacy Metternich got Meatloaf. Tom Kelly on Van Halen. Scorpions, Nick, you were second to both of them. And Dennis Daly, you were second to Meatloaf. The other night we had Dave Matthews Band Crash. And there was a lot of demand. So here is here's their album Under the Table and Dreamin'. $38.99 for Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin'. Those are $38.99. We got 2 of them. Looks like we might be done on Raven. Oso has that for $25. Let's grab another auction over here. And that next auction I have is this really cool looking AC/DC picture disc. So let's take a look at this. This is AC/DC. It's a picture disc, a full album of High Voltage. It is an unofficial release. Never seen that before. So that's some of the original artwork they used for High Voltage. And this is an unofficial. It's a full album. What a cool item. AC/DC is really clean. A $25 start on that. And then we got 3 copies of Megadeth Super Collider. Now, if you didn't hear the other night, this did come back into print, and we had quite the waiting list for it. Megadeth Super Collider. That's actually up front in my backpack. Yep, because they hadn't even been keyed in, I don't think, for a waiting list. So let me go up here and see what I can find out on that. And then Chad needs a drink of Monster, and Chad needs a cookie. My ice machine is making some new fresh cubed ice up here. Let's see. Waiting list, waiting list, waiting list. I got them everywhere. Faith No More, Recycler, Megadeth. There it is. Megadeth Super Collider, King's X. I got a lot of stuff to order. Haven't ordered vinyl in a couple days because I knew we'll have probably a little tomorrow, and then we should be on a regular cycle of new releases and then ordering galore because I mean, I'm starting fresh. My best wish. I'm literally starting a new year, Paul, with no inventory on new vinyl. I mean, that's all that's left right there. So we're just restarting. And here's the wait list for Super Collider, okay? The wait list for Super Collider was Rob Fordham, Danny Thomason, Scott Markheim, and Scott Smith. Now, only 3 came in, so these are going to go to Rob Fordham, Danny Thomason, and Scott Markheim. So if you missed out on this, $38.99. I have 3 more that's come in. I haven't ordered any more since then, but it looks like they're starting to finally repress more of Megadeth's discography, which is great. So whoever's watching, put Scott Smith now on the top of the waiting list. Does anybody else want one? Megadeth Super Collider. These are sold to Rob Fordham, Danny Thomason, and Scott Markheim, okay? Put Scott Smith at the top now for the next one, and then anybody else. You can claim one right now. It will be a waiting list. James Davidson, you were second. You were first, so you'll be second on the waiting list. Chad, when you have time, can you go through the cassettes that didn't sell? I can. Cinderella is $6.99. AC/DC 25, AC/DC 26, and Raven is sold for $25. Raven is $25, and this is sold $25, okay? That is sold to Oso Adventure for $25. Okay, there's that. I will go through the cassettes. I was going to wait till I'd gone through them all, but we'll go ahead and go through these 2 stacks over here, and then I'll get into other ones, okay? So there's that. And let me show 2 more records in here. This is more Slayer. This is Undisputed Attitude. Slayer, $24.99. So AC/DC, Chris Gardner has this for $27. AC/DC, $27. Going once, going twice. All these cassettes are $6.99. Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds. Molly Hatchet, Take No Prisoners. Leonard Skinner, What's Your Name? NXS, Welcome to Whenever You Are. Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. George Michael, Listen Without Prejudice. Shared Vision, The Songs of the Beatles. Elton John, Joe Cocker, The Jam, Richie Havens, Extreme, a Beatles covers album. The Cars, Panorama. Gene Loves Jezebel, Kiss of Life. All these cassettes are $6.99. We have Scorpions, Worldwide Live. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. The Rolling Stones, Flashpoint. Elton John's Greatest Hits. Eric Clapton, Unplugged. Genesis, We Can't Dance. The Cars, and The Guardian. Those are all $6.99. Am I crazy, or did somebody buy that Scorpions earlier? What happened? Scorpions and Van Halen. I didn't tag Van Halen, though. Van Halen went to Tom Kelly. Nick Bergeron already got the Scorpions. Nick, I said you were second. You actually did get the Scorpions. So Nick Bergeron got the Scorpions from like 10 minutes ago. I messed up on that one. So Nick Bergeron did get the Scorpions from 10 minutes ago, okay? Jerry Stone also wants on the Megadeth waiting list. AC/DC 28, AC/DC 29. And that's now 3 people on the Megadeth wait list, 2 from tonight. That's for Super Collider. Nick Bergeron also wants on there. So James Davidson, Nick Bergeron, Jerry Stone, all on Megadeth Super Collider. That is not their newest album. That's an album that's been out of print for a while. Their new album comes out next month. Stacy Metternich wants the Songs of the Beatles, Shared Vision. That's sold to Stacy for $6.99. Mortgage Guy Rob gets NXS. That's sold to Robert Barnett for $6.99. Nick, you did get the Scorpions. Doug Reeder was second. Kaysen gets Cinderella. What Are the Slayers? Nick Bergeron wants Eric. And that was for Eric Clapton, $6, or not Nick Bergeron. Sieg does. Sieg, $6.99. Oso, Cinderella's already sold. AC/DC 32. Brian Reynolds also on Megadeth, okay? So Megadeth is Super Collider, $38.99. No guarantee when they'll come back in. Those kind of go in and out of stock pretty regularly. So right now we got a full-length album, AC/DC High Voltage, and that is an unofficial full album picture disc. Gets at $35 right now. There's 2 Slayers in here. The first one was Divine Intervention for $34 and Undisputed Attitude for $34. Those are new and sealed. Now, the other night, we had some pre-owned copies. Laura had them like EX condition. She had them tagged for auction, and we started them at like $15. And most of them sold for what a brand new sealed copy would sell for, the same edition. And I told everybody, I was like, I'm going to order some Slayers. And for those that been on these pre-owned Slayer reissues, you'd almost be better off, just almost the same thing, buying a brand new copy. I mean, they were selling for like $37 and $32. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can get those brand new for $34.99. So They're brand new and sealed. And I think if you look some of them up, they'll probably show up as like 2017s or something. You know, they're made this year, or last year, but they're literally older versions. Alice Cooper is $39.99 for trash. I've got 2 copies left. Okay. The name of the Guardian cassette was Fire and Love. Fire and Love. Next is Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, $49.99. There was a waiting list for this. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. R.J. Myers, Wesley Stover, and Bob McKinney. Ronnie James Dio, $49.99. 1, 2, 3. There's one Black Sabbath Dehumanizer left. Kenny Cates Jr. over here is this. This is Slayer, Kenny Cates Jr. And we have Slayer, so to Kenny Cates Jr. There's one left each. Dwayne Caldwell wants the Guardian cassette. That is sold and sold. And then let's go ahead and introduce another auction. AC/DC has a new bid for $37. Chris Gardner, you're out. Next auction's coming up right now. Yeah, somehow I missed 2 Start Your Ear Off Right exclusives. One of them was the one Jerry Stone just mentioned. And the other one was the For Rent. What was the other one? The Rent soundtrack. Fleetwood Mac Future Games, and there was another one. And if they're in stock, I'll probably just make a post like it's a pre-order, but those should be in tomorrow, Jerry. I did see them when I was, so what I do is I'll click on everything that comes out. You can filter to like what comes out on a Friday, and I always make sure I got everything ordered that I think we can sell. And I was like, wow, how did I miss that? That one wasn't posted for a pre-order, so it should be here tomorrow. Ozzy Osbourne, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy Osbourne is a very low-grade copy. It's in G condition. It's in G condition, and it's going to go up for just a $1 start, okay? So those will be here tomorrow. Next thing is King's X. Here's another one. Please Come Home, Mr. Balbus. Another King's X, green vinyl, $36.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry. I was drinking and chewing. I advise not to try to do those at the same time. Whew, I got a brain freeze. I pulled a Monster out of the freezer. Oh, brain freeze, Paul. From the cookie? From the Monster. I'm not used to drinking a really cold drink on ice. Oh, okay, I feel better now. Okay. So over here, AC/DC 38. Kent Tim Rory got a King's X. AC/DC 39. Ozzy 1, Ozzy 1, Ozzy 1, Ozzy 1. AC/DC 40. Chad, you know if the Kicks wire, hot wire is unofficial. Price on BS, Black Sabbath, last copy, Edwin, $49.99. Ozzy 2, Ozzy 5, Ozzy 4, Ozzy 3, Ozzy 3, Ozzy out. Kicks is unofficial. Kicks is unofficial. Ozzy 7, Ozzy 5, Ozzy 10, Ozzy out. It's light bulb. It's bulbous. Mr. Bulb us. Mr. Bulbous. And then we have Ozzy out. And then over here, Ozzy out. Rent was a Record Store Day Black Friday exclusive. Surprised to see that one get released so quickly. Okay, I'll check on that one. And then we have another and the final Slayer. South of Heaven, Slayer is $34.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. That was the final and last Slayer there. $34.99. AC/DC, Chris Gardner has it for $43. Going once, going twice. Everybody else is out. Now it's at $42.43. Ozzy, the last bid on this was Ken Granger at $10. G plus condition, no fillable marks. So we always make note if it has any fillable marks. It's an 81 U.S. Terre Haute OG. All right. So here's what's left in here. The very first record, lots of Slayers. Divine Intervention, $34.99, one left. Black Sabbath, Rhino, Hi-Fi, Kevin Gray, $39.99. We got 3 copies. We got that one back there and 2 right here. Ozzy has a new bid for $11. I'm going to move these unclaimed cassettes over here so we can go through more. I've still got plenty. And then we might do a big bundle lot auction on all the leftovers tonight. I'm going to go ahead and carefully lay those right there. We had Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreaming. Dave Matthews Band is $38.99, remastered. Ken Granger, you've been outbid on Ozzy, by the way. And then Slayer, Undisputed Attitude is $34, one left. Alice Cooper Trash, a music on vinyl press, that's $39.99. Brogan does want a Black Sabbath Rhino. That's so to Brogan. And then there's 2 King's X left. Mr. Bulbous, Please Come Home, Mr. Bulbous. Green vinyl, $36.99. Black Sabbath The Humanizer, 2 LP, that's $49.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. AC/DC, Dwayne Sevilla, $42. Christina Curtis does take an Alice Cooper. Joe Salomo wants one as well, so those are sold and sold. And there's only 2 Black Sabbaths left. Let's put Bill Samus down for a King's X. Laura is right here next to me filling up the auction crate. Looks like we got some cool stuff for tonight. There's 1 King's X left. I'm going to put Slayer right back there. A pretty sight to look at. $34.99. Looks like a rendition of Hell. $34.99 for Slayer. And we have, I'm going to put, what should I put over here in the corner? I need more decorations. Let's put Dave Matthews Band over here. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreaming, $38.99. Okay? AC/DC has gotten a lot of bids. I have an out, and I think this is a final call to Chris Gardner. It's high voltage. It is a full album as a picture disc and unofficial. I think King Granger's out on Ozzy. Amenities, you're about to get that. Wow, that's all that's left right here. That's all that's left. I'm going to move Slayers all together. Well, you can pick up 1 each of the Slayers right now if you wanted them. All right, let me go ahead and take our second stack right here of this. And by the way, that's our last Buckingham Nicks. I'll still do that one $5 off. So I'll still do that one $5 off if anybody wants it. $34.99. I don't know whose Mac this is, but I'm going to shut the thing because it says low battery. You're not supposed to leave them on like that all the time. I'm about to have a staff meeting. I love having staff meetings. Thank you, Jake. Have a good day. I say I do, and I don't think, yeah, Happy New Year. I forget it's 2026. Okay, let's see. I got Damaged Marshall Tucker Band. Oh, man, I see a few more records I forgot to discount. So this one has a little bit of a dent just right there. We'll do it $9 off at $24.99. Marshall Tucker, I mean, all it is a little bit of a dent right there. $24.99 for Marshall Tucker. Oh, I forgot about these. $5 off on Howlin' Wolf. $5 off on Howlin' Wolf. Moaning in the Moonlight, Chess 75th Anniversary Series. $5 off at $34.99. Let's do a flash sale on a Def Leppard puzzle. $5 off Def Leppard Pyromania, $19.99. Def Leppard Pyromania. Def Leppard, $19.99. Pyromania puzzle, $19.99. And then I got a seam split on Black Label Society. There's a seam split right here. Seam split, $10 off, $24.99. Okay, there you have it. There's some more stuff on sale. Now, if I feel like we can sell a bunch of puzzles, I'll put those on sale for $19.99. All in favor? All in favor of puzzles being on sale? I forgot about those, honestly. Anybody? I'll start go getting them. Aussie over here is sold for $11 to amenities. And this is kind of some of our first advertised auctions. And let's go ahead and start putting up other stuff. AC/DC over here is sold to Chris Gardner for $43. Here we go. So first thing in here was Greg Smith on the Def Leppard puzzle for $19.99. Danny Thomason gets the Marshall Tucker. Make sure that goes in for $24.99. Dennis Daly, your second. Brian Call gets Black Label for $24.99. And let's see what we can clear out over here. Let's do some dollar start auctions. So here's a budget autograph. Mickey Thomas, to Andy, Mickey Thomas. As Long As You Love Me. JSA authenticated, a $1 start. Mickey Thomas, $1 start. I bet it will sell for at least $1. Hopefully a lot more. Let's see. No. I'm going to keep that just in case I find the cassette. That's a good one. Okay, that's here's another dollar start auction. Blues Breakers, John Mayall with Eric Clapton. German import, no exact year, early 70s reissue. This was originally a $35 start. A German press of Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton, $1 start. Wow, Chess Howlin' Wolf on sale, $5 off, $34.99. And we'll do $5 off on Acid Bath. Nothing wrong with it. $5 off on it. I listened to this a couple nights ago. It's not what I expected. I thought it was like, just hearing the title and looking at the cover, I thought it was like, that's what I thought I was going to hear. I thought it was going to sound like, it's actually really slow, sludgy metal. Not what I expected. I mean, I had no idea what I was about to get into. I was like, I've got to listen to one of these. We've sold 150 of them. It's got to be good. I mean, there's no way you can sell that many. And I was like, wow, this is nothing. It's actually really good. It was nothing like I expected. That sold to Sean Holford for $34.99. That sold to Sean Holford for $34.99. Okay, and then here's another dollar start. Here's another dollar start. This is John Williams Symphonic Orchestra, Japanese pressing, a $1 start. $1 start. I mean, you hear a title like Acid Bath, and they got all these crazy, demonic serial killer covers, and you think it's like something just crazy, fast and heavy, but it's not. And I see people like wearing shirts and just like, not what I expected at all. Okay, and don't forget, we got MoFi inner sleeves in stock. MoFi inner sleeves is $26.99. These are packs of 50. MoFi inner sleeves, packs of 50, $26.99. All right, cleaning out my miscellaneous bin over here. I still got a few more I'll do. So Mickey Thomas, John Mayall, and John Williams. With Clapton on the Mayall, this is a Japanese pressing. These are all $1 starts, okay? And everything has plenty of bids. First thing I need to do is, let's make sure we had that wait list going for Megadeth Super Collider. Several people added to it tonight, and that is Megadeth Super Collider, $38.99, okay? I'll start carrying puzzles back here so I get them stacked up and ready to go. And let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. So Marshall Tucker Black Label Society, Mickey Thomas 5, Mickey Thomas 1, Mickey Thomas 6, Blues Breakers 2, Mickey Thomas another 6, Joe Delgado was first, Robert, you're out, Mickey Thomas 10, Sean Holford got Ass's Bath, Mickey Thomas 11, John Williams, BB, Blues Breakers. I'm just going to have to get to the bottom and figure out. All right, so it looks like John Mayall's at 25. It looks like Mickey Thomas is at 15. Jamie K is sold to, Jamie K gets Howlin' Wolf for $34.99. And Mickey Thomas, it says, to Andy, Mickey Thomas. This is the only one on the table that's autographed. Yes. Now, surprisingly, I do have a record. Not this one, of course, but I do have a record for sale that's autographed by John Mayall and Eric Clapton. It's right here next to me. It's a big one, but I do have a record in stock signed by Mayall and Clapton. And I don't have anything signed by John Williams. That's on my personal wish list. Signed John Williams LPs are very expensive. They're worth more than Eric Clapton signed LPs. It's pretty crazy. Calvin Ward on Howlin' Wolf. That's our second and final copy, just $34.99, okay? Wow, we're still on this first grade of new vinyl. We keep selling stuff over here. But yeah, let's go ahead. So Paul marked some stuff, and Laura's marking some stuff right now. And I think John worked yesterday. He usually doesn't, and that's why we had John stuff yesterday. It doesn't look like he was here today. So if he is, his records aren't up here, and usually they're rolled right up here. So I have a feeling, Laura, is that right? John wasn't here today? I don't think he was. So let's go ahead and start going through this pre-owned crate. Paul's marked some cool stuff here. These are sticker price, no more, no less, okay? So Blues Breakers is at $25. I've got Mickey Thomas at $17. Black Sabbath, You're Out. And I'll try to put up some other budget autographs tonight. Y'all just keep reminding me. So John Williams, this is the Symphonic Orchestra. It has a Star Wars, Princess Leia's theme, The Battle, The Throne Room, Close Encounters. So it's mostly Star Wars and Close Encounters. Okay? Star Wars and Close Encounters there. That's what's going on with that one. It does have the obi, but it's loose. It is a nice Japanese pressing. It is a nice Japanese pressing. And the last bid that came in on John Williams was Eric Connard at $9. Okay? Eric Connard at $9. Let's go ahead and get started with this crate. I'll step up front and grab our first puzzle. We'll do puzzles on sale tonight to start off the new year. $5 off. We'll do them for $19.99. We have Edgar Winter Frankenstein. Edgar Winter EX, $12.99. That's the 12-inch single. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Monster version, $12.99. Kelly Vladorchek is already at $20 on John Williams. Kelly Vladorchek already bid $20. That must be way up here. She bid $20, and then after that, the bids have went down. So Kelly has John Williams at $20. Sorry, that was early, and it got lost in the shuffle. Edgar Winter is sold to Calvin Ward, then Carol, then Brent, then Tom Kelly. I've never seen that before, a 12-inch version of Frankenstein. Spooky Tooth, Spooky Tooth. Spooky Tooth is EX $17.99. And then Eric Quincy Tate. It looks like a Pabst Blue Ribbon can. And this is a 1972 Pittman EX $27.99. Oh. Great neck adjustment. So Mickey Thomas, 22. John Williams just got a bid for 22. And John May on the Blues Breakers is still at $25. And that $25 bid was with John Smetzer going once, going twice, okay? Also, we have J.J. Cale. J.J. Cale number 5 is in VG condition, $9.99. And this is, I can't read it. It's EX $22.99, a 73 UK. Is this the name of the title? I'm trying to figure out what's Paul wrote on the back here. EX $22.99. Let me look at the label. Greasy Truckers. Live at Dingwall's Dance Hall, Campbell. So it may be Campbell. So the band is Campbell, Henry Con Global Village Trucking, Green Gong. I think that's a passcode to get into the safe room where the Declaration of Independence is. We have Young Frankenstein soundtrack. VG condition, $11.99. And UFO, No Place to Run. UFO is EX condition, $22.99. So Mickey Thomas, 22. John Williams, 22. John Williams, 30. William Dunham, 8017 on EQT. Eric Quincy Tate. William Dunham, right? William Dunham. Are you a first-time buyer? I don't recognize your handle. You may be a regular, but I just don't recognize your handle. If you are a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. That's sold to William Dunham. Tim Grindstaff got J.J. Cale. That's sold to Tim Grindstaff. Thank you on that. Mickey Thomas got a new bid for 23. Michael Freiberger on Young Frankenstein soundtrack. That's always cool. And then, did you have a Blow My Fuse back there? I think we have a Blow My Fuse unofficial pressing that I'm about to put up for auction. GT question mark, that was Greasy Trucker staying here. That's EX 2299. Mickey Thomas 24, Christina next on Young Frankenstein, and then MT 25. These are sticker price. These are new records that were marked today. All right, so John Williams is a final call to Kelly Vlodarchek then at $30. John Smetzer gets the Blues Breakers for $25. We have Willard Dunham, a first-time buyer. I think you're the third first-time buyer already tonight, and about the 10th of the last 48 hours. Amazing. So thanks for joining us. If you're on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook, you can click on the link. It will register you. The link is in the description of this live video on YouTube. That'll take you to our website, and there's a form you can complete. We'll invoice you on Monday. So we do $8 in limited shipping. Now, that started on Monday. We do like a 6-day, 7-day cycle, depending on how many shows I do. It really depends on what goes on Sundays here. But it technically usually starts on Mondays. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday starts a new week, but definitely Monday through Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. And pretty much everything revolves around these live streams, and you can buy as much as you want, $8 in limited shipping. Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group, that's VG $9.99. And Yes Tormato, Yes is VG condition, $9.99. James Taylor, VG condition, $9.99 for James Taylor. And Teddy Grover is a 1977 Gospel Funk, VG Plus, $11.99. Kelly Vlodarchek, you get the John Williams for $30. That's sold. Matt Shepard on JT for James Taylor, that is sold. And Mickey Thomas is at $27. To Andy, Mickey Thomas, As Long As You Love Me. Calvin has it right now for $27. Jeff Beck is sold to Tim Grindstaff. And we've almost filled up a crate. Let me go ahead and put up another auction. We got several requests for kicks. Man, we've got, don't forget, it's Thursday night metal night. I do have a big unadvertised signed album auction to put up. I mean, it is an incredible piece. I've had it for a while. It's nice. I actually found it back behind the counter a couple of days ago, and I was like, man, I forgot that I did a deal with somebody on this. And it came in the mail a couple months ago, and I was like, I'm probably just going to surprise it one big night. I glanced over earlier, and there was like 312 people watching. I think it's a good time to go ahead and introduce it, but I have so many records in here, I can't find the kicks. Let me scroll through them one more time. There's been a lot. I wish Kicks would reissue their catalog and keep it in print. And they do the Friday music stuff, which is always kind of pricey, and they do these little limited edition pressings, and then they're sold out. And then they're sold out. And they're sold out. Okay, I have scrolled through here 5 times. I still don't see it. So we'll have to just wait on Kicks. It's going to take me 3 minutes to find it. I'm just going to start pulling auctions out. When the bin thins out, we'll go from there. This is an unofficial blue vinyl Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth blue vinyl unofficial Countdown to Extinction, $35 start. I've been trying to go up front to grab puzzles. Four Tops, Keeper of the Castle. Four Tops is VG Plus, $11.99. And The Groupies. We've had this record before. As you can see, it has pretty significant cover damage. And this is Interviews with Groupies. VG, $9.99. Are we done on Mickey Thomas? It's up to one person. Black Sabbath Hoss. Black Sabbath Hoss. It's up to one person on that. Let me grab that signed album I was talking about. It's right over here. And boy, do we acquired some stuff, and also we got incredible stuff that also is Brian Call Gets Groupies, and Mickey Thomas is a final call to Calvin Ward. Okay, let me step up front right quick. Let me be thinking about this. Let me be calculating that. Hello, welcome to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. Let me grab the stack of puzzles. Bill and a 9. No, sign. Welcome to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. All right, get some puzzles. Building a pipeline, building a dime. No. Oh, to the machine. Okay. Okay. This next record is a $950 start. And you don't have to bid. You heard me correctly. It's a $950 start. I have a beautiful, amazingly beautifully signed Roger Waters Animals. Gold paint pen, JSA, full letter, $950. Incredible piece. I can see it right now framed, disc and album jacket. I just checked. These typically trade for around $1,000 at all times. A signed copy of The Wall just sold for $1,000, and a signed copy of Animals just sold for $1,000. Think about this being framed like this, having a nice frame. Really cool piece. $950. Could also be a buy it now price, but I'm going to put it up for auction and make sure there's not more than one person that really wants it. $950 on Roger Waters. I think the last time we had a signed copy of The Wall, we got it around, I think we've had two. We've had a couple copies of The Wall, and then we had a Dark Side of the Moon not too long ago. I've checked prices recently. Man, expensive. Of course, just FYI, David Gilmour, well over $1,000 now for his signature. Rick White and Nick Mason, they're not cheap either. And if y'all hadn't checked, fully signed Pink Floyd albums are 15, 25 grand now. They're way up there. So they're exponentially more money. $950 on Roger Waters. Full letter from JSA. They're guaranteeing it. I'm guaranteeing it. It's good to go, I promise. Okay, so over here, Mickey Thomas was at $29. Megadeth is an unofficial on blue vinyl, okay? Megadeth is an unofficial on blue vinyl. Unofficial blue vinyl. Now, this has never been reissued as, well, let me rephrase that. This is not in print on vinyl. They've repressed the picture disc, but it hadn't been pressed on vinyl in quite some time. I think the last time was one of those, the MoFi pressing, which sells for hundreds of dollars. So blue vinyl, unofficial. Final call to Sarah Wyberdink for $45. Mickey Thomas is a final call to Calvin for $29. And Roger Waters is a $950 start. All right, back to the newly priced bin. We have Stavin Chain Blues, Mississippi Blues by J.D. Short and Big Joe Williams. 65 OG mono, VG minus, $19.99. Yes, Fragile, VG plus, $12.99. $12.99 for Yes, Fragile. Porky Prime Cut, 4-digit OG, VG plus, $12.99. $12.99 for Yes, Fragile. Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, VG condition, $9.99 for Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, and original Terre Haute press, $9.99. The Incredible String Band, We Found, VG condition, $9.99. Okay, Megadeth is still getting bids. The signed Mickey Thomas is done. Mickey Thomas is sold to Calvin Ward for $29. That is sold. And then over here, we have Megadeth 50, Megadeth 55. Back to the turntable groove guitar on Yes, Fragile. That is sold. My crate's full. Let me go ahead and start a new crate over here. There's this, there's that, and let me grab a new empty crate right here. Nice. And let me put this right here. First on Molly Hatchet was Joe DeGaldo, and then Brian Call, and then Gen X Sessions. Megadeth has a new bid for 50. It already had a bid for 55 with Sarah. And then we had Ed Riviera fourth on Molly Hatchet. These are all sticker price. These are all sticker price right now. Let's grab another auction, and let's go ahead and put this up right here. I see Wasp, and this is Blind in Texas. Wasp is an 85 UKOG, VG plus condition, $10 start for Wasp. $10 start on Wasp. Let's put that right there. We have the Kinks, Give the People What They Want. The Kinks is in VG plus condition, $14.99. And Tony Childs Union. Tony Childs is in VG plus condition, $11.99. And Patti Smith Horses. Patti Smith is VG $14.99. Dan Kicka has the Megadeth at 60, going once, going twice. Wasp already has a bid for 10, now 15. And the Power and the Glory Gentle Giant, EX condition, Gentle Giant, $17.99. Roger Waters is available, $950 if anybody wants it. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a new sleeve. Where's the letter at? There's the letter. $950. It was authenticated back in February of this year. Signed album cover, 2016 Master of Animals, gold paint pen, JSA'd, $950. It is available. I have it. Think about it. Think long, and you'll think wrong. In 2025, I think I sold 2 or 3 Roger Waters, and they all demanded around this price. So if you ever see him walking down the street, go somewhere and grab a bunch of album jackets and have him sign them, okay? He's actually surprisingly pretty nice about signing. I've follow a guy that's an autograph seeker, and he literally stopped Roger Waters walking down the road and had like a trunk full of stuff, and he signed most of it. So that's how some of those guys make a living. They hunt down these people and get them to sign stuff. Roger Waters, surprisingly, he's nice. He'll stop and sign. David Gilmour will too, but you just can't get to him. He's just not out in public much. Roger Waters, he can be seen in public. He rides the subway in New York and everything, but you can't get to Gilmour. That's why his stuff is so much more expensive. Megadeth is sold to Dan Kicka for $60. And then over here, Wasp is at 28 with Tim Graham. 28 with Tim Graham, and that's going once, going twice. Last year. I know, I got to be careful about saying this year and last year. We're now into last year. All right, our next auction is Killer Dwarves. Killer Dwarves over here is 1986 USOG, and this is a $35 start for Killer Dwarves, and this is called Stand Tall. $35 start. A lot of people watching tonight. Hopefully there's some new people. If anybody else is interested in becoming a first-time buyer, very easy here. We do $8 in limit shipping. You can get registered at any time of the day, okay? You can get registered at any time of the day, any day of the week. You can start buying at any time. I've got puzzles on sale for $19.99. These are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles, okay? 500-piece jigsaw puzzles for $19.99. I've got Slipknot, Volume 3, The Subliminal Verses. We have Dead Kennedys. All these are $19.99, Dead Kennedys. We have Iron Maiden, The X Factor. And then I've got Morbid Angel, Authors of Madness. These are all jigsaw puzzles. Jigsaw puzzles, 500-piece, new and sealed, officially licensed, $19.99. Slipknot, Dead Kennedys, Iron Maiden, and Morbid Angel. These are all $19.99. $19.99, okay? Those are the first wave of on-sale puzzles. $5 off, tonight only. Tonight only. $19.99 on those. Wasp, with the last bid was $25.28, and let's go over the details again. Killer Dwarf, $40, $35, and then $50. And then this is Wasp, Blind in Texas, an 85 UKOG. It's an 85 UKOG VG condition, okay? Everything in this crate is sticker price, no more, no less. Roger Glover, Mask. Roger Glover's in VG plus condition, $9.99. Tucanon. Tukanon. That's an 81 US Private Press Southern Rock album. VG condition, $14.99. King Fuzz, Davy Allen and the Arrows, original motion picture soundtrack. King Fuzz, Davy Allen and the Arrows, 89 US, EX condition, $22.99. The Allman Brothers Band, Brothers of the Road, the Allman Brothers Band. Don't get that one as often. EX condition, $17.99. Okay, the other night, so this is pretty pricey if you checked it on Discogs. I mean, it's honestly really pricey. Rob Halford Crucible. I think this is a variant that was in print a couple years ago, and then they've just recently done a repressing 2025. So I think that's why these are showing up so pricey. So the other night we had them, and I actually had some in stock we put on sale. So I'm going to drop Halford instead of a $95 start all the way down to a $35 start for Rob Halford Crucible. It's a limited edition 500 on purple vinyl. Halford is a $35 start. Black Sabbath Hoss on the Allman Brothers Band, that is sold to Black Sabbath Hoss, okay? So Wasp has a new bid with James Davidson for $30. The Killer Dwarfs record is at $50 with Jeff Brindley. Jeff Brindley has it for $50, Wasp is at $30, and Rob Halford's a $35 start. Is the Maiden coming up a picture disc or colored vinyl? I will have to find it, but we'll find out in just a second. Here are two more puzzle opportunities. They're both Metallicas, and I've got two each. These are $5 off, on sale tonight only. Metallica Hardwired and Metallica Ride the Lightning. So two more Metallicas there. Hardwired to Self-Destruct and Ride the Lightning. Those are 19 and 19. 19 and 19. That's Metallica and Metallica. $19.99, okay? And then we have Black Oak, Arkansas. This is a 1974 German import, VG condition, $9.99. And the Who's Next, VG, $14.99. That's on the original label. That's what we call the Decca Color Bars label, VG, $14.99. Rob Halford, 35. Rob Halford, 35. Edwin Riviera on RH. And RH might have been for a Rob Halford bid that's about to be placed. Yep. Kevin Voitosh already has Rob Halford for $50. And Aaron Andrus wants Metallica Light. Ride the Lightning for Aaron Andrus. Make sure this goes in for $19.99, okay? First on sale puzzle sold to Aaron Andrus, $19.99. There's one left of Ride the Lightning. Rob Halford, 55. Matt Shepard on Black Oak. Danny was next, and then Gen X Sessions. Who is Gen X Sessions over on Twitch? I need to confirm your name and identity and make sure you're registered, etc., etc. And then Wasp, Blind in Texas. The last bid on that was James Davidson at 30, and that is sold. And then Jeff Brindley gets the Killer Drawers for 50. All right, now we're down to Rob Halford, which also has a bid for 50. And we got a lot of cool stuff I'm going to try to sneak in tonight. That is Saretha Sessions on Gen X Sessions, okay? Gen X Sessions, that's Saretha Sessions. Got it. You got the Who, Jason Morris was second. All right. What have I done with Roger Waters? I just panicked for a second because the other night, you know, I have a signed Hard Day's Night by Paul McCartney. The other night after the sale, I was thinking about it because I just seen one sell at auction for about what I have ours marked for. And I was like, dang, where is our... And I couldn't find it. And I panicked. I was like, have I mixed it down in a crate? And I finally found it. It's exactly where it should be with all of our other autographs. But I was like, man... What happened to it? I'm gonna try my best not to lose Roger. I need somebody to go ahead and buy it before I do lose it. And this is called Tucanon, Tucanon, Tukanon, and it's a private press Southern rock album. VG $14.99. VG, here it is. Tucanon. They have a... Here we go. As in country rock, and as in exciting performance, as in Pacific Northwest, as in standing room only. They have a definition down there on the back. VG $14.99, and George Duke, Dream On. George Duke is VG plus condition, $14.99. Okay, here comes our next auction. It's Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne is a 1996 UK limited edition picture disc. It's etched and numbered. It's a 3-track. And this is a $35 start. I just want you, Amy and Voodoo Dancer. Ozzy is etched. It looks like he signed it. Best wishes, Ozzy. And it has like a little sketch of Ozzy holding a Ozzy cross. And then this side is the actual music. Really cool label there. So that's pretty interesting. I've never had this before. kind of later to see something like this on vinyl from 1996. UK, that's a $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? Tim Grindstaff on, actually, Danny asked about this first. So Danny gets the Tucanon, okay? That's so to Danny Thomason. Rob Halford, I'm going to leave it up to Steve McGee. Let me know if you want to bid. And then we have the Big Ball. This is in VG Plus condition, $11.99. The Big Ball, a 2LP. And then Fleetwood Mac Penguin, VG minus $9.99. So unique Aussie collectible there. Never seen that one before. Let's see what else I got over here. Let's pull something from the high-end tab. And I'm going to go ahead and see what's going on with this Iron Maiden. I'm sure a lot of other people are curious. Iron Maiden is a picture disc. So this is Iron Maiden, The Beast in the Garden, Volume 1. We have an unofficial 2016 limited edition picture disc. Madison Square Garden in New York City, New York, 2016. The Book of Souls tour, very cool. And this is going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start. What a cool Iron Maiden picture disc. That's awesome artwork. $50 start on that, okay? Let's put this right over here. Next thing is this. Aussie 40, Aussie 50. Jen Sessions on Fleetwood Mac. That's so to Saritha Sessions. We'll say Jen X Sessions because that's the Twitch handle. And then we got Clifford Umstead on Big Ball. That's so to Clifford Umstead. Aussie 37, Aussie 40, Aussie 36, Aussie 40. Tim Grindstaff on UFO. That was back here, but I still have it. UFO is so to Tim Grindstaff. Aussie 60, Iron Maiden 50, Aussie 45, Aussie 50, Aussie 50. Lots of bids rolling in, not surprised. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG minus $9.99. Here are 3 more puzzle options in stock and on sale for $19.99. In stock and on sale. King Diamond Abigail, awesome artwork there, $19.99. I've got 2 King Diamonds, just 1 Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. And then I've got 2 AC/DC for Those About the Rock. Awesome artwork on all those. $19.99 for Those About the Rock, No Prayer for the Dying King. Those are puzzles, new and sealed, 500-piece puzzles, $19.99. $19.99, okay? I think we were done on the Rob Halford. The last bit, Steve went out, and so Rob Halford is sold to Kevin Voitosh for $60. That is sold. And then over here, down at the bottom, we had, let's go down here and let's go down here. So first thing I have is this. We had Iron Maiden at 55, Aussie 66, Iron Maiden 60, Aussie 67. Matt Shepard got Bob Dylan, Aussie 100, Iron Maiden 60, Aussie 65, Aussie out, Aussie 80, Iron Maiden 61, Iron Maiden 70, Iron Maiden 70, Aussie 65, Aussie 120, Aussie 106, Aussie 130, Aussie 68. So Aussie's at 130. Iron Maiden's tied at 70 with Sarah and Chris. Sarah was in first. That Black Oak sale. The Black Oak, Arkansas on here is gone. Yes. Heavy Pettin, Rock Ain't Dead. EX condition, $17.99. And then it's a Circus World by Axis. A 78 US Hard Rock, VG Plus, $14.99. And Macy. Maisel? What is this one? Macy? M-A-S-I? Masai. Fire in the Rain. I never know. I've seen their albums before. Or his albums. His name is Alex Massey, yeah. All guitars and keyboards. 87 US, VG, $9.99, okay? Let's go over here. Next autograph. That's a good question. There's a few more higher-end things behind the counter. Let me see what I got over here in this crate behind me. I probably can dig some stuff out. Let's see. That's eBay stuff, so that's some of our higher-end. Here's some stuff I've tried before. Let's see what I got here. Okay, here's a good one. Here's a good one. This is signed by Charlie Daniels and Jimmy Hall, and it's the Volunteer Jam album. Signed by Charlie Daniels and Jimmy Hall. JSA authenticated, $125 start. Charlie Daniels and Jimmy Hall. Capricorn Records, that's the OG label for this Volunteer Jam, the very first one. It's been JSA'd. It's authentic, $125 start. Not personalized, nicely signed. Charlie Daniels and Jimmy Hall, which is 2 of the featured artists here on the first Volunteer Jam. $125 on Charlie Daniels and Jimmy Hall. JSA, now up for bid. Over here, we have Ozzy at $130, Iron Maiden $80. What is the Iron Maiden? Can you feature the Ozzy again? Ozzy $140. Mike Strauss gets Massey. Dirty Pirate Hooker was second. John McPatriot, these are all sticker price, but you were third. Sean Holford fourth. Edwin fifth. James Chilcott sixth. And Mark Steele wants Heavy Petting. Okay, so let's go down the line and show what these auctions are again. This is Ozzy, and Ozzy is a 96 UK OG. It's a 96 UK OG. It's a 3-track single. This side is etched. The other side has the music. 3 tracks, I Just Want You, the album version, Amy, a rough demo recorded live, 1992, and Voodoo Dancer, rough demo recorded December 1994. It came in this original plastic, and it's numbered, and the vinyl is near mint, and so is the etching side. 007 Platinum has it for $140, Now Amenities $142. In the middle is Iron Maiden, The Beast in the Garden, Volume 1. Sarah Weiberdink has this for $90. Sarah Weiberdink has this for $90. That just came in. This is an unofficial, it's a concert. Madison Square Garden 2016 from the Book of Souls tour. This is at $90. It has an obi. It's not Japanese. It was made in Europe 2016. The show is from 2016. And then here's Charlie Daniels, signed by Charlie and Jimmy. JSA authenticated, $125 start on that. Okay? Moving on. We have VG $9.99 for Rail. And Rail is self-titled. VG Condition $9.99. Rail self-titled. Paul Brothers Heavy Petting's already sold. We have Syd Barrett. Speaking of Pink Floyd, this is 2 albums in one. The Madcap Laughs and Barrett. 2 of his solo albums. The Madman from Pink Floyd himself, Syd Barrett, VG $19.99. That's 2 albums in one. And then Captain Beyond, nice, with the original lenticular cover. That's OG Captain Beyond, VG $19.99. I think all of them are OG if they have the lenticular. So Ozzy, Amenities is out. 007 has it for $150. Chris Gardner, you're out on Iron Maiden. And final call to get a bid in. If you definitely want Charlie to lock in the bid at $125. Tom Kelly on Rail. That's so to Tom Kelly. Michael Freiberger on Syd Barrett. And Danny Thomason, you were next on Syd Barrett. And let's show 2 more records and then a couple more puzzles. I've got Apple Pie, Motherhood Band, and that's a 69 US. It's a psych hard rock album. It does have cover damage. The vinyl's EX, $27.99. Actually, there's only one more puzzle before I go get another stack. $19.99. $19.99 for Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. $19.99 for Guns N' Roses. It looks like we're about to sell Ozzy for $150 007 Platinum. Almost done with Iron Maiden, $90. I think we're done. That puzzle I just showed was $19.99. Yes, that is Jimmy Hall, who was in Southern rock band Wet Willie, along with other Capricorn artists. That's, of course, Volunteer Jam. The first one here was on Capricorn. That's why a lot of these Capricorn artists are on here, including Charlie Daniels, who I guess really wasn't on Capricorn labels unless it was a subsidiary of, trying to figure out how all those link together. He was on Karma Sutra and then Epic, I guess, but most of those other artists were all on Capricorn. Okay, that was my only Guns N' Roses puzzle, I think. I'll go up front and see who's back up. But puzzles on sale tonight for $19.99. There's one to David Tate. And then Nick Bargeron was next. And so the ones I have up here that didn't sell was Slipknot, Dead Kennedys, Iron Maiden, Morbid Angel, Metallica, AC/DC, Iron Maiden, and King Diamond. If you want to see those, they're going to stay back here behind me, but just FYI. Okay, Ozzy is sold to 007 for $150, and there is literally a buzzer beater bid on Iron Maiden, $91, and then Charlie Daniels is $125 buy it now. Charlie Daniels is $125 buy it now. This is Volunteer Jam. $125 on this. JSA authenticated. Okay, we'll put Charlie right over here. Finishing up this crate, we have Hooked Hooked is a 68 US, VG Plus $39.99. And we have the soft machine. That's a 68 USOG, VG minus soft machine, $34.99. Okay, our next, we got all kinds of metal stuff tonight. I mean, it is pretty crazy how much is over here that I hadn't even been talking about. I almost forget it's Thursday night metal night. Let's go ahead and put up Savatage. Savatage is The Dungeons Are Calling, an 85 USOG on this green combat label, VG condition, $35 start on Savatage, okay? And then we have Emerge the Litter. That's VG minus $11.99. Nice, Timothy Leary, a 1970 USOG, VG $24.99. Around You Can Be Anyone This Time. Timothy Leary, VG $24.99. And Orpheus. Orpheus is $9.99, and this one is self-titled, $9.99 on that, okay? Savatage is at 40, Iron Maiden at 96. Let's see what else I got in the autograph bin over here. Okay. This one's personalized, but it's pretty cool. This is Glenn Campbell. It says, to Jimmy and somebody else, love and something else. Looks like Love and Another. Glenn Campbell. Now you're going to get a discount on this because it's personalized. Otherwise, his signed albums demand pretty good money. So Glenn Campbell, still within the sound of my voice, JSA authenticated. Glenn Campbell is a $55 start. Okay, $55 start, signed by Glenn Campbell. There's that. Next thing over here is Savatage 40. I don't think there's a Metallica Black album. What is the Axis? I think he's talking about Axe. Yeah, this right here. It's a Circus World by Axis. It's a 78 US hard rock, VG Plus $14.99. A Savatage 40, Iron Maiden 96, and then Black Sabbath Hoss on Timothy Leary, you know, the LSD guy. And then Savatage 35, Iron Maiden 100, Savatage 45, Love One Another. Maybe, yeah, Love One Another. And then over here it says Love One Another. Okay, well, that makes sense. And then over here, this is Soda Tom Kelly. Okay, we have a $100 offer on Charlie Daniels. I'll say 115 on Charlie Daniels. Who said that? I lost it. Black Sabbath, Danny Thomason. 115 on signed Charlie Daniels. And what about Iron Maiden? Sarah Wyberdink gets this for $100. Sarah, that's sold to you for $100. Savatage is already at 45. And then Glenn Campbell, signed, JSC authenticated, $55 start on that. That was a great first crate from Paul. I have another one already up here, and I think him and Laura's working on other stuff. We're going to be doing $6.99 vintage again tonight. Those are always fun as soon as we're done with all this stuff, and we're going to be doing that probably pretty soon because I'll be going through these crates pretty fast. Let's pull up another metal auction here. Let's do something from this tab right here of all these picture discs. I have finally found Kicks. Here we go. Kicks is an unofficial press of Hotwire. This is an unofficial on green vinyl, $15 start. Kicks Hotwire, $15 start on that, okay? And then here's what's left in here. Here's what's left in here. And Savatage is at 50. I'm going to read through these quickly. We've sold most of this crate. We have Spooky 2. That's EX $17.99. We have Greasy Truckers, that's Camel, EX $22.99. From what I'm understanding, that's the band Camel. We have Yes Tormato, VG $9.99. Teddy Grover, I Am Determined, VG Plus $11.99. Kicks 25, Kicks 15. Four Tops, Keeper of the Castle, VG Plus $11.99. Stave and Chain Blues, Mississippi Blues by J.D. Short and Big Joe Williams, VG minus $19.99. The Incredible String Band, We Found, VG Condition $9.99. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want. The Kinks is VG Plus $14.99. Tony Childs Union. Tony Childs is VG Plus $11.99. Patti Smith Horses. VG Condition $14.99. Gentle Giant, The Power and the Glory. EX $17.99. Roger Glover Mask. VG Plus $9.99. and King Fuzz, Davy Allen, The Arrows. That was a soundtrack they did. EX, $22.99. Last bit on Savatage that came in is The Final Call to Scott Dwallow for $50. Kicks is a green vinyl, sealed, unofficial. And the high bid is Sean Sam at $30. Next thing over here is Michael Freiberger on PS for Patti Smith, sold. Tim Grindstaff on the Kinks, that's sold to Tim. And then Savatage got a new bid for $43, sold to the Kinks. And Glenn Campbell is a $55 buy now to Jimmy and somebody else, Love One Another, signed by Glenn Campbell, $55. That is available. Gentle Giant is called The Power and the Glory. It's got the original rounded cover, just like a playing card. EX $17.99. Savatage still getting bids, so is Kicks. And I have George Duke, Dream On, VG Plus $14.99. Captain Beyond, missing the boat here, has the original lenticular cover, VG $19.99. That's a cool record. And then we have Apple Pie Motherhood Band. That's EX $27.99. Aaron Andrus does get Gentle Giant. That's sold to Aaron Andrus, Aaron Vinyl 23. Hooked is a 68 US. VG Plus $39.99. The Soft Machine, kind of surprised this is still here. A 68 USOG. It is VG minus, but that in high grade would be what? 3 times as much? Probably we'd have it up for auction for like a $75 start. Emerge the Litter, VG minus $11.99. And Orpheus, $9.99, okay? Savatage is at 55 with Mark Steele. Kicks is at 40 with Sean Drake. Wayne Davis is out. That's all going once and going twice. Going once and a going a twice. Going a once and a going a twice. Here's a cool one here. It's not personalized. I'll start this one at a bargain. Ian Hunter, short back and sides, signed, ballpoint pen, nicely on the front, no personalization, JSA authenticated. I'll start this one at $45. Ian Hunter, short back and sides, JSA authenticated, signed, $45 start. Kicks and Nick Orlando on Soft Machine, and then Von Gillespie on the Glenn Campbell. That's for the GC over here, right? This is sold to Von Gillespie for $55. I may have others that are not personalized for Glenn, but they're about 3 times as much. I'll try to find those over here. So I think Vaughn wants that one for $55. Personalization sometimes is a good way to get a bargain on stuff, okay? Unless it's somebody like, you know, Jim Morrison, or, I mean, even Beatles stuff, or Led Zeppelin, or Pink Floyd, I had a personalized Stevie Nicks tour book we sold for $1,100 on eBay, and it was made out to somebody named Lindsay, I think, to Lindsay, and it still sold for $1,100 personalized to somebody. Because if it wasn't, it'd be about $2,000 or $3,000. So you can get stuff at a great deal if you don't mind the personalization. Ian Hunter already has a bid for $45, and let's go get a new crate, and then let's get some puzzles, and I need a refill on my Monster Energy drink that I've got over here on ice cold ice. Ice cold ice. Lots of autograph surprises tonight. Chris Cornell. No, I know somebody has one. I know somebody has a signed CD thing, just signed by Chris, and a fully signed album. I'm trying my best to do a deal. They're expensive, though. I sometimes have to make a decision. If I buy this and put, you know, most of the stuff I don't get really good deals on it, unless maybe we get lucky enough to find it in a collection and we buy, you know, a large collection. But if I trade around with other people who are collectors and dealers and try to get stuff that I think I know y'all buy, I mean, most of the stuff I have to put, the expensive stuff is like, do I think if I pay $2,000 for this, can I get $2,500 for it? You know, so it's kind of a gamble for me to top that kind of money and sit on it for some of the stuff I have for a year or two, but we finally sell it. So I do have autographs listed on eBay right now. So if you get on there and you see anything you want, I can make you a deal. It's mostly, well, there's quite a bit on there, but there's probably 50 or 100. These right here have never been shown. I've got 3 crates full of signed albums that's never been shown. But I might can lock down a Soundgarden. They're a fully signed Soundgarden's several thousand, but I'm trying to do a deal. As we've sold autographs, I find more and more people who are dealers and collectors, and sometimes collectors will sell 5 $2,000 signed albums, so they'll try to free up $10,000 in their collection so they can buy one expensive autograph they've been wanting for years. So that's when sometimes I get deals and we get good stuff in. I got some stuff to unbox up front. I think I've got a Hank Aaron up front that I just got. Okay, so Savatage up here. Savatage is sold to Mark Steele for $55. Let me make sure Stephen Lewis Jr. went out. He did. This is sold for $55 to Mark Steele. So for Mark Steele for $55. And then Kicks over here. Kicks over here is done. And that's sold to Sean Drake for $40. That's sold for $40. Def Leppard, not that I know of. Well, I actually might have just got a signed Phil Elliott photo. Let me check on that. And then Black Sabbath Paranoid is the new Rhino Hi-Fi, and that's $39.99. All right, we're ready for more metal stuff. It is Thursday Night Metal Night. This one right here is catching my attention. What an interesting cover. TNT Deflorator. Deflorator. No Mac Davis that I'm aware of. An 84 German OG. The first and only time this was ever pressed to vinyl. TNT EX Edition, a $25 start. These are all newly priced today, sticker price. I have Frank Zappa, apostrophe. Frank Zappa, no condition notes, $34.99. And then DB Cooper, $9.99. Joe Elliott. Who did I say? Yeah, Joe Elliott. My bad. I don't know what I said, but Joe Elliott. The return of Crepitation Contest. What the heck is this? What an interesting deal this is. $9.99. Phil Collin. That's who I'm thinking of. I said Phil Elliott. Phil Collin. Yeah. Phil Elliott. My bad. All the Def Leppard fans are like, what are you talking about? That's like me saying, that's like if somebody said, yeah, that's John McCartney and Paul Lennon. John McCartney and Paul Lennon? What are you talking about? Do you mean Paul McCartney and John Lennon? What are you, an idiot? Do you not know nothing about Def Leppard? I do know this. Pour some ice on me. Ooh, and a little bit of Monster. Pour some Monster on me. Ooh, with a little bit of ice. Energy drinks. Energy drinks. I was trying to sing that like Hysteria. That didn't work. Hysteria. Let me think here. Step inside. Walk this way. Crack open a Monster. Hey, hey. Come on, put a Monster on me. Something, something, something. Monster, monster, monster. Step inside. Pour me a Monster. Hey, hey. Boom. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. All right. All right, so we got the return of the Constipation Contest. The Constipation Contest is $9.99. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Let's get back to Ice Cold Monsters. Ian Hunter is sold for $45 to Nick Bargeron. Thank you on that. Here we go. TNT 25. Michael Freiberger wants the Constipation Contest. TNT 26, then 28, then 28, then 30, then 33, 35, 35, 35, then 38, then 40. And then we got Frank Zappa, D.B. Cooper, and Brian Briggs Combat Zone. Brian Briggs is $9.99. Jeff Beck Wired, $19.99 on Jeff Beck Wired. And Lenny White, Venetian Summer. And that's a 75 US, that's a fusion album, $24.99. Richard Davis has TNT for $40. Alan Hagen's been outbid. Our next auction is Madam X. We reserve the right. Madam X is an 84 Carrollton OG with the original on her sleeve. VG condition, $15 start. Wow, 357 people on right now on all platforms. That's amazing. Another great turnout. Thank y'all. New Year's Day. Here we go. Everybody's like, what could Chad possibly be doing tonight? I'm about to put up a Jay Ferguson out. Wow, Jay Ferguson. As in Spirit Jay Ferguson. As in Thunder Island Jay Ferguson. As in Jay Ferguson. JSA authenticated. Signed album, not personalized. A $35 start. Whoever asked about Black Sabbath, this is the definite version to have of this album. I forgot who it was earlier. If you claimed it, I missed it. That's the Rhino all analog cut of Paranoid. You want that. Okay? That is right now the superior version, $39.99 for Paranoid. Buckingham Nicks is also Rhino Hi-Fi. All right, everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. Ian Hunter, we just sold his autograph. Here's an album he did with Mick Ronson, Yoy Orta. It's an 89 US promo, $19.99. I don't see that too often. $19.99. Excuse me, TNT 50, TNT 55. Signed Jay Ferguson has a bid for $35 with Wade Lucas. And we have Brian Briggs, new bigger. Brian Briggs is $19.99. And then Madam X is a $15 start. No bid yet. We have The Veils, House of Miracles. That's an 86 US New Wave Synth Pop Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Tim Grindstaff on Ian Hunter. That's sold to Tim Grindstaff. And over here, we have Pablo Live. That's not Pablo Cruz. That's the label. It's a jazz label. Live in Montrose 77 with Basie, Gillespie, Peterson, Milt Jackson, the All-Stars, $19.99. And Alien, Sons of the Universe. Aliens is a 79 Prague. It's a white label promo. There is cover damage on the back. That's Alien, Sons of the Universe. $14.99. TNT 55 Richard Davis. Jay Ferguson, one bid with Wade Lucas for $35, going once, going twice. We sold Ian Hunter. TNT 60. Dwayne Sevilla has Madam X for $15. Derek Clark, you were second on the Hunter Johnson. And then TNT 65. Back to the Turntable Groove wants Black Sabbath. And so does Joey Osbrooks. I think y'all were in luck because I've got 2 copies. Yeah, we had a waiting list tonight, and then I ordered 7 extras, and we've sold all 7 tonight. So 1 sold to Back to the Turntable Groove, and then we got 1 here sold to Joey Osbrooks. Those are sold and sold. We did have a wait list for that tonight. It's been fulfilled. Those are sold out, okay? And then we have Madam X, another $15 bid, which means you tied Dwayne Sevilla. Jim, he bid first. Mark Olson on Pablo. Madam X, a third $15 bid. Chad next on Pablo. Amenities third on Pablo. Madam X 17, Madam X 16. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Madam X 19, Madam X 22, TNT 70. First Wave, Burnt Lips, $34.99. It's signed by Beaver. Folks, it's signed by Beaver. It's an 83 US Roots Reggae dub album, $34.99. And Mountain, as in Leslie West, Flowers of Evil, $19.99, okay? I'm going to move the signed, or excuse me, I'm going to move the Buckingham Nicks right here, and I'm going to move the signed Roger Waters in the middle. That's a signed copy of Roger Waters' Animals, or that's a signed copy of Animals by Roger Waters, $975. I still got Charlie Daniels. Had it for $125. Somebody offered $100. I countered at $115. Signed by Charlie Daniels and Jimmy Hall. I still have that for $115. I've went ahead and reduced it once. I feel like that's a great price, not personalized by the legendary Charlie Daniels. TNT 75. We have Atlantis. Atlantis is a prog album from 1975 and Shrink. Never seen that, but it looks cool. Look at that. Atlantis, $14.99. Jay Ferguson is sold to Wade Lucas. 1 bid, just $35 on Jay Ferguson. Madam X is now at 22. TNT's at 75. Alan Hagen's out. It may be Richard Davis's. It's a final call now that I think everybody's done. Let's put up another auction. We had a request for a Motley Crue picture disc, but I accidentally just grabbed AC/DC. We had High Voltage earlier. How about TNT? This is an unofficial. It is the full album as a picture disc, and that's a $25 start. Slayer was a restock for tonight. That's new and sealed Slayer, $34.99, South of Heaven. We had a restock of Slayers tonight. Hiram Aponte on Atlantis. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And we have Law, Hold On To It. Law is a 1977 blues rock funk album, $9.99. Edwin was next on Atlantis, and then Devin Reese, okay? TNT is sold to Richard Davis, thank you. That's sold for $75. Madam X, I think we're done. I want to make sure everybody knows they're outbid. If you're not Victor Guerra, he has it for $22. I think we're done. And then AC/DC already has a couple $25 bids. Let's see what I can pull out from our autograph bin over here. Wow, this is like fully signed. Wow. So I got a Paul Revere and the Raiders. First of all, an album I don't see too often. Paul Revere and the Raiders. JSA authenticated. And man, signed by, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5. It's signed by everybody. Of course, the important one here, Paul Revere. So pretty cool here. Paul Revere Rides Again, signed by him and his whole band at this time. This is a 1983 album, Paul Revere Rides Again. JSL authenticated. I just don't see that one too often. A little bit later for a Paul Revere album. JSL authenticated, signed by him and the entire lineup. And this is $35 start. $35 start on that. Let's go back to the top. AC/DC 25, 25, 26. AC/DC 30. AC/DC 30. LA Guns is on deck. $105 offer on Charlie Daniels. What album is the Charlie Daniels? The signed Charlie Daniels is Volunteer Jam. It's signed by Jimmy Hall and Charlie Daniels. It was $125. I said $115. We have an offer for $105. We have Madam X at $23, AC/DC 37, AC/DC 36. Paul Revere is a $35 start, fully signed on the back by him and the band. Newgrass Revival, Too Late to Turn Back Now. Newgrass Revival is a 78 U.S. Bluegrass album, $14.99, and King Crimson USA. King Crimson does show a little bit of ring wear, but the vinyl has no condition notes on it. $29.99, and John Entwistle, Too Late the Hero. John Entwistle, the bass player from The Who, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Madam X over here, $23 of Michael Freiberger. Victor Guerra, you did get outbid on this, so there was a bid. I'm just now seeing it. $23, Michael Freiberger, okay? And then over here, we have TNT. The last bid on TNT that came in, which is the AC/DC picture disc. David Tate has that for $40. David Tate has that for $40. In the corner of my eye, Paul walked by. I thought you had a dog. It must be something in the Subway cookies. Paul's dropped over off another crate, so we have another new crate to do after this. Madam X is at 23, 24, now 25, and then AC/DC 25. Michael Butler on Ox, and I think he meant something, maybe, Entwistle. OX. So what happened? I was going to make sure the person who asked about Charlie Daniels didn't want it. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Danny for $105. I feel like it's a great price, but it's gone. We're going to try to sell off some autographs tonight. First of the year. Get the year started off right, because we're already accumulating a lot more, and I don't have what I have in stock sold off yet. So we better start chipping away at some of these. AC/DC 45, AC/DC 42, and then Madam X is still getting bids, and lots of metal stuff to go through tonight. Raisin Sand, Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, a 2008 reissue, and this was the Kevin Gray Master in $29.99. Michael Butler did get Entwistle. I had a feeling that's what I figured you would want. And then Dave Rock and Roll album. Dave's Rock and Roll album is a 78 Dutch import, $14.99. What is this? Dave Travis. Dave's Rock and Roll album. Don't let me forget about puzzles. I need to go up there and grab another handful of on-sale puzzles, by the way. And then next thing is over here we have Krause and Plant. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. And then Madam X, $25, Victor Guerra. Gary Samuels, it's really up to you. The AC/DC is at $45. James Hicks, it's up to you. And I'm going to go ahead and make Paul Revere buy it now. $35 buy it now on Paul Revere Rides Again, signed by Paul Revere and his band at this time, 1983. I guess the Raiders. I guess Paul Revere, and they're signed by, I keep saying at the time because I don't know how many of those were originally with him, you know, back during his 60s run. It might be most of them. I'm not for sure. But it's signed by all of them, all 6 of them, it looks like. $35 start on that. Sold to Gen X Sessions for $35. Sold to Gen X Sessions for $35. That's done. And then AC/DC's at $46. And we have Red Queen to Griffin 3, 74 US, $24.99. I feel like they said that on Harry Potter. Heading out, Paul? Thank you as always. I'll see you at 9 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Paul just said no. Wow. Ah, Monster. Okay, getting all hopped up on caffeine. Got a lot of stuff to sell. Let's go ahead and sell Madam X, and Madam X is sold for $25 to Victor Guerra. They're still bidding on the AC/DC picture disc. Not picture, whatever else I just said accidentally. Picture disc. That is sold for that's at $48 of David Tate final call. Let's see what else we got over here. Anybody ever heard of this? Anybody ever need this? I don't know what I'm pulling. Let's see here. Ooh, Pantera. This looks like an unofficial. It is. Of course, this is very difficult to come by an OG. This is Pantera, I Am the Night. Never been reissued. It's part of that catalog of Pantera albums that may not ever be in print. Maybe one day. But this is on really cool red and black splatter. It is an unofficial. And that is a $55 start on that. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid. All right, so next thing I have is this. I have West Bruce and Lang. That's $19.99. And Roger Taylor's Fun in Space. Roger Taylor, that's Roger Taylor from a band called Queen. It's a promo. It says for radio station use only, $19.99, okay? Pantera's a $55 start. AC/DC is sold to David Tate for $48. That's sold to David Tate for $48. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. And let's put this over here. Pantera's at $60. And we have going up for auction right now. Let me start from the front of this crate. All right, this is kind of a cool one here. Unfortunately, it's not signed by Lindsey Buckingham or Stevie Nicks. I will confirm this name. I think that's Jim Keltner. Let me see if it's in the liner notes. Let's see here. Buckingham. Keyboard, bass, percussion. George Calder and Hoppy. Wow, his name's not mentioned here. I know whose signature that is. That's a legendary drummer, Jim Keltner, I believe. He played on a lot of stuff. I had a signed George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. Let me look this up. Boy, could you imagine if this was signed by Buckingham Nicks? Oh, my gosh. I don't know if one exists, but that would be a true treasure item. Holy moly. Yeah, Jim Keltner. Signed by Jim Keltner is what the JSA registry. So Jim Keltner, legendary, basically session drummer. His name's not in the credits in the gatefold, though. But either way, this is a Polydor Monarch pressing of Buckingham Nicks. I mean, this record itself is a pretty good pressing. 2 problems. 1 problem. Somebody wrote their name right there on Buckingham's forehead, but that's Jim Keltner's autograph, okay? So Jim Keltner, right there above Stevie Nicks' boob, and he always made these little doodles right here. He did a little doodle of a drum. But, man, if you looked him up on Wikipedia, all the stuff he played on, so the only problem is somebody wrote their name right on Buckingham's forehead. JSA, but I'm starting this like it's just the record. This is a pretty clean copy of Buckingham Nicks, $35 start. And y'all know the OG pressings of those demand pretty good money. That's a gatefold Polydor. That should be the OG pressing, signed, $35 start, okay? Oh, the reggae album, yeah. So the reggae album was called The name of the band is First Wave or Burnt Lips. Who is this? This is First Wave. Burnt Lips. I'm not for sure. But it's signed. Burnt Lips is Burnt Lips is the name of the band. It's signed by one of the band members, and his name was Beaver. $34.99. Pantera 55, Pantera 60, Gary Samuels on RT for Roger Taylor. That's sold. And then Buckingham Nicks has a bid for 40. Okay, over here we have Keith Jarrett, My Song, with Jan Garback and others, $14.99. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Why does this look different? That's because it's a 12-inch single promo. A 1980 promo mono 12-inch on blue vinyl. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $19.99. Yes, time and a word. Yes is $19.99. Time and a word. What a nice copy. Man, we don't get that one too often. $19.99 on that. Chad Smith sold on the Reggae Burnt Lips. Buckingham Nicks is at $40. Are we done on Pantera? It's really up to John LeBeatty. The high bid right now is $60. Let's grab another auction right quick, and that one is Violets. Now, this has always been a tough OG. This looks and feels like it's a bootleg. It is. It's an unofficial. And yeah, the OG copies of this sell between $200 and $400. And we've only ever had a couple. This is an unofficial, Oppressing the Masses, a $35 start. Also, we have Scott Joplin, music from the motion picture, Billy D. Williams, Art Carney, Scott Joplin, $9.99. And one more, and I got to step up front right quick, Pink Floyd, Endless River. This is the, well, I was about to say, this is heavy. The 200-gram version of 2014, $29.99 for Pink Floyd. I'm also doing puzzles on sale tonight, $19.99. I'm going to step right up here and grab another handful. Still got over 300 watching tonight. Thanks for tuning in on New Year's Day. Hope everybody has a wonderful 2026, first sale of the new year. I'll be here 365 days in a year. I'll probably be here 340 of them. Almost every night, I should say. Almost every night. So we'll start tonight with that. And like I said this morning in the group, we probably will have 365 flip videos in the group every day. I'm sure I'll forget a couple or be out of town or something. But I don't have anything on my calendar to go do up until probably this summer. No trips planned, no concerts planned. Maybe a couple. I think there's a couple shows in March. Robert Plant, maybe. Jerry Seinfeld's coming to Franklin, I think, to do stand-up comedy. I'm going to try to see that finally. But other than that, I'm here every night selling vinyl. So tune in, and you'll get some good stuff. So over here, I got more 1999 puzzles on sale, but before I do those, Pantera 65, Pantera 70, John LeBeatty's out, CeCe Allen on SJ for the Scott Joplin, John LeBeatty got Pink Floyd, and we're good to go. So Violence doesn't have a bid yet. I'm kind of surprised. Final call to get a bid on that for $35. Buckingham Nicks got one bid for $40. And that's a great price on that for an OG. Plus, there's a signature. Plus, it's been JSA authenticated. That's sold to Joey Osbrooks for $40. Great buy on that. Let's put that away. $40. That's sold. I mean, I feel like the record's worth more than that, but that's okay. That's done. And then Pantera here has a high bid of $70. It's up to Edwin Riviera on this. It's an unofficial. It's an unofficial on red and black splatter, and the last bid on that was $70. There's Violence, and ST Yes is wow, it's just $19.99. $19.99 for Yes, time and a word. Has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. Great price on that. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, Tales of the Unexpected. Another nice one in shrink for $19.99. And Ruby Star. Ruby Star is $9.99. This is Pink Floyd Animals. It's signed by Roger Waters, $975. Animals, it's signed by Roger Waters, $975. Large and gold paint pen. Large and gold paint pen. Metallic gold paint pen. Violence is at $35. $975 on Roger Waters. Leslie West, Leslie, Jack, and Joe theme, $19.99 on that, okay? I think we might be done on that. Let's go ahead and pull up this right here. Okay, here's a cool one. Joey Moland. He was in a band called Badfinger, and he just I think he's the one that just recently passed away. Joey Molland. It says, Cheese is Good. Joey Molland from Badfinger. One of his solo albums that honestly I don't see too often. 1983. JSA authenticated. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. Signed and JSA authenticated. Joey Molland. $45 start. He wrote Cheese is Good. Nice and not not personalized. $45 start on that. Okay. First thing is, who asked first about Yes? ST did. ST got Yes at $19.99. That's a good one. Adam Bernardi second. Derek Clark getting Ruby Star. Thank you, Derek Clark. That's so do you. Violence has a bid for $35. And then Neil Young on blue vinyl over here. Neil Young Hawks and Doves on blue vinyl, 45 RPM. Neil Young was $19.99. I think we're done over here on Pantera. The last bid that came in on that was Stephen Lewis Jr. at $70. Hope everybody was done. This is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $70. Let's go ahead and put that over here. Violence, Oppressing the Masses. One bid to Alan Hagen. One bid to Victor Guerra. That's $35 and $35. Okay, so y'all were tied and signed Joey Molland a $45 start. And then we have Ike Tina Turner's Greatest Hits. $14.99 for Ike Tina Turner's Greatest Hits. Also over here, we have a request for Lamb of God. I've got that right here. This is Lamb of God, Sacrament. Lamb of God is a 2006 USOG in shrink. A $75 start for Lamb of God. $75 start on that. Todd Rundgren Back to the Bars. Gold Stamp promo, $14.99 for Todd Rundgren. And puzzles, $19.99. I've got on sale puzzles. These are jigsaw puzzles. I'll start with the Stones and AC/DC. These are $19.99. Rarely on sale, but they are right now. Voodoo Lounge for $19.99 and Highway to Hell for $19.99. AC/DC Highway to Hell and Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. $19 and $19 on those. That's part of your $8 unlimited shipping. Okay, we have Willard Dunham on Ike, but somebody asked the price right before you. Michelle, this is $14.99. Includes Proud Mary. If you don't want it, then Willard Dunham does. That's going to be sold to somebody. And then over here, we have Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz. Leon Russell is $14.99. Okay, Joey Molland is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. Joey Molland is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. The last bid on Violence is $40 with Dave Deckenberger. Does it have Torture Song on it? That song is not on here. This is an unofficial 2023 of Oppressing the Masses. And the last bid that came in on this was Dave at $40. Lamb of God was a 2006 OG, $75 start, no bid yet. No bid yet. And then we have a pending on Ike, Violence at $40. Do we have any silver tonight? Most likely. It's early, so ask me a little bit later. We'll probably get to it. Michelle does get the Ike and Tina. And then, not for sure if it's, but I'll take the Burnt Lips. I think I've already pulled that for you. If not, I'll pull it right now. Burnt Lips. I did. It was already pulled for you, Chad Smith, okay? And then Frank Marino Info, and then Pretty Maids. Let's put that up for auction. But first of all, Frank Marino Mahogany Rush is Tales of the Unexpected, and that is in shrink, $19.99. Is that Joey from Badfinger? That is signed by Joey Molland from Badfinger. It is $45, JSA authenticated. Okay, Violence is up to Victor Guerra if he wants to bid again. There's that. Let me find the Pretty Maids. So here's some of the auctions I have in the bin for tonight. Not counting all the autographs I'm going to be putting up. I've got Grave Digger. I've got Grave Digger, Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Pretty Maids. Let's do that one right now. Slayer, Morbid Angel, Slipknot, Tool, Motorhead, Hellstar, Wasp, Mass, Mortal Sin, Coroner, Bloody Six, Ultimatum, Wasp, Motorhead, Judas Priest, Metallica, Venom, Dio, maybe another Dio, Slayer, Megadeth, Lamb of God again, and Mastodon. Got a lot of cool stuff, plus others. This is Pretty Maids, and Pretty Maids is a 2009 OG near mint, and this one's called Undress Your Madness. A $35 start on that one, okay? Next is Broken Scope, so take on Frank Marino. That is sold. And then the Violence album did not have the Torture song on it, no. And then Todd Doris says, I'll take it. He wants the Joey Molin autograph. That's sold to Todd Doris for $45. Thank you. Pretty Maids is at $35. Lamb of God is near mint in shrink. Okay, we're caught up. And then we have Black Sabbath. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi. This is sealed at $39.99. Black Sabbath Rhino Hi-Fi. Ozzy Bark at the Moon, 40th anniversary. Blue vinyl, $34.99. Is there a bonus crate tonight? Yes. It's completely full of signed albums, including this right here. Let me figure out who signed this. Cool. I don't know if I've had this too often. Wait a minute. We already got 3 auctions. Let me get something off the table and I'll put that up. I think we're done on Violence. Dave Deckenberger, you do get the unofficial pressing of Violence for $40. Thank you on that. That's so to Dave Deckenberger. Ozzy is so to Joey Osbrooks. Wow. So here's the Black Sabbath Rhino Hi-Fi, self-titled. Not bad at $39.99 and sell that to Jason Morris. Now my crate's really full. Let me swap out right quick. It's got puzzles on sale tonight, $19.99. Doing a handful at a time when I can. A lot going on, so I'm basically doing metal auctions. I've already done some cassettes. We'll do more later tonight. I'm trying to show our puzzle inventory, and I've got autographs over here. And y'all might catch some deals because I'm kind of pricing them on the fly. There's a couple in here I know for sure I need to double check. But some of them, most of them I'm just pricing on the fly, which is working so far. They're at the prices I'm guessing I'm going low. Okay, so Pretty Maids, $35.40. We sold Black Sabbath $45. Next is Gypsy, Anesthesis. Gypsy is $19.99. The Mandrake Memorial, a 68 U.S. West Coast press, $29.99. And Bull Angus, Free for All. Bull Angus is a 72 U.S. OG hard rock. I've never seen that one. I've seen their other one, $59.99 for Bull Angus. Signed Edgar Winter. The Edgar Winter Group Shock Treatment. JSA authenticated, signed by Edgar Winter. Made out to Randy. To Randy, Edgar Winter. It's personalized, signed on the back. Just a $35 start. $35 start. We have not sold Corner. Do you have any original press 80s Metallica? Maybe. Is discount code still good for the crate company? Should be. Nobody bid on Lamb of God. This is a buy it now for $75. Dwayne Sevilla literally just bid. He locked that one in at $75, probably at the buzzer. So did Dwayne Sevilla for $75. Man. And then X-Wing bid. That was wild. I mean, I said buy it now, and his bid popped up. So he timed that perfectly. Dwayne got it, and then X-Wing was trying to bid, and then James Davison was third. And then Edgar Winter over here is a $35 start, JSC authenticated. Okay, that was a great crate from Paul. I'm about to do a speed run with everything that's left. He's got another one up here. I think Laura will be marking some stuff, and then I've got vintage discount crate stuff to do too. I got some pretty good buy it now best offer crates from Paul and Laura that's never been offered at best offer. I do see some requests popping up. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to find those and putting them up. Let's go ahead and do the Mastodon here. Mastodon is a 2015 Euro reissue, limited edition green marble vinyl, sealed. Mastodon, a $50 start. $50 start on that, okay? And then over here, we are good to go. Pretty Maids, who was bidding? Pretty Maids is $45 to Dwayne Sevilla. What is the crate company? So this right over here, this is where we get our crates from a company. If you are a customer of Coletco, message Ed. He'll give you the code. I don't share that publicly because it's really for just Coletco customers. So if you're a Coletco customer, message Ed. He'll give you the link. We were going to start trying to sell these wholesale, but the shipping just don't make sense. We'd either have to drop ship them or have them shipped here, and then y'all would have to pay shipping again. It just wouldn't make sense. So we worked out a deal with a company. We're not making anything off of it. It's just it's a deal through y'all because we've spent tens of thousands of dollars buying crates. If you're a customer of Coletco, message Ed. He'll share that code for you. We don't share it publicly. It's just for Coletco customers. It is a Coletco discount code. You'll save, I think, 10% on these crates. Hey, saving money, saving money. You can use that money to buy more records to fill up more crates. These are awesome. They're called super crates. These are not milk crates. Actually, the modern day milk crate is made so records won't fit in it. Sometimes you can find the old milk crates, but those aren't good for stacking. You would literally destroy the tops of the records. These are super crates. I can stand on these. I weigh 312 pounds right now. I can stand on this and it doesn't budge. They're really heavy duty, okay? We have got them full of records stacked up 6 and 7 tall. They don't budge. This is a amazing item here to store records in. I have all of my records in my house, at my mom's house, and my records stored here, then my personal collection. They're all stored in these crates. I don't have shelves. I don't have anything displayed. I've got my collection crated up and stored in these. I love them. Okay? Now, over here, we have Pretty Maids, $50 with Ed Riviera, Dwayne Sevilla, 52. Edgar Winter has a bid for 40 with Von Galipsy. So Edgar Winter's getting bids. And then over here, Mastodon. Mastodon is a $50 start. There's no bid yet, okay? No bid yet. Let's go back over here. Bull Angus. Bull Angus over here is called Free for All. Becky, it's a 72 USOG, $59.99, no condition notes. Let's read through this crate again quickly. Frank Zappa apostrophe, $34.99. DB Cooper, $9.99. Dangerous Curves, gold stamp promo. Brian Briggs Combat Zone, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Jeff Beck Wired, $19.99. Lenny White, Venetian Summer. This is a 75 US Fusion, $24.99. Brian Briggs again, new bigger. This is $19.99. And we have The Veils, House of Miracles. The Veils is an 86 US New Wave synth pop, $14.99. Mastodon has a bid for 50, pre-made 60. Edgar Winter's at 42, signed by Edgar Winter on the back, personalized to Randy, but very cool, signed by Edgar Winter. Is he still alive? I don't think he is. I mean, not to be morbid, but one of the first things I do when I'm doing a signed album is I see if the person's still alive. That usually affects people's decision on price and just their variability. Edgar Winter, he is 79 years old. Wow, he is still alive and kicking. He is 79 years old. Born in Beaumont, Texas, 1946. Nice. He is still alive and kicking. Matt Shepard on Frank Zappa. That's sold to Matt Shepard. LA Guns going up soon. I claimed a Combat Zone and Flip must be a different one. It is definitely a different one. Mastodon 51, Edgar Winter 47, Pretty Made 65, Mastodon 55. We got Alien, Sons of the Universe. Alien is $14.99. Mountain, Flowers of Evil. Mountain, $19.99. We have Law, Hold On To It. That is $9.99. Law, Hold On To It. Newgrass Revival, a 78 US Bluegrass, $14.99. King Crimson USA. King Crimson's $29.99. Dave Travis, Dave's Rock and Roll album, $14.99. And then Red Queen to Griffin 3. The name of the band is called Griffin. I think this is very proggy, kind of fusiony. It's $24.99. So, last thing was Pretty Maids at 66. Edgar Winter autograph is at 50. Mastodon's at 56. Matt Shepard on Frank Zappa. Have I pulled that yet? I did. Let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. I didn't. Claims. Kramer. I love Seinfeld. Newgrass Revival is sold. That was right here. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Edgar Winter's at 50 now. We have West Bruce and Lane for $19.99. Ed's going to love me. Since I've mentioned the crate code, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people have messaged collect code for the crate code. Nice. Take advantage of it. A collect code perk. Keith Jarrett, My Song, $14.99. I love the colored ones. You can get really cool colors too. And you can have these things stamped. You can have them hot stamped with your name. You could put personal collection of Chad Williams and you could stamp the crates. I've never done that. We thought about having some stamped collect code to keep up front, you know, maybe to sell them, you know, here in the store, but we need them so badly every day in here. I mean, we could use another $20,000, $30,000 worth of crates. We just, we buy them every so often. We buy about every quarter. I mean, we used to have like 20 of them, and we thought they were the greatest thing ever. Now we got hundreds, if not thousands of them, but we still need hundreds more. As many records as y'all know we deal in. We have to have a lot. DB Cooper is sold to Victor Guerra. The next best thing are those black tubs, but man, those things get heavy. You fill up a black tub with the ones with the yellow lids like at Lowe's. Those weigh like 125 pounds. Plus, they're not the best to store them in. Leslie West, Leslie, Jack, and Joe, that's $19.99. Neil Young, this was a blue vinyl promo. Never seen that before. $19.99. Todd Rundgren, Back to the Bars, gold stamp promo with Hello, It's Me, just $14.99 on that. And then Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz, $14.99. Gypsy Anesthesis is $19.99. And then the Mandrake Memorial, $29.99. Okay, nice. So over here, we got Pretty Maids at $70 with Dwayne Sevilla. That's the high bid. Ed Riviera, you're out. Mastodons at $58 with Mark Steele. Scott Dwallow, you're out. And if you were bidding on Edgar Winter, just FYI, Calvin Ward and everybody else, y'all are out. Von Gillespie has it for $50. It's a final call. Got lots of cool bonus autographs over here, and we're about to go through another crate that Paul marked. All new arrivals right now. And then we'll get into vintage stuff. Laura said she's already working on tomorrow's auctions. Fantastic. We'll go ahead and just get into some $6.99 and half off and best offer vintage next then. But first, we got another crate of new arrival sticker price. Okay? Here we go. Let's do this right here. I'm about to adjust my neck. Chad needs more Monster. Monster. Monster energy drink. We love Monster. It's only my third one of the day. Chad, I found out they sell good cities linked particular crate felonies insurance. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mute my mic. It takes too long. Okay, here we go. Right into this new crate. Sticker price. Let's see what goodies Paul's marked us. I like it. Heartbeat City. Hello. Hello again. Dun, dun, dun. $24.99 for the cards. Heartbeat City. The Everly Brothers. EB84. A sealed original for $19.99. All right, I think we're done on Edgar Winter. I might have lost Calvin, but we got to go ahead and sell it. Von Gillespie gets that for $50. Scott Dwallow gets the cars. And then Pretty Maids, still between Edwin and Dwayne, but I think we're done on Mastodon. And this is sold to Mark Steele for $58. And then 35 XL or strong. Yes, I think we've bought some collections where people have stored them in those. And of course, U-Haul boxes are pretty good too, but honestly, I try my best to get rid of, oh man, here's another Edgar Winter. Well, let's do back-to-back Edgar Winters. Now this one should have been a little bit more money. I don't know this album too well, but it's signed on the front and it's not personalized. Okay? Signed on the front, not personalized. This was literally the next one. So here's another one. Produced by Rick Derringer. JSA authenticated. That's pretty cool. What is this one called? The Edgar Winter Group of Rick Derringer. Yeah, I just don't see that album too often. JSA'd. Let's start this one at $45, okay? $45. There's another chance on that one, or another chance on him. We have Karen Young Hot Shot. Karen Young is a 78 US, $9.99. Floaters. Floaters is a 79 US Disco Funk for $9.99. Don't forget, it is Thursday Night Metal Night, and we've had somebody say, Chad, for the love of all things good and holy, I've been patiently here waiting for LA Guns. I'm going to try my best to find it because I don't remember reading that off. LA Guns. LA Guns. Are you sure there's an LA Guns to be sold tonight? There's a Metallica box set I'm just now finding out about. LA Guns. I'm going to be honest. I don't see an LA. Is that what this unidentifiable picture disc is? Jackie, I don't see an LA Guns. What is the LA Guns? I'm going to have to get some more information. Here's Corner, though. Corner over here. Coronor is Punishment for Decadence. And this is an 89 USOG EX $35 start. Laura says, I don't think there are any LA Guns for tonight. Laura didn't tag any LA Guns. I didn't either. So I'm not for sure where he's seen that, but there's no LA Guns tonight. Pretty Made 78, 79, Edgar Winter 45, 45, 55, 47, and then Corner 35. Yeah, I don't think there's any LA Guns tonight, Jackie. You might have been looking at the wrong hot post, but I don't think we've had any in a while. You might have had an old post pop up on your feed or something. I'm not for sure. We have The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $29.99. Facebook algorithms work in a weird way. There'll be people say, Chad, where's those Metallicas at? And they'll be like, dang, I saw a post from August of 2024. And it's where somehow somebody commented and then it bumped it up. And anyway, okay, these are all new arrival sticker price. We have the Supreme Jubilees. It'll all be over. A 2005 orange vinyl. This is a reissue. Looks like some kind of rare black gospel album, I bet. I had something that looked like this one time sealed on eBay. I had a sealed Black Gospel album one time I sold on eBay like 2017. It sold for like $2,300. Something crazy rare. $34.99. I wonder if that ever got it reissued. It was out of print when I sold it. Robin Williams, Reality, what a concept. Shrink and Hype, Robin Williams, $14.99. I listened to some of those the other night. I had some up there and just some new arrivals that we had just bought. And or I found some back here, new arrivals, and I took them up front and listened to them. I'd never had listened to those. Slime the Family Stone's Greatest Hits, $24.99. I Am Everyday People. That's a good one. Slime the Family Stone, $24.99. Whoa, Nelly, don't fall over. Okay, so let me pause there. Robin Williams, what a talent. What a talent. Over here we have Edgar Winter. Okay, so let's roll down these auctions. Pretty Made, 78. Dwayne Sevilla bid 79. The last high bid on Edgar Winter was Calvin Ward at 55. Then we introduced Corner, and Corner got a bid for 35. Then Pretty Maid's got a new bid for 80. Then Pretty Maid's got a bid for 83. Then Corner got another bid for 35. Then he got a bid for 36. Then he got a bid for 40. Then he got a bid for 45. Then he got a bid for 46. And Scott Dwallow was first on Robin Williams. Scott Dwallow was first. And then Edgar Winter got a new bid for 60. Dennis Daly was second on Robin Williams, then William Simmons. Edgar Winter got a bid for 57, but it already had a bid for 60. Corner got a bid for 47. Nick Bargeron third on Robin Williams. Edgar Winter is at 60. And then Pretty Maids is at 85, now 87. So everything is still getting bids right now. We got 3 live auctions. Let's keep going through the straight priced. Joan Armour Trading, $9.99. Joan Armour Trading. Rose by Rose Banks. That's a 79 US Soul Funk album, sealed, unopened, $19.99. While I got everybody on here, have you hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? The more you do that, even if you already follow or subscribe, you'll get more notifications and you'll see more of our posts, which is critical to know when we're selling and what we're selling, what we've bought and what we're going to be buying, and when we're going buying. I'm about to post an ad. We're about to go on a buying trip. I think Paul's got to go to Nashville this Friday. He's got to go to the East Coast in a couple weeks. I think he's going to go maybe as far as Texas here pretty soon again. We're always looking to buy. So make sure you interact with our posts by hitting the like, follow, and you'll see more and more of our posts. Even if you follow us, you can follow a page and then all of a sudden stop seeing posts if you don't interact with them. Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot is made for funkin'. This is sealed, a 79 US, $24.99. Pretty Maids is at 90. Edgar Winter is signed by Edgar Winter. It's not personalized either. It's signed Edgar Winter by Edgar Winter. And Calvin has it for 60. Everybody else is out. Now it's at 65. Corners at $48 of Jim Cooper. Hess and Session, everybody else is outbid. This is new arrival, straight price, no more, no less. The Beatles for sale, nice. A 76 UK EX condition, $27.99. Calvin Ward on Bootsy. Calvin Ward on Bootsy. Speaking of t-shirts, I think we're supposed to be expecting our next 2 t-shirt deliveries pretty soon. The next delivery for lights will be King Diamond and Van Halen lights. The pre-order for Pink Floyd is up, and then we're doing an Alice in Chains light. The next ones will be announced soon. Mike Torrey's on the Beatles. Edgar Winter's at 70. Still getting bids on that. Got lots of cool surprised autographs tonight. Nice. Betty Wright, Danger, High Voltage. 74 US VG, $19.99. And we have Crosby, Stills and Nash, Deja Vu. I almost cut my hair. That was just the other day. VG Plus, $14.99. What's going on in the football game? Well, I need to, what happened? Who's the night game? I've already forgot. It is Ole Miss and Georgia, 21-12. Okay. Wow, 21-12. Rush. We have Songs on the Radio, Shake Russell with Dana Cooper, a 78 folk rock EX edition, $12.99. Okay. So first thing we have is Pretty Maids. Last bid, it's between 2 people, Edwin and Dwayne. Edwin, just so you know, you've been outbid. The last bid was Dwayne Sevilla at $92. Edgar Winter still getting bids. Calvin has it for 79, 75. Adam Bernardi, you're out. And then corner. The last bid was Hess and Session at 50. And that is outbid of Jim Cooper. And Jim Cooper says he's done. Back to the turntable once Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That is sold. And shoot, must have been a no post. What about some wasps? We've already sold one, but we do have others. Is there a Metallica I have over here? A Metallica bootleg maybe? I'll work that in next. Charles Lloyd in the Soviet Union, recorded at the Tallinn Jazz Festival. Charles over in Russia, $9.99. That is in VG condition. He's over in Russia. Where's my phone charger at? Here it is. Phone charger. Found it. Sorry, my phone's getting low over here. Ole Miss. All right, let me open this up. And let me open this up. And then this. Okay, there's that. Oh, the Metallica box set. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. And then we have Inner City Big Fun, $17.99. Edwin's out on Pretty Maids. This is sold to Dwayne Sevilla. This is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $92, okay? $92. Edgar Winters at $80 with Willard Dunham. $80 with Willard Dunham. $80 on that. Okay, and then corner is sold for $50 to Hess and Session. $50 with Hess and Session. I'm glad we got a reminder about Metallica because I almost forgot about it. Otis, I hadn't seen Otis in a couple days. Tanner leaves before I get here sometimes. And if I don't get here early enough, then I miss Otis. So, sad but true. Speaking of sad but true, here's Metallica. Limited edition vinyl box set. Metallica is a 2004 USOG. This is a limited edition box set, limited to 5,000 numbered copies, 6 albums and EPs across 10 LPs. Wow. All disc or EX or better. So this is like a Metallica studio album collection. $395 start. Wow. Okay. Nice. They're in gatefold jackets. I think I've had this before, but man, it's been a long time. So this is a 2004 USOG. It is a limited edition numbered copy, 4056 of 5,000. It's all 6 albums, or it is 6 albums and EPs. So probably, well, let's just take a look at them. It should be Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master, and Justice, the Black Album, and Garage Days. No, it stops at, hold on a second, let's take a look at them. So Kill 'Em All's a double LP gatefold. Ride the Lightning's a double LP gatefold. Creepin' Death picture disc, okay. Master of Puppets, Garage Days, and Injustice for All. Nice. And some of these are double LP gatefolds, which aren't in print probably any of the way. The jackets do have seam splits on them. I knew that was a common occurrence with this box set. They have seam splits on the top of the jackets, okay? This is all the disc or EX or better. The jackets do have seam splits, $395 start. You're not going to be looking at the jackets, though. They're inside of this nice box, and the box is in really good condition. $395 start on Metallica, okay? There's that. And then Edgar Winter. So let's take a look at this. Edgar Winter 80, Edgar Winter 82, Edgar Winter 85. So Edgar Winter, it's called the Edgar Winter Group with Rick Derringer. I hadn't even looked at the LP. The LP, hadn't even looked at it. It's nice and clean. It's called the Edgar Winter Group with Rick Derringer. The jacket is signed. It's not a gatefold, even though it's been unglued. That's an easy fix. I don't consider unglued that big of a problem because that can be easily repaired. Signed by Edgar Winter, and actually if you just leave it like that, it's fine. Just a little bit of ring wear, not personalized, and of course it's been JSA authenticated. It's been JSA authenticated. I'm going to leave the inner sleeve out so it doesn't cause any more problems, and there we go. All right. Now, we're good to go. All right, let's keep going through new arrivals here. Next thing I have is Invisible Man's Band, Really Wanna See You. Invisible Man's Band is an 81 white label promo, VG Plus $9.99, and the Jacksons Triumph. The Jacksons is in shrink with hop sticker, EX $12.99. Edgar Winters at 87, Willard's out, Sieg's out. I think it's just up to Adam Bernardi. So Calvin has it for 97. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I've had some people ask about this Motley Crue picture disc. This is Motley Crue covering the Beatles, Helter Skelter. So let's read the details. It is an 84 USOG. It's a gold stamp promo. There is a promo version of this. This is a gold stamp promo on the plastic. It has the poster and the insert, and the sleeve is, the plastic is damaged, which is okay, because trust me, you don't want to leave it in the plastic anyway. But it does have the plastic with the sticker and the gold stamp promo. And the actual disc is really nice, okay? Motley Crue, Helter Skelter, with poster and the insert. So it's got everything. $30 start on that. Metallica's $395, going once, going twice. Edgar Winter's still getting bids. Bernie Johnson on Invisible Man. Thank you, Bernie Johnson. That is sold to you. All right. Next thing is this. We have Ahmad Jamal at the Pershing, but not for me. Ahmad Jamal EX 1799. Motley Crue 45, 35, and 40. That's took off in a fast. That's took off fast. Calvin, you're out on Edgar Winter, just FYI. And then Dusty Springfield, Wishing and Hoping. Dusty Springfield is VG, $9.99, Pickwick Press. And then we have Sugar Hill Gang, nice. Rapper's Delight. It does have a clip corner. Sugar Hill Gang is VG Plus, $14.99. And Expose, What You Don't Know. What's that say? Yeah, What You Don't Know. Expose is VG condition, $9.99. Motley Crue's already at $50. And Edgar Winter's at $90. I'm going to make sure Calvin Ward knows he's outbid. This is Nomenclature. Nomenclature is a rare gospel folk album. VG Plus, $14.99. Sugar Hill Gang is sold to Tim Graham. That's sold to Tim Graham. Thank you on that. Wayne Davis was next. And we have Andre Simone, and this is in shrink. He was the basis for Prince. EX 1299. Edgar Winter got a new bid. Edgar Winter, the last bid on Edgar Winter was 90. Now it's at 91 with Calvin Ward. So Adam, you've been outbid. Calvin has it for 91. Let's go ahead and make Metallica buy it now. So $395 for that box. $395 for Metallica. That's going to go right over here, okay? Nomenclature sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Motley Crue's at $81. We need another auction. Here's the Manhattan Transfer, VG Plus, $9.99. Also tonight, I got puzzles on sale. And here's a great one. $19.99 for Rush, Fly By Night. $19.99. These are rarely discounted. There's a pretty slim margin on these. So, plus we have to ship them. $8 a limited. $19.99 for Rush, Fly By Night. And here is probably one of our best sellers of all time. Rarely on sale because I usually don't have them in stock. Iron Maiden, The Trooper. So $19.99 on those. Rush and Iron Maiden. $19.99, $19.99, okay? There's those. And then Maze. Maze is We Are One. It's in VG condition, $9.99. And Midnight Band, Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. This is in VG minus condition, $9.99. Edgar Winter's at $100. Calvin Ward's done. Final call. We're almost done on the signed Edgar Winter. And Motley Crue is at $85 with Sarah Waberdink. Let's not forget, it is Thursday Night Metal Night. And I got a Megadeth that I honestly don't remember ever seeing in any version. That's because it's a bootleg. That's why. Wow. Here's a tease at a Laura sticker. She even did the Megadeth logo. That's a great job. Megadeth Rude Awakening. This is an unofficial, 3 LP on silver vinyl. Has never had an official vinyl release. So this is something that originally came out. It's an official Megadeth release, but it's never been pressed to vinyl. Maybe one day in the future we'll have it officially. This is a bootleg only. This is Megadeth live at the Webb Theater in 2001. So you know it's good quality. It was originally, I've never seen that in any form. CD, DVD, bootleg. I didn't know about this. So this is something they actually put out in 2002 on CD. It's a 3 LP, $55 start. It's an unofficial press. 3 LPs of live Megadeth. Edgar Winter hit 100. Kenny Cates Trooper on Trooper. Trooper, is that still in here? Oh, that's for the puzzle. That's for the Iron Maiden puzzle. Sold to Kenny Cates Jr. for $19.99. And then C.C. Allen on Gil Scott-Heron. That's sold to C.C. Allen. And we have Detective, It Takes One to Know One. That's VG $9.99. And we got Black Tracks, selection from the series of WIBA FM Full Compass Live Radio Concerts, a Wisconsin compilation, Wisconsin artist, VG Plus, $9.99, okay? Does Motley Crue have polls, Holes poster? Okay, yeah, let's look. Two people have asked to see the posters. First, Adam Minardi, you're getting Edgar Winter for 100. Okay, Mortal Sin, thank you for another reminder. We'll get that one rolling. Here is a member of Kansas. His name is Steve Walsh. And this says, to Dr. Gruskin, thanks for everything, Steve Walsh. As in Steve Walsh from Kansas. This is his solo album, Schemer Dreamer. It's signed to Dr. Gruskin, and it's gold stamp promo, JSA authenticated, a $25 start on that. $25 start. Let's take a look at the Motley Crue posters. So here is the poster. I think it's a big one. It is. Oh, yeah. It's no pinholes. It's going to be really hard for me to show it. Let's go to top cam. Yeah, I mean, it's just folded the way it came, of course. But yeah, no pinholes and no damage. No rips, no tears. It's in really good shape. And then, so that's good. And then over here, there is this. Now, this was, so this that got folded actually went in, I'm pretty sure, behind the plastic. This was like tucked in behind the plastic at one point. Somebody took it out and folded it up, which it's okay. And yeah, so 23 by 46 poster. So yeah, nice. It's complete and all the contents except the plastic, that original plastic, which isn't good for it anyway. It's kind of dinged and danged. But there's Motley Crue, okay? And let's go back to normal view. And so Megadeth 75, Megadeth 75, Megadeth 100, Megadeth 85. Steve Walsh has a bid for 25. And then Motley Crue. The last bid on Motley Crue was, I don't even know, Sarah Weiberdink 85. Now John McPatriot's at 86. How much was Maze? M-A-Z-E. Maze. For Eric Squindo, VG, $9.99. And Flock, Inside Out. Flock is EX Condition, $12.99. And Cream, Fresh Cream, G Condition, $9.99. Okay? Right now, Steve Walsh has one bid for $25, final call. Megadeth. So this is an unofficial. There is no official pressing. This has never been released on vinyl. It's Rude Awakening, which was originally a 2002 live CD DVD release. This is available for bid right now. The high bid at this moment is $103. Motley Crue's at 90. Everybody else is out. Sly and the Family Stone is still available. It's Greatest Hits. It's on the first label. Probably a low-grade cover because of this damage, but the vinyl's clean. $24.99. I am everyday people. Next thing over here is Tower of Power. That's a white label promo. VG Plus, $14.99. These are all sticker price right now. These are new arrivals from Paul today, so that will be $9.99. Detective is VG Condition, $9.99. And Michael Bloomfield, Living in the Fast Lane, EX, $12.99. Steve Walsh, this is officially sold. One bid, $25 to John McPatriot. Johnny Hancock is out on Motley Crue. Final call for $95. Megadeth is at $110. Next thing is Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky. Jackson Brown is in VG Condition, $9.99. Alvin Lee, 10 years later, right on. Alvin Lee, VG Condition, $9.99. Our next auction, we had a request. Let me find it. It was Mortal Sin, right here. Mortal Sin. Mayhemic Destruction. Mortal Sin is an 87 UKOG with the original under sleeve, EX Condition, $35 start on Mortal Sin. Willer Dunham on WB for Michael Bloomfield, sold. Next thing is Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, VG Condition, $12.99. And Who Came First, Pete Townshend's solo album, that's EX, $12.99. We have Tim Grindstaff on Alvin Lee. That sold. Mortal Sin has a bid for 35. Motley Crue has a new bid for 100. That's with John Kaiser, Sarah Wyberding South, and Megadeth is got a high bid right now of $110. We have already sold Countdown to Extinction. We have Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, VG Condition, $9.99. And we have Thelonious Monk, the Riverside Trios. Monk is in VG Condition, $11.99. How much did you say, Chad? $11.99. You must be joking. I am not joking. I am not joking. I am not joking. Say it with me. I am not joking. I'm not joking. I'm up here. The reason I'm talking like a goofball, because I'm up here up front. I have a few autographs up here that I need to bring to the back anyway. Seems like we've had a bonus surprise crate of autographs tonight. And so far, so good, eh? Yay. Let me grab this box. Trying to chip away some of the on-sale puzzles to do. You remind me, if I don't show them every 20 minutes, remind me. And they'll be like, hey, Chad, it's been about 20 minutes since you showed any puzzles. And I'll be like, holy crap, it's already been 20 minutes. All right, I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight, though. Great way to start the year off. I think that's why we got a lot of people watching. A lot of people said, Chad, my New Year's resolution was to basically commit myself to buy as much as humanly possible. And, like, whatever it takes to acquire records and collectibles this year, whether it be autographs, whether it be vinyl, like, I'm in to do whatever it takes to acquire autographs. And I'm like, hey, man, that's okay with me. Whatever floats your boat, you know. Whatever floats your boat, I'm in. I'm in with you. Let's do it together. Team effort. Team effort. Okay, so over here we sold Matt Shepard on Jethro Tull. Tim Grindstaff is going to go ahead and take the detective record. Master Mall on Thelonious Monk, and then we had Mortal Sin at $46.50. Willard Dunno next on Monk, then CC Allen, then Ryan M. And then Motley Crue is sold for $100, and that was sold to John Kaiser for $100. The last bid on Megadeth that came in was 007 for $110. I've already said that once. Here's the twice, and now here's a final call. And then over here, Mortal Sin, Charlie Buck has it for $50. Next is Tim Buckley. Tim Buckley's in VG Condition, $9.99. And Brownie McGee, Brownie's Blues. Brownie McGee is an 84 U.S. reissue, EX Condition, $12.99 for Brownie McGee. Me and my Bobby McGee. All right, what do I have next here? That's a cool autograph. I need to check on that one. Hey, we just sold this guy. Here is Frank Marino. I got Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, Tales of the Unexpected. To Paul, regards, Frank Marino. We need to sell this to somebody named Paul. So unfortunately, it is personalized, but it's signed by Frank Marino, JSA authenticated, $35 start. That's now up for bid. All right, I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. We got a lot of stuff to sell tonight. Megadeth is sold to 007 Platinum for $110. Mortal Sins at $40, now $50 with Charlie Buck. Jim Cooper and Alan Hagen, y'all are out. Frank Marino, $35. The only two no bids tonight are some higher price stuff. Signed Roger Waters, $975. Metallica box, $395. That's the only thing available so far tonight. Let's put up another metal auction. And that one is going to be Wasp. This is Wasp by Wasp, and it's nice. It's an 84 USOG Winchester, original under sleeve, a $35 start for Wasp. It does have the original under sleeve. That's now up for bid. Mortal Sin is called Mayhemic Destruction, and this is an 87 UKOG with the original under sleeve. And over here, the last bid on this was $50. And then Frank Marino has a bid for $35, another bid for $35. And now we have Wasp, a $35 star. Frank Marino has another $35 bid. No 45s, no. I don't even know where any's at. There's not even any. Usually I might have a box around me. Other than the bundle deals, I don't have anything. Adam Bernardi wants the Pete Townsend. And what was the Tim Buckley? Did I answer that? Let's start the recap right here. Tim Buckley is self-titled, VG, $9.99. And then Pete Townsend is sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay? I've got whole boxes of 45s, bundle deals, $125. So like a whole BCW box of 45s random, no guarantees. I can just promise they're going to be in pretty good condition. It's truly a mystery random box. $125 if anybody wants to take a chance. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. It's a white BCW box about this tall, about this deep. It's completely full. That's going to get them down to, like, I think a whole box holds 170 is what I counted one time. They could give or take, but I've been trying to get them sorted for a post in the group to hopefully sell at least 5 or 10. I've got over 25 in stock. So mystery box is 125. That's the cheapest I've ever offered them. The Everly Brothers EB84. If you need a price or information, let me know. Karen Young Hot Shot. I've got floaters. I've got the Police Ghost in the Machine. The Supreme Jubilees. Joan Armatrading. Rose Banks. Betty Wright, Danger High Voltage. Songs on the Radio, Shake Russell. Charles Lloyd in the Soviet Union. Inner City, Big Fun. The Jacksons Triumph. Ahmad Jamal, Dusty Springfield, and Expose, What You Don't Know. Okay, first thing we had was Mortal Sin. Charlie Buck now has it for 60. The Frank Marino autograph is at 45, and Wasp only has one bid, now another bid, and now another bid. So the bids are out of order. Jackie bid 40, and then there's been 3 $35 bids. So Jackie still has it. First thing is Tower Info. That was Tower of Power, right? Is that still in here? No, it must be a little bit further up. Tower of Power is right here. It is a white label promo. This one is called Ain't Nothing Stopping Us Now. Does have cover staining. VG Plus $14.99. Melty wants Maze. Melty wants Maze. If you're a first-time buyer, I don't have many first-time buyers over on Twitch, but just confirm you are a first-time buyer. Looks like you've already done that. And make sure you register. If you need help finding that link, let me know, okay? We'll invoice you on Monday. Sully asked the price for the Police, and then Donna claimed it. So, Sully, this is yours. It's $29.99. If you pass, it's so to Donna Bertram. And then Fleetwood Mac, or excuse me, Frank Marino, 47. Patrick Lear gets Tower of Power. Price on Inner City, and is it the full album? Inner City, Big Fun, is the full album. It's a 1989 US EX $27.99. Donna Bertram, you do get the Police. Wasp is still at $40. Frank Marino is autographed, and I think we're done on Mortal Sin. Charlie Buck at 60. Mike Straws had bid 51. It's really up to Mike. And then over here we have Andre Simone. That's EX $12.99. And the Manhattan Transfer Brazil. VG Plus $9.99. Backtracks. Selections from the WIBA. This is a Wisconsin local compilation. VG Plus $9.99. We had Flock Inside Out. And we have Cream, Fresh Cream, G $9.99. Slime the Family Stone is $24.99. Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky, VG $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, VG $12.99. And Brownie McGee, Brownie's Blues, an 84 US reissue, EX $12.99, okay? Mortal Sin, let's look at the details again. It's an 87 UKOG with the original on her sleeve. It is EX or better, and it's a final call to Charlie Buck. C-Buck over on Twitch has it for 60. In the middle is an autographed copy of Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, signed by Frank Marino. To Paul, regards, Frank Marino. Don't see that as often. And Alan Hagen has it for $47. Jeff Malwitz is out. Here is an OG Wasp. It's an 84 Winchester OG. It does have the original on her sleeve, and there's a new bid for $41. Can I see the Pink Floyd signed animals? You can. So this is signed by Roger Waters. It comes with a full letter of authenticity from JSA. They actually put the sticker on the jacket. You can actually request that. Sometimes with some of them, we can't do that when we do in-store, but I think if you submit them, they will put the sticker on the jacket. But most of the time now, they put it on the COA. Just something they do now. But either way, it's signed by Roger Waters, gold paint pen, beautiful, not personalized. I've had a signed wall, 2 of them, I think, and we've had Dark Side of the Moon just last year, 2025, and it is $975. A signed wall just sold for $1,000, and a signed animals just sold for $1,000. And I have this one available. First time showing it tonight, and it's never been advertised. It was not posted on Facebook. It was not posted on YouTube or Instagram. I just kind of brought it out of the woodworks tonight. $9.75. I know somebody that'd be highly interested. I don't think they're on tonight. They're probably going to be like, man, how could you literally put something like that up without even advertising it? That's why I try to get y'all to watch every night, because you just never know. Wasp 45, Wasp 40 out. Mortal Sin, Mike Strauss is done. Willard Dunham, one of our new buyers tonight, wants a box of 45s. Man, I can hook you up. Let me grab one here off the top. Okay, let me show you what you're buying. Here's going to be your mystery box, and that way I can show it to everybody else. So here's what they look like. Okay, BCW. I don't know if they're going to ship it in this. I don't know if they're going to ship it like this, but here's what it looks like. Okay, it's going to be full of 45s. I'll even put some more in there, okay? Let me grab a couple handfuls out of this Folgers box, and I'll pack this thing as good as now. If they can pack this pretty secure, our shipping team might literally ship it in this. But this is what you're buying if anybody else wants one for $125, okay? And I'll try to get as many in there as we can. Probably the more the better for the shipping department. So there's another handful. But yeah, $125. I've got at least 25 of them we can make up. And I'm packing even more in his right now. Elton John, Footloose, a couple more picture sleeves. I'll leave it a surprise, but there you go. A lot of 60s, a lot of 70s, a lot of 80s. $125. Okay? I've got at least 25 boxes like this we can sell. There's one sold for sure, 125 bucks. Okay, that was our next comment. And then WAS 46, VW Wanda wanted the price on Expose. Expose was what do you know? What you don't know was VG $9.99. I do need a registration link. Okay, give me 1 second. Wasp is at 50. Wasp is at 51. Wasp is at 52. Mortal Sin is sold to Charlie Buck for $60. Mortal Sin is sold to Charlie Buck for $60. Okay, that's sold to him. The Frank Marino is signed and sold, and Frank Marino is sold to Alan Hagen for $47. They're still bidding on Wasp, though. Jackie has it for $52. Adam, you can start off the year right with a Roger Waters autograph. I know you want it. I know you want it. Think about it. It's very fair for what that is, already authenticated. I think the letter for Roger Waters cost $100 or $125. Maybe, I don't know, it may not be that much. It's either between $50 and $125 though for that service, I think. You can look it up on JSA's website. All right, let's put up another auction. We have Slayer, Hell Awaits. Slayer is Hell Awaits. 2005, they did limited edition on red vinyl, $35 start. $35 start, okay? And then we have next, Wasp out. Hello, it's been a while. Dropped major cash on some Manson OGs from private sellers. Got to get back to Clitco. I'm waiting. We're here every night. And then VW Wanda said she'll take Expose. And then Slayer is a 35. All right. We're about to get into some vintage, probably best offer. I'm sure some of y'all are biting your fingernails wanting to make an offer on something. Those have been all sticker price because they're literally brand new. And Paul just looked them all up and he comped every one of them very fairly off Discogs. So those are available. His 3 crates are now left into 1 crate. That means he did a great job pricing stuff. And we're ready for some stuff for best offer, which is stacked up here behind me. Let me move a few things around. Wasp is going to go ahead and sold to Jackie Heath Long for $52. Let's see what else, other autographs. I got some stuff over here. Let me give y'all some teasers. I've got Marcus King. I've got Blackberry Smokes, Chubby Checker. I've got some other stuff I really don't have to do research on. I think this is pretty popular. This is a pretty popular comedian, John Mulaney, right? John Mulaney. I had this priced to somebody at one time, and I guess the deal never did go through. But this is from 4 Seasons. I told you about the guy that lives here in Lebanon, and he owns the coach like buses, like coach buses, and he was a tour promoter. And this is, he did a tour bus for John Mulaney. This is signed. It's JSA authenticated. It's a $75 start. John Mulaney, the comeback kid, $75 start on that. Slayer has 1 bid for $35, okay? I'm also been doing puzzles tonight on sale. That's Puzzles, puzzles. And I'll be doing some more in just a second. We'll go through everything at least once and then probably one more time. Just a few new LPs came in tonight. Here's the only thing left out of all the new vinyl that came in tonight. We had Slayer for $34, Slayer for $34, and that Slayer back there for $34. Those are all new and sealed. South of Heaven, Undisputed Attitude, Divine Intervention, and another South of Heaven. Black Sabbath Dehumanizers, $49.99. King's X is green vinyl for $36.99. And Dave Matthews Band is $38.99. That's all the new sealed vinyl that came in today. Plus, that's it. And of course, Buckingham Nicks has been on sale for the last 24 hours. That's literally my last copy. The Rhino Hi-Fi, and we sold a new copy or an OG copy earlier tonight already. Okay, this box that I thought had more autographs in it, it did, but it's not the ones I thought. It's more Taylor Swift's. So, forgot about those. And then I've got a crate here. We're about to do best offer, I think. Is this it? Where's the one that had Pantera in it last night? There was a sealed Pantera live album. I was like, man, we need to go through that crate best offer. It might be this one right here. Yeah, okay, this crate is going to be best offer. And then I'm going to go up front and start getting some $6.99. But I think y'all are going to like that. These have never been available for best offer, okay? Slayer albums are Divine Intervention, Undisputed Attitude, and South of Heaven, okay? So let's see what's going on over here. Bear with me. We had Slayer, one bid for $35, Slayer, another bid for $35, and John Mulaney has two bids for $75. So this is kind of personalized, but it's got some cool provenance. The Four Seasons was a company that made tour buses, okay? So it is personalized, but it's not really like to John or to Bill or somebody. It's to a company. So I think that's pretty cool. It's got a little bit more, even more provenance to it. So there's that. Any other metal other than auctions? No, probably no straight price metal tonight. Just whatever auctions I can come up with. Okay, speaking of metal auctions, we got Hellstar. Hellstar is called Burning Star. Hellstar is an 84 USOG EX condition, a $25 start. It does have some corner damage. It does have some cover damage. $25 start on that. So, Sheldon, you're out of Mulaney. The first bid came in from Scott Dwallow. Let me check on Blackberry Smoke. Let me check on Marcus King. I'll have to do a little bit of checking on those to get accurate prices. And Divine Intervention is sold to J Nutra. Okay, I still got South of Heaven and Undisputed Attitude. Moving on. These are first time offered at best offer. Here we go. I have John Seri Exhibition, a 79 Fusion album, VG Plus, $11.99. Women's Love Rights, Laura Lee, a 72 Funk Soul, VG, $9.99. Red Cave Collections on Slayer, South of Heaven. I hope you wasn't already on a waiting list. You was on a wait list for one of these. I don't think it was that one, though. I can't remember. I tagged you already tonight for some kind of waiting list. Let's go ahead and give him another one. If he has two, we'll take it off. John Mulaney has another bid for $76. Hellstar, $25. And Slayer's at $38. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding on the John Mulaney. Holy moly, I knew I put it up for cheap, but I didn't think I put it up that cheap. Oh my gosh. Olomana. This is Olomana, a 1976 Hawaiian folk rock album. EX $12.99. Pretty Maid's already sold. Yes, this is Sandy Hurwitz, which is a Frank Zappa related record. This is a 68 USOG EX $22.99. Slayer is now at $38. It's a gatefold red vinyl. John Mulaney's at $79. And Hellstar has two $25 bids. Curran bid $25 and Andy Lane bid $25. These are best offer, by the way. These over here are best offer. I have Oh Well. That's a 12-inch single. That's the name of the band and the name of the song. 89 US VG Plus, $9.99. And Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's, a 67 stereo OG. And the note from Paul says maybe one of their most psychedelic albums. VG minus $9.99. VG minus $9.99. We also have The Headless Horseman, that's a 1988 German import garage EP, VG Plus, $9.99. And the complete recordings of The Port of Harlem Jazzmen, an 84 US Mosaic Records, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay? Quick update. John Mulaney's at $85. Hellstars at $27. Slayer's at $40. And Terry Gearhart on JA. Jefferson Airplane sold. Brian Call said 5 oh well. Sell that to Brian Call for $5. Next is Moist Boys. Moist Boys is a 2006 hardcore EX condition, $17.99. $17.99. Okay. Next thing over here is Steamhammer Mountains, a 1970 UK OG VG++, $44.99. Chadwick Smith on Harlem Jazz, that is sold. Slayer, $40 of Avon Civic. This is the red vinyl, by the way. John Mulaney, the last bid on John Mulaney over here was Scott Dwallow at $85. Hellstars at $32. Doug Page on Moist Boys. I believe that is our very own Doug Page, formerly of Coletco, claiming the Moist Boys record. Thank you on that. Got my info submitted on the website. Thanks. Appreciate that. Slayer is now at 45 doll hairs. I repeat, 45 doll hairs. Next auction, next record, Eric Clapton, there's one in every crowd. EX condition, $17.99. We have Pyramid of Love and Friends, a 75 US VG Plus, $9.99. Also over here, we have Kim Mo Sabe, the Electric Indian, a 69 US EX condition, $12.99. $12.99. Also over here, we have Focus Hamburger Concerto, VG Plus, $11.99. Hellstar, $32. Slayer, $45. John Mulaney, $86 of Jim B. What a steal. $86. He's getting paid to buy that. Hellstar, now Mulaney's at $90. Jim B's back in at $91. Aaron Civic's out on Slayer. Hellstar's at $36. Philip Glass. Philip Glass is an 82 US EX, $17.99. And Bionic Boogie, VG Plus, $9.99. John Mulaney, $92. This is called the SBK Party Line 104 SBK Party. It is called Fifth Platoon. It's a 1991 US hip hop, $14.99. And Shotgun. Shotgun is VG. That's the name of the group, the album. There's also a song called Shotgun by Junior Walker and the All-Stars. Chad's going to mute his mic. He's going to take a drink of Monster. All righty, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Anybody watch Stranger Things last night? Doug would love it because you know what they had? Purple rain, purple rain. Oh man, it was awesome. I hate to see it go. I was pretty disappointed. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain. Okay, first thing we have, John Mulaney, $91. Hellstar, $36. John Mulaney, $92. And then Jim B's out, Andy's out, and we have Doing What Comes Naturally, Charles Wright. This is VG Plus, $29.99. VG Plus, $29.99. And Eric Clapton was here, VG Plus, $14.99. Had me in tears at a couple points. If you watch Stranger Things and you're a true fan, and you didn't tear up at least 5 times during that episode, then you may not be human. You may need to go, you may be like a cyborg or something. The Black Sorrows, Hold On To Me. This is EX, $17.99, The Black Sorrows. Curtis A. Curtis A is VG condition, $9.99. Curtis A, VG, $9.99. Damage is done. Okay, I think we're done on Slayer. Speaking, the damage is done. Slayer is with Scott Dwallow at $45. and this is sold. That is spelled S-O-L-D. That is sold for $45. John Mulaney. The last bit on this, signed and JSA authenticated. Scott Dwallow has it for $92. To Four Seasons, thanks for the bus. John Mulaney, $92, going once, going twice. JSA authenticated. Last bit on Hellstar that came in was Kerr and Evans at $36. That's now going once, going twice. Original artwork, Burning Star, 84 OG, does have corner damage. That is now going to a final call. This crate is buy it now, best offer. We have Change of Heart. That's EX 1299, a Boogie Soul album. We love Boogie. And we have Yachts, SOS, a new wave, $9.99. And Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity, with Betty Davis Eyes. Kim Carnes, $14.99. Our next auction is Wasp. Wasp is an 85 US Jacksonville OG with the original under sleeve. It's in VG condition. A $25 start on Wasp. A $25 start on Wasp. There's Kim Carnes, and everything in here is best offer, including Little George Smith, Oopin' Doopin' Doopin', a harmonica blues album for $19.99, and the Motel Shock. The Motels is a gold stamp promo. It does have some cover staining, $12.99, and this is Roar, R-O-A-R, a disco funk soul album, $9.99, okay? So John Mulaney is sold over here, nice. That's sold to Scott Dwallow for $92. This has been in this building a long, you can ask Doug if he's still watching. We've had this record, I thought Doug almost bought it one time. We've had this for years. I mean, finally I got it JSA stickered, but I think we've had this for like, at least since 2019 or 2020. I've just never really tried to sell it. And now it's finally sold to Scott Dwallow for $92, okay? Hellstar did not get a bid. Hellstar did not get another bid, so this is sold to Kerr and Evans for $36. Let's put that away. $36, that is sold. And then over here we got Wasp. And Wasp, the last bid on Wasp over here was, I just put that up, my bad. Wasp just went up. Matt Shepard on KC for 10. Kim Carnes, was that the only offer? It was. That's sold to Matt Shepard. Jeremy Merck on Clapton, one in every crowd for 15. That's further back. That's right here. Sell that to Jeremy Merck for 15. Wasp, 25. Brian Call on Motels for 7 sold. Little George, 15. Preston Rose sold. Another 25 on Wasp. Terry Gerhardt gets War. Wasp, 26. And VW, I already sold Motels for 10. I just shot myself in the foot. over $3. That's okay. All right, let's see. I'm going to have to run a JSA. I'll have to run a JSA search on this, but let me do that right quick. This is a JSA sticker catalog number certification. This is CH 19923, okay? And this is Blackberry Smoke, signed by all 5 members. I think that includes Brent Hines, who recently passed away. It's either that one or that one. So yes, fully signed, Little Piece of Dixie, which I think is currently out of print. Let me just scan this might be a pretty good record just as a not even signed. Let me scan the barcode right quick. This is showing up, yeah, orange. Let me see what color this is on. This is a pretty pricey record just as a release. It should be on colored vinyl. It is on Coke bottle, yellow. It looks like orange. Is that the orange? Let me see. There's an orange. There is a Coke bottle clear and a yellow gold smoky. I don't think that's yellow gold smoky. That looks orange to me. So there's the orange. Double, very limited, 500. That's it. So this is orange. Right now, there's only one for sale for $95. Okay? Can you confirm Britt Turner signed it? Yeah, give me 1 second. And then let me look at this. That is orange. That's definitely orange. So yeah, all 5 signatures. And let me do a quick Google search. It's signed by all 5 of them. Britt Turner autograph. Let me just see what his signature looks like right quick. And I thought it'd pull up faster than that. It's definitely one of these. It's signed by all of them. It's one of these 2 here. Give me 1 second. Britt Turner died 2024. Yeah, it's one of these. I think it's that one with the star. I think that's his. Yeah, for sure. So Britt Turner, yeah. It's signed by all 5 of them. I think it's that one. There's 2 B's in this band. One of them is Britt Turner and Brandon Steele. Yeah. I think that's Britt Turner's. I think that's Brandon Steele's. It's one of those. There's C for Charlie Starr. Richard Turner, one of those. And then there is Paul Jackson, it looks like. I just know it's fully signed by all of them. Okay? So the record already is pretty good. I was trying to do a quick comp on some of their autographs. This needs to be $175 start. That would be very fair. $175 start, fully signed, and the record itself is pretty limited edition and out of print. $175 start on Blackberry Smoke. Okay? Very nice. That's now up for bid. Good luck to all that's interested. $175. Unfortunately, their drummer passed away in 2024. Okay, Wasp got up to $35, and Blackie Lawless. I do. I have those right over here. Give me 1 second. I'll come up with them. They're over here somewhere. I got them, though. Okay. So we have Richard Simmons Reach. Richard Simmons is sealed, $9.99. Wasp is at $36. So there's Wasp at $36. Blackberry Smoke is at $200. And we have Tony Banks, the Fugitive. Tony Banks is sealed. He was a member of Genesis, $14.99. This is all best offer, by the way. Moonspell. Moonspell's a 2015 green vinyl. It was supposed to come with a DVD. This one does not have a DVD. $44.99. And Pantera, official live, sealed, a 2012 U.S. Rhino, $49.99. $49.99. I have going up for auction right now. Let's get to another crate. Oh, we've almost sold a half a crate of autographs. What's in this other crate back here? Ooh, MC Chris. Jim B's eyes just lit up. Oh, what? MC Chris? Okay, we sold a personalized Glenn Campbell earlier. Here's one that's nicely signed, no personalization. The 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell, JSA authenticated, $175 on this one that's not personalized. Very nice, $175 on Glenn Campbell. Okay, that's now up for bid. All these are buy now or best offer. Calvin, you're out on Blackberry Smoke. It's at $200 with Gregory. Wasp is at $36. Wasp is at $37. Wasp got another $37. Then Wasp $40. Wasp $38. Pantera got an offer for $40, and we have a full price claim. So Matt Shepard, this is yours, but it will be $49.99. It will be $49.99. If you pass, then it's sold to Hiram. Wasp is at $41. And then Moonspell has an offer for $10. Moonspell was $44.99. GMB were not even on the same planet. Melty offered $10 for change. Change right here, sell this to Melty for $10, okay? Thank you, that's sold to you. And then over here, we have Pantera sold to Hiram at sticker price. And then I'm gonna make sure he's done on Blackberry Smoke. Final call to Gregory at $200, okay? Final call on that to Gregory. I thought I heard something else. It's 44, not 14, 44. J.D. Brennan and Gold Fever Through the Years. This is a private press lo-fi blues rock album, $49.99. And the OC's Orc. That's a 2021 orange and clear with double mint splatter, $39.99. Glenn is a $175 start. And Wasp just got a new bid for $45, now $46. Still got other metal stuff, but tonight's kind of surprise has been a lot of really cool signed autographed albums, FYI. We got Morbid Angel Heretic. Morbid Angel's a 2018 white vinyl, $34.99. That's on white vinyl, by the way. We had one of those on sale last night on black vinyl, $34.99 for Morbid Angel. And then we have What do we have here? Street Life Night Songs, 2021 clear vinyl reissue, Funk Soul, $24.99. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I lost Calvin on Blackberry Smoke. So, Gregory, I got to go ahead and sell this to you for $200. That's sold to Stereo over on Twitch for $200. Let me get that in a new sleeve for you. It was in a sleeve already, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in this brand spanking new sleeve. This is sold for $200 to Stereo, which is Gregory Roberts. But if you missed out, if Calvin, if you just heard me, or Gregory possibly, I want to let y'all both know right now, I have two others, okay? I have two other signed Blackberry Smokes. I'm going to put this in a brand new 3mm sleeve here. I'm going to put the JSA card right here on the front, and I'm going to put the 2 discs behind the jacket so it doesn't cause any seam split or damage, okay? And I'm going to put it like that on the spine, and that's so to Gregory. I've got 2 more that are fully signed over here. I think that's one of the better, like, records. Glenn Campbell is a buy it now for $175 if anybody's interested. The 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell, signed and JSA'd, $175 on Glenn Campbell. Okay? Let's go right over here to Wasp. Case and Palomombo has that for $51. Next in here was another OC's. OC's is Levitation Sessions, tan and orange split with blue splatter, $34.99. We have an offer on Moonspell for $32. Moonspell was marked for $44.99. I will do $35 on Moonspell. And then over here we have Morbid Angel Altars of Madness, a 2016 remaster, $34.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on the OCs. That's so to Kelly Vlodarchek. Next metal auction. Man, we still got a half of a crate over here of metal. Let's knock out Venom over here. Venom is a 1982 Japanese OG. Oh no, it's damaged. Never mind. Let's not do that one right now. It's literally cracked in half. Okay, let's not do that one right now. Let's do Slayer World Painted Blood, which is the 2009 USOG. Slayer World Painted Blood is a 2009 USOG. EX++ near mint minus with the original inner sleeves. Slayer is a $95 start. We're still bidding on Wasp over here. Kaysen has it for $51. Dave Deckenberger, you're out. Moonspell to GMB for $35. My gosh, that must be a $200 or $300 record. Sell that to GMB for $35. And then we have Greg Abate, Channel 1 Without Boundaries. A 1981 US Jazz album, $9.99. And Innocence, Let's Push It. Innocence is a 1991 US down-tempo 12-inch single, $9.99. Slayer's the OG pressing. Slayer's the OG pressing. All right, I got Blackberry Smoke, Holding All the Roses. All right, once again, fully signed. Oh, I forgot about Marcus King. Dang it. Okay, let me do this one, and then I've got to do Marcus King for Jared. It just hit me. Jared, I hadn't forgot about you. But this one here is the red. It should be on red and black swirl. Let's take a look at it. This should be on red and black swirl. Another fully signed Blackberry Smoke, Holding All the Roses. Yep, red and black swirl. Signed, all members. Yep, very nice. JSA stickered. It's good to go. $175 start. $175 start. Holding All the Roses. Okay, there's that. Everything in this crate's buy it now best offer. Even Creative Source Migration, sealed $24.99. We've sold one Lamb of God, but I think we have one more. 8 Seconds of Acclamation, that is $9.99. Slayer is new and sealed, $34.99. And then we have Edward Bear, Close Your Eyes. Edward Bear is $9.99. Cash Flow is 86 US, $14.99. The other one is the Southern Ground Sessions. Southern Ground Sessions. That's the other one I have. Southern Ground Sessions. To my knowledge, that's the only other two I have. I'm hoping Calvin might hop on so he can, because he missed the other one, and get one of these. Marlena Shaw, The Spice of Life. 1977 US. It is in shrink, $79.99. And Delta, Not Just Jazz, 63 mono, $14.99. And then this, oh, I forgot about, there's a Slayer here. This is an OG Slayer, 2009 OG World Painted Blood, $95 start. No bid yet. They're still bidding on Wasp, and Blackberry Smoke is $175 start. $175 start on Blackberry Smoke, okay? Blackberry Smoke 175. About to get into some $6.99 stuff. These are available. Buy it now, best offer. I'm just going to go ahead and go right into another crate. Doing a lot of other stuff tonight. Don't forget, I got puzzles. A rare discount on those at $19.99. Let's show a few more right quick. $19.99 puzzles. I've got Pink Floyd, The Endless River, Slipknot, the Volume 3, and Queen's Greatest Hits. And I've already showed 20 others, and we're only about halfway through them. We got a lot of puzzles in stock. In case you didn't know, a lot of puzzles in stock. No condition notes on Delta. 63 mono jazz, and it's actually really clean. Dave Deckenberger, it's up to you on Wasp, and final call to get bids on those other twos. The only no bids tonight is the Metallica box set at $395 and Glenn Campbell and signed Roger Waters, which I know Adam Bernardi's going to buy before the end of the night. No pressure situation, though. Okay, I need to start looking up, get comps on Marcus King signed. Let me do that right over here. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, give it up, stop. Bum, 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 ba, da, da. Boy, my phone just froze. It's about time for a new cell phone. In the mornings, it's weird. Like early in the mornings, my phone doesn't work too well. Isn't that weird? It's like it doesn't want to work. Give it up, stop. Bum, 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 da, 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 da. Give it up, stop. Waiting my emotion. 1 and 3. Okay, this is sold to amenities. Slayer is a no bid, $95 buy it now on the 2009 OG, and Blackberry Smoke, $175 buy it now. Holding All the Roses, signed by the full band, $175 buy it now. I got to get that in a new sleeve. Blackberry Smoke, $175. $175. Holding All the Roses, signed by the full band, including Britt Turner. Okay, including Britt Turner. So there's that. And there is the disc, which is on red swirl vinyl, and that is $175. I'm going to put that right there. Wasp is still getting bids. The Metallica box is a studio album collection with Creepin' Death. It's a 2004 OG. It's limited edition to 5,000. It's numbered 456 of 5,000. It's $395. And also, while you're on, I also have those Metallica figures still. It is a pricey, excuse me, it's a pricey set, but I still have all 4 of those Metallica Rock Icons figures, kind of like the Black Sabbath you bought. This is a 2004 OG, so it's Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master Puppets, Creepin' Death, the Garage EP, and what's special about these is they're a double LP. They're a double LP, so this is a Gatefold 2 LP for that. Same thing for Ride the Lightning, okay? There's that. Wow, Ole Miss making a comeback. Could be an interesting ball game. All right, Wasp is sold to Kaysen. We're ready for all new auctions. Okay, here we go. All new auctions coming up right now. I'm going to put up, just so it's been advertised. Well, almost forgot to get, almost messed up again. Marcus King. I think this is signed by his full band here. I'm looking at a couple comps where he signed the full album jacket. It's pretty close to Blackberry Smoke, honestly. So Marcus King band, and let me run the JSA code just to make sure we get all the details on this. This is JSA CH19907, and this is signed by Marcus King and 3 members. Trying to figure out which one's Marcus King. These signatures confuse me. These signatures confuse me. It might be this one over here. That don't look like him. That might be a signature. I'm trying to figure where he signed it. Or which one's Marcus King. I guess that might be. I don't know. Let me look at this other one over here. I know it's signed by him. I'm just trying to figure out. I always try to figure out, man, which one is actually the person, you know, certain people. That's what JSA doesn't help you out too much with. They just tell you it's authentic and who signed it, but I don't really see Marcus King on here unless I'm blind to it. It says signed by Marcus King and 3 additional members, or signed by 3 members. Maybe it's not signed by Marcus King. It says signer Marcus King, note signed by 3 members. But I don't see a Marcus King on here. That's what's holding me up right now. Yeah, I don't see, it's not on the inner sleeve, is it? You know, I don't know if this is actually has Marcus King's signature on it, to be honest with you. It might just be signed by 3 of the members. It says signed by 3 members. Signer Marcus King, note signed by 3 members. That usually means it's signed by Marcus King and 3 members. The problem is I see 3 members, but I don't see Marcus King. So maybe I should think about that before I put it up for sale, or maybe there's a hidden autograph on here. But I don't see it. I truly don't see a signature on here that looks anything like Marcus King. So let me set that off to the side, Jared, till I can figure out exactly what's going on. It might just be signed by 3 of his band members. Would I take 150 on the other Blackberry Smoke? What did I have it up for? 175. Last one was 200. First thing, let me put up Morbid Angel. Morbid Angel is Abominations of Desolation, the 1986 demos. This is an unofficial demos of Morbid Angel EX edition, a $25 start. Let's keep the show rolling here. $25 start on that. And then over here, I have going up for bid right now, I have Lamb of God as the Palaces Burn. And Lamb of God is a 2003 USOG. It has a photo, a promotional photo of the band, and it has the insert. It's near mint, $95 start. 2003 OG, $95 start on that. Morbid Angel Heretic, $27. Is that still in here? This is sold to Hiram for $27, okay? Had to walk away, Miss Blackberry Smoke. Well, I had another one over here. Gregory, I'll sell this one to you because it looks like Calvin's back on. I'll sell this one to you for $165, and then I'm going to put the other one up for the same price of $175. But since you bought the other one, I know you're a fan. I'll do that one for $165. That's pending to Gregory. And then Calvin, you had bad luck on the first 2, but you're going to get a chance right now to get another one because here comes the 3rd and final one. Blackberry Smoke, the Southern Ground Sessions. That wasn't Heretic, my bad. This was Altars of Madness. There was another Morbid Angel in here, right? Heretic, here it is. Morbid Angel Heretic, sold to Hiram for $27. You got it, okay? Here's Blackberry Smoke, the Southern Ground Sessions. This is fully signed. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on it. $175 start on Blackberry Smoke, the Southern Ground Sessions. $175 start. And this one is also on colored vinyl. This one's on purplish colored vinyl. $175 start. Okay, has the insert with it. And this is now up for bid. That's got 6 signatures, including Brett Turner. $175 start on Blackberry Smoke. This one's pending to either Gregory or Calvin. Okay? If Calvin wants all the ones, that won't be, well, that's up to him. So Calvin, he's letting you know you can have this for $175 if you want it. If not, that one just also went up to bid for $175. So up to y'all. So whichever one. I'll claim the other one if he doesn't want it. Calvin, and then there's the 3rd and final one up for auction right now. All right, let's go through a new crate right over here. Got 286 people still watching tonight. Absolutely fantastical. Let me see what else I have over here. I think I might need to go through. Do we have another great crate over here to go through best offer? Maybe one more. That one's kind of unique. Was there another one? I feel like Paul marked another like killer crate the other day that was just shown one time for sticker. Not that one. If not, I think I'm ready to clear out some of the bins up front at $6.99. That is always popular. Let me see what's in this crate though first. Yeah, I think we're going to go up front and get some $6.99 stuff, which is always really popular, okay? All right, so he said current Blackberry Smoke on auction. All right, Calvin has bid $175. Gregory, I'll let you know on this one, okay? I'll let you know on this one. Okay? I have kind of lost track of how there's so much stuff going on all of a sudden. There's about 2 pending claims on autographs. There's 2 auctions. There's offers, and I'm trying to figure out what to show next. And I don't have it in front of me, and I'm trying to find crates. We are actually pretty low on newly priced stuff. We've sold so much. So my backup reserve is going up front, and the backup reserve is very simple. Grab records and price them for $6.99 regardless of what they are. It doesn't matter what they are. Grab them and show them for $6.99 and then try to do a bundle deal on the leftovers. That's been the formula pretty much all week when we've ran out of new stuff to show. You would think there's a lot of records in this building, but getting pretty low on newly priced stuff, okay? So here we go. So here's what I'll do on these auctions. Morbid Angel does not have a bid. That's Abominations of Desolation, the 86 demos. Okay? That is a $25 start, no bid. Lamb of God is an OG, $95 start, final call, no bid. And then Blackberry Smoke, let's run the JSA code on this one. It's probably not going to tell me who signed it, but I don't see Amanda Shires. This is JSA CH 19925, which is signed by 6 members, okay? 6 members, and I don't think it includes, it's everybody here on this front cover, and then this one additional up here. So it's everybody on the front cover, and then one additional, 245, and then somebody else. I don't think that says Amanda Shires, though. Calvin's bid, 175 on this, okay? Calvin bid, 175. So that's a bid. That's up for auction. It's fair game for anybody. And then Gregory, like I said, if you want this, that's the second to last one I have. Here we go. Everything in this crate's going to be $6.99. I hadn't even looked at them. Have not even looked at them. Got other stuff also to run for auction tonight. But first of all, here's this right here. Let me do this. Boom and boom. And here we go. $6.99. Voyeur, David Sanborn, $6.99. These are $6.99, regardless of what they were originally priced for. No more, no less. They're all $6.99. Joe Sun, Out of Your Mind. Joe Sun is $6.99. And Julie Driscoll and Brian Auger, The Trinity, Open. That is $6.99. I'll take holding 165, Calvin's getting the other. Okay, so this is sold to Calvin at 165, or excuse me, this one's sold to Gregory Roberts at 165. Calvin, you have this one at 175, final call. We have You're So Beautiful, Charles Wright and the Watts 100th Street Rhythm Band. And this has that great song, Express Yourself. VG, $6.99 on that. And Rachel Sweet, Blame It on Love. These are all $6.99. Even Mystic immediately, Joe Burke, $6.99 on that. And over here we got Phil Oakes, A Toast to Those Who Are Gone. Phil Oakes is $6.99. Lamb of God did not get a bid, $95. Morbid Angel did not get a bid, $25. Blackberry Smoke did get a bid with Calvin Ward, sold for $175. And let me put that one away. So all the signed Blackberry Smokes are officially G-O-N-E gone. G-O-N-E gone. Let's see what else maybe we can come up with. We just filled up our 4th full crate though. Morbid Angel sold for $25 to Master Ma, and Willard Dunham on Phil Oakes for $6.99. And now my crate is really full, and now we're going to swap these out, okay? We're going to swap these out. So let me knock this off the top. And that's our 4 full crate tonight. A lot of stuff sold. And we still got a whole crate of auctions, including signed albums over here. Always cool. All right, here we go. Let me grab this empty crate. Brian was next on Morbid Angel. And we have America's Favorite Square Dances with calls. That is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young, $6.99. Roger Waters is $9.75. $9.75 on Roger Waters. I've got Gravedigger, Black Sabbath. How about Black Sabbath? Excuse me. Gravedigger, Black Sabbath, Slipknot, Tool, Motorhead, Mass, Bloody Six, Ultimatum, Motorhead, and Judas Priest. Let's do back-to-back picture disc. Okay? Back-to-back picture disc. We have Motorhead. an 83 French repress compilation, limited edition Motorhead, beer drinking cover, $25 start. $25 start on Motorhead, beer drinkers, $25 start. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, an 83 French limited edition picture disc, $25. Awesome. So both vintage original picture disc, $25, Motorhead and Judas Priest, that's now up for bid. Ryan Mustaine on David Sanborn for $6.99. That was one of the first ones here. Everything in this crate is $6.99, including Hallmark Hall of Fame presents The Littlest Angel. $6.99 for The Littlest Angel. Same price for Quicksilver Messenger Service, solid silver. That's $6.99. And so is MFSB. Love is the Message, $6.99 on that. Motorhead has a bid for $25, and Paul Lamb and the King Snakes. Paul Lamb and the King Snakes is $6.99. Now Judas Priest has a bid for $25. So we got bids for $25 and we got bids for $25. What possibly other gems could I put up for auction tonight? A lot of people's probably curious. A lot of people's probably standing by. A lot of people's like, what does Chad have over there in that little box he keeps pulling out? He keeps pulling out little things. He keeps pulling out this and he keeps pulling out that. And I'm like, what else could he possibly be pulling out? And I have another gem from the Dale Pittsburgh collection. Here we go. Cool. Well, it's signed. It's almost fully signed by Jefferson Airplane. This is the worst of Jefferson Airplane, which is a greatest hits. I think it's in really good shape. No gray slick, I can tell you that. It's signed by Marty Ballin, Paul Cantor, Jack Cassidy, and Norma Calcoen. Thank you. I don't have to just say it. And I know that's for sure because I've had these before. So there's two signatures on the front that are honestly really hard to see. But there is Marty Ballin or Jack, let's see here. That's Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin. And then inside the gatefold on Nipper the dog is Jack Cassidy and Norma Calcoen. So Jack Cassidy, Norma Calcoen, Paul Cantor, and Marty Ballin. You get 4, I think, of the 5 members of Jefferson Airplane. The next one is Grace Slick. So signed Jefferson Airplane, JSA authenticated, a $35 start on that. Okay. Now $6.99, everything in here. Brian Call on Quicksilver. This is sold for $6.99. William Willard Dunham, you were second. And can you put Pink Floyd Animals in the $6.99 bin? Not quite. $975. Judas Priest, $26. Scott Dyer on MFSB. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. Judas Priest, $27. Judas Priest, $31. Judas Priest, $35. Kiss puzzles. The next ones I'm about to show are Elton John, Rolling Stones, Metallica, and Iron Maiden. That's the ones I have up here right now. So signed Jefferson Airplane, 35. 4 signatures. 4 people who played at Woodstock. $35 start on that. Great price, by the way. That's like a cheap, low starting bid price. Boom, Baby, Boom. Mondo Rock, $6.99. $6.99. Mitch Ryder, Never Kick a Sleeping Dog. Probably a good tip of advice there. $6.99. What about Motorhead? Wow, just steal that first bid to Von Gillespie for $25, final call. And then over here, Jefferson Airplane, $35, and another $35. And then Judas Priest. Von Gillespie also has that for $35. Jefferson Airplane's at $40. Next is I'm Changing Things, Sunchild. Everything in here is $6.99. And Brian Call on Mitch Ryder. These are all $6.99. What else is $6.99? I also have Modern Romance, Burn It. Modern Romance is $6.99, and so is Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes. No condition notes on Tommy Bolin. Motorhead has a new bid, so does Judas Priest has a question. An 83 French pressing of Sad Wings of Destiny. It has the original plastic. This is the full album. It's in really good shape, no damage to it. Same deal for Motorhead, OG picture disc from France. They call them reissues, I think just because they were repressed as picture disc, but they're just not modern pressings, if that makes sense. Everything in this crate is $6.99, no more, no less. We have Willard on MR for Modern Romance for $6.99. Ron Mustaine on Tommy Bolin for $6.99. Willard, you were next. Jefferson Airplanes now at $42. Motorheads at $30. And we also have Wishbone Ash locked in. Wishbone Ash is $6.99. Ardeen Taylor, Indiana Wants Me, $6.99 for R.D. Taylor. Indiana Wants Me, $6.99. The Youngbloods, Good and Dusty, a white label promo. The Youngbloods, no condition notes, $6.99. Motorhead's now at $31. Jefferson Airplane signed, I think you could say by 4 or 5 of the original members, and that's at $45. Brian Call on Wishbone, that's Wishbone Ash, so to Brian Call. And then the last bit on Judas Priest over here that came in, just want to let everybody know, there was a question about it. The last bit on JP was Von Gillespie at $35, and everybody else is out, just FYI. Next for $6.99 is Minnie Riperton. That should be a big discount, yeah. That was originally marked $49.99 back in October, and now it's just $6.99. Daz Band, Keep It Live. Daz Band, $6.99. Minnie Riperton, sold to Eric Van Leuven. Sometimes in these $6.99 crates, there's absolute steals. We had an $80 record in here last night for $6.99. I just literally grab them and bring them back here to make sure everybody's paying attention. Willard gets the Youngbloods for $6.99. And then over here we have The Happenings, I Got Rhythm. The Happenings and The Token, $6.99. C.C. Allen third on Minnie Riperton. And then The Fifth of Beethoven, the Walter Murphy Band. Something like that. The Neighborhood's Reptile Men, $6.99. Okay, so Motorhead stopped with Dave Mosley at 31. Von Gillespie, you're out. Judas Priest still just had that last bit at 35 a long time ago. So let's go ahead and sell that. Priest picture disc is sold to Von Gillespie for 35. And you have been outbid on Motorhead, just FYI. And then also Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane is Jefferson Airplane. The last bid was John Griffin, Henry's Choice at $47. $47. That's autographed and JSA authenticated, okay? Next was Tom Sullivan on The Fifth of Beethoven, then Eric Boehm, and then Paula. Also $6.99 is Leon Russell, Willow the Wisp. $6.99 for that. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, $6. If I Had a Hammer, Peter, Paul, and Mary, $6.99. All right, let's put up another auction, this time Gravedigger. Gravedigger is heavy metal breakdown. Gravedigger is an 84 USOG VG Plus condition, a $25 start on Gravedigger. $25 start, okay? Also over here for $6.99 is Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live. That's a double LP for Harry. $6.99 for Harry Chapin. And the Rolling Stones, a 12-inch single, One Hit to the Body. Gold Stamp promo. I like that song from Dirty Work. $6.99. Willard on Levon. Levon wears his war wound like a crown. Gravedigger 25, Gravedigger 25. Holy on C for HC for Harry Chapin. Eric Boehm on Peter, Paul, and Mary, If I Had a Hammer. Gravedigger, another 25. Tom Sullivan next on Harry Chapin. Out on Jefferson Airplane. Eric Boehm, you were next on Harry Chapin. Gravedigger 27. So I don't think Motorhead got another bid since that $35 bid with Von Gillespie, which means that's going to be a final call. Dave Mosley, you're out. Right here is the Jefferson Airplane signed. Yulma Calcoen, Jack Cassidy, Marty Ballin, who else am I forgetting? Four members. Wait a minute. Where's my cheat sheet here? Thank you, Dale. This is something from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, if you can believe it. Marty Ballin, Paul Cantor, Jack Cassidy, Yulma Calcoen. That's the lineup on that one. 2 on the gatefold, 2 on the front cover. John Bergenstorm next on Peter, Paul, and Mary, but Mike Wilt did get the Rolling Stones. Jared Inc. was next. Gravedigger 32, Gravedigger 32. Also for $6.99 is the Neighborhoods, the high hard one. The Neighborhoods is an 86 press, $6.99. And Andy Gibb, Flowing Rivers. Andy Gibb is $6.99. Discount Budget Records at $6.99. Wow, 297 people still watching on all platforms. Thank you. If you're new, don't hesitate to start buying. Unlimited shipping. We do this all night, $8. Unlimited shipping. We do this every night. Also is $6.99. $6.99. We have Barry White, Sings for Someone You Love. Barry White is sealed. That was originally $29.99. All right, Motorhead, let's go ahead and end that auction. Motorhead is officially sold to Von Gillespie for $35. Gravediggers at $39. Gravediggers at $39. And the last bid on Jefferson Airplane, I want to make sure everybody's all done. I'm showing Jefferson Airplane with Henry's Choice at $52. Great price on that. 4 of the 5 original members. And then Gravediggers at $39 with Mark Olson. Jim B gets the sealed Barry White. Sully was second. These are all $6.99. We have Treasure. I like that cover. Has a ship on the front. Treasure's a white label promo. Originally $17.99. Now $6.99. Spiral Gyra Catching the Sun. That's also $6.99. And let's go ahead and put up another picture disc. And this time it's Black Sabbath. A 1982 UKOG limited edition picture disc. This should be Dio. This should be Dio on the back. Yep. Black Sabbath, Turn Up the Night, and Lonely is the Word. That's cool. Black Sabbath picture disc, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. We have GD, which is Gravedigger for $42, and then a bid for $40. Brian Call and Harry Chapin, that's already been claimed, but I do have Sully on Spyro Gyra for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Roy Looney and the Phantom Movers, Out After Dark. That's VG Plus, $6.99. And we have Jim Messina, Oasis. Jim Messina, Oasis is $6.99. And we have Dan Seals, The Best. Dan Seals is $6.99. Okay, I think we're done on Jefferson Airplane. One of the last persons just set out. Congratulations to Henry's Choice on this. And that's sold to Henry's Choice for $52. Okay, $52. Let's put that in a new sleeve for him. Box of sleeves is right here behind me. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay, there's that. And we have Touchdown Ole Miss. Man. All right, so let's go ahead and sell this. That's done. And then over here we got Gravedigger. The last bid was Calvin Ward at $42. Calvin Ward at $42. Black Sabbath just got put up for a $25 start. Brian Call and Roy Looney for $6.99. And then Alan Hagen on The Best of Dan Seals for $6.99. We have Denise Williams, Let's Hear It for the Boy. That's the full album of hers. That's $6.99. And Disco Boogie, Super Hits for Nonstop Dancing, a 12-track, or excuse me, a 2 LP disco comp for $6.99. Let's see what other great autographed gems like that I can pull out, okay? Let's see what other great autographed gems like that I can pull out. Something just fell over. I'm squatted down over here next to me looking through a crate of signed albums. Let's get back to these. I've recently shown those John Stewarts. Those have been shown recently. Some of these people I don't know too much about. There's another Jimmy Hall. Okay, that's cool. All right, let's do another Paul Revere. Here's another Paul Revere, and this time it's a signed photo. Signed photo, and it comes with this album, or that's what I'm going to sell it with, this album. The album is called Paul Revere and the Raiders Special Edition. The photo is what's autographed. It's fully signed and JSC authenticated. We're going to put that up for a $35 start. Paul Revere. Okay, signed photo with album called Special Edition. Let's go right over here. Next thing is this. We sold Roy Looney. We sold Dan Seals. And then over here we have Paula on the disco for $6.99. Scott Oman, you got Denise Williams. You were second on disco. Doug Reeder gets Treasure for $6.99. And then we have Swimming with Sharks, Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. Music from the soundtrack Fanny Hill at $6.99. Dirt Band, Jealousy 81. All these are $6.99. Webb Wilder, Hybrid Vigor for $6.99. And John Denver, I Want to Live. John Denver, I Want to Live, $6.99. The last bid on Gravedigger was a final call to Calvin Ward for $42. The Black Sabbath picture disc is at $35, and Paul Revere is a $35 start, signed photo with album. The Black Sabbath is a picture disc from 1982. From the UK, it's a limited edition. It's a 12-inch single, essentially, Dio, and it's got a bid for $35 of Adam Garvey, going once, going twice. Now, everything in this crate was $6.99. Here's what I usually do. I just do these one more time quickly at $6.99, and then I try to offer them as a bundle. If we can sell everything in here, I'll go ahead and go up front and grab another full crate. If not, I've got more discount records, but that's the leftover flip video stuff from this week, which is great records at great prices. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I could take a drink of this monster and eat some chocolate-covered raisins. Lord just delivered a bottle of water. Thank you. I needed those greatly. All right. So, Black Sabbath 36, Adam Garvey went out. Gravedigger, sold. Calvin Ward, $42. Thank you, Calvin. Black Sabbath, Christopher Lee, we got a bid and then an out. Christopher, that easy. Sold to you for $36. No takers on Paul Revere. $35 on Paul Revere, sold, if you want to buy it now on it. Next, going up for auction right now is Tool. Now, what you know or may not know about Tool is this album has never been officially pressed on vinyl. It's only available as a picture disc. This is a yellow vinyl 2020, so they've pressed it unofficially on vinyl, yellow vinyl. What an album. $25 start for Tool, Lateralis. Yellow vinyl, unofficial, $25 start. Never officially pressed on vinyl. Slayer, World Painted Blood, $85. Sell this for $85 to John Kaiser. There's only a few no bids tonight. Signed Roger Waters, signed Glenn Campbell. The Metallica box set. Paul Revere is right here. Paul Revere is called Special Edition. It has an autographed photo fully signed by Paul Revere and his band. This is a $35 buy it now, okay? Tool already has bids for $25, $25, $25, $35, $40, $39, and $48. $48's the high bid. The next auction is going to be Motorhead. Motorhead is limited edition with exclusive poster. That's what the hype sticker says. The spine says live at Ishland Hall in Angel Home, Sweden on the 26th of July, 1985. An unofficial 2020 press, limited to 240 numbered copies on red and black marble with poster. This is live in Angel Home, Sweden, 1985. It's an unofficial, a $35 start. Okay, Tools at $48. Brian asked about Paul Revere, and then somebody made an offer, but Brian said he'll take it. So this is sold to Brian for $35. Okay, there's that. The Metallica box set is the 2004 USOG Metallica numbered box set. It's just called limited edition. It is 6 albums and the EP and the 2 EPs, Garage Days and Creeping Death, over 10 LPs. It's numbered 4056, 4056 of 5,000. $395. Everything's nice. The jackets do have seam splits on the top of them. Okay. Paul Revere signed was a $35 buy. Now somebody's already got it. I had this the other night too, in case you missed it. This is signed by Johnny Ramone, Tommy Ramone, Dee Dee Ramone, and Marky Ramone. It's still available for $875. Signed Ramones, $875, in case y'all missed that one. Okay. Tool's already at $76. Motorhead's at $35. And I'm about to like blast through these one more time quickly at $6.99, then offer them as a bundle. Joe Sun, Out of Your Mind. Julie Driscoll and Brian Auger, Trinity. Charles Wright, 103rd Street Rhythm Band. Rachel Sweet, Blame It on the Love. Mystic, Immediately. Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young. America's Favorite Square Dances. Hallmark's The Littlest Angel. Paul Lamb and the King Snakes. Boom Baby Boom. Mondo Rock. I'm Changing Things, Sunchild. R. Dean Taylor, Indiana Wants Me. Daz Band, Keep It Up. The Happenings and the Tokens. The Neighborhood's Reptile Men. The Neighborhoods. Andy Gibb, Flowing River. Philip Bailey, Continuation. Jimmy Messina, Oasis. Swimming with Sharks. Fanny Hill Soundtrack. Dirt Band, Jealousy 81. Webb Wilder, and John Denver, I Want to Live. All those are $6.99. Megadeth has already sold, and Motorhead's at $38 and Tool's at $85. Let's put up another signed album. And that next one, let me scan the barcode, because some of these, and most of these, by MC Chris, about every one I've had over the last couple years, they've essentially never sold before on Discogs. They're just very limited edition pressings, and he signed them. So yeah, here's MC Chris. MC Chris is Dreamin'. It's on white vinyl, and it's signed by MC Chris. And right now, there's only one for sale for $50. And this one's signed by MC Chris, and it's JSA authenticated. MC Chris is Dreaming, $45 start. $45 start on MC Chris. Sully on the Jim Messina for $6.99. Scott Oman on Daz for $6.99. Anybody else? This is sold to him. Paula was next on Messina. If not, we're about to count these up and offer them as a bundle so we can go fill up another crate. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, everybody. I got to reply to somebody right over here. All right. Okay, so, sorry. Tool 90 and Paula on Carla Bonoff, all right? Carla on Paula Bonoff. I'm still here, I promise. That's sold to Paula for $6.99. Tool, and then what about Motorhead? The last bid on Motorhead that just came in was Tom Sullivan at $38. Final call. MC Chris is a $45 start. Here's the bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Should be 21 records in here. 21 records in here, divided times what I'm going to offer them for. Yeah, let's do these for $85. $85 for 21 records. That's about $4 a piece. If we get these sold, I'll go fill up another $6.99 crate. 21 records, come on. I don't know if John Barry's watching. He bought 4 bundles last night. John Barry literally bought probably 2 entire crates full of records. We're going to sell these hopefully to him or somebody else right now. Bundle deal. How could you go wrong? I'm asking $85. I will entertain offers. Let me jump over here. All right. Motorhead is sold, and Motorhead is sold over here to Tom Sullivan for $38. And then MC Chris is a buy it now, no bid for $45. MC Chris is Dreaming, JSA authenticated. 45 on that. Bundle deal. Bundle deal right now. 85 record or 21 records, $85. MC Chris is sold a shakedown for $45. Thank you. I think I have another one over here too. Let me go ahead and run this one. I've had these for a while. This one looks odd. This one has multiple. No, this is an MC. Oh, this is Clutch. Oh, wow. I thought this was MC Chris. Uh-oh, we might have something pretty special here. I've never seen this Clutch record before. Let me do a scan first on Discogs. Now, wow. So Clutch, these start at $144. It looks like they all came autographed. Okay, so Clutch is an autographed limited edition, teal and burgundy, 140 gram, live from Doom Saloon. The vinyl was exclusively sold on clutchmerch.com web store prior to the airing of DS3. Okay, so this was sold autographed exclusively on their website. I'm looking at comps right now. 160 was the last sold. And then let me see what's going on over here on active. And we have Germany, USA. Okay, so a starting price on this very fair will be $125. So Clutch is signed. It came signed through their web store. It's signed on the cover. It's sealed. It's on colored vinyl. And it's JSA authenticated somewhere. Hold on a second. It's JSA authenticated somewhere. Where's the card? Must be inside the jacket. I thought this was MC Chris. I've had this over here forever. $125 on Clutch. Let me figure out what's going on over here. Where's the JSA card? It's got to be tucked somewhere. Maybe in the gatefold? Did it fall out? Well, what happened to the JSA card? I don't know where the JSA card is. Is it got tucked down in this? Tucked down in this? I don't know. Did I have it earlier? Did it fall out? It could have very easily fell out. I don't see it though. But it's got a JSA sticker, and I think that's one of ours. Let me put this, let me take a look at it. But, you know, just FYI, if the card is missing, CD. Yeah, I think that's one of our series. So, just FYI, if I find the card, it's yours. That's not a big deal missing that, but it's somewhere, or it's hidden. Sometimes JSA, when they're here, they'll tuck them down in these album sleeves. And sometimes I've had them hidden deep in here. Not in there. Let me check this one pocket one more time. I don't see it. Oh, no. I don't know what's happened to it. But it's stickered. It's good to go. Clutch, $125. Sorry, that was a good find. I didn't know that was over here. And we have an offer on the bundle for $70, and we have an offer on the bundle for $65. And then Amenity said he would take them without John Denver. You have another one to play. So here's the lineup on the bundle. Okay, here's the lineup on the bundle. Josie, if you want these, they're $85. If not, Willard, you can have them for $85. If not, then they're sold to Amenities. Clutch has a bid for $125. The last bid on Tool was Josh M.F. Jones at $113. That's the yellow vinyl unofficial. This has never been officially pressed on vinyl. That's the vinyl edition, $113. Clutch has a bid for $125, going once, going twice. So, Josie, let me know. If not, Willard, you can say sold or pass, and then they're sold to Amenities, and he said we can keep John Denver. He don't even want it. Well, I'm not going to turn down that deal. So, there's that. Okay. Animals is signed by Roger Waters. Letter from JSA, $975. Full letter from JSA, signed by Roger Waters. Animals, 2016 remaster, Beautiful gold paint pen, $975. Okay. We're still bidding on tool. Sean Miller has it for $114. All right. If Amenities gets them, I'll take John Denver for $4. I might take you up on that. I might take you up on that. They're supposed to be $6.99, no more, no less, but that'll work. I'll make sure our new buyer, Willard, doesn't want them. So Willard, basically, I know you're new, so basically you got out-offered. Okay, so but since you're in line, you can take them for that price. And Willard said he'll take them for $85, okay? So these are sold to Willard Dunham. All these are over here, sold for $85, okay? And that, I'll have to put John Denver in there since Willard's getting them, okay? So he does get the John Denver. That is part of Willard's bundle. All right, there's that, and then there's the rest of them. All right, good. Now we can do some more. Sorry, I have a lot going on tonight. Tools at $114. The other bidder that was bidding for the longest set out. Sean Miller asked what it is, and now he's bid. So you have been outbid Josh Jones. And Clutch has one bid for $125. And if I find that JSA card, it will obviously go with it. It's probably laying around here somewhere. I just don't know. Or it's somewhere hidden in that jacket, and I just can't see it. That's been known to happen. All right, awesome stuff. I'm going to go walk up front. If these don't have any new bids, they're sold. If they have new bids, we'll keep going. And Clutch is signed. It came signed. So it was, what I was saying earlier is it was sealed and it was open. But a lot of people ask, how can a sealed record be signed? Well, they probably signed the jackets and then, because it was a website exclusive, and then they sealed them. So it's obviously been opened because the disc are out of the jacket. But originally it was signed and sealed. And now I'm going to deliver it. Just like Stevie Wonder. Signed, sealed, delivered. You know the rest. All right, let's blast through some more $6.99. I got these all night long. All right, here we go. Welcome. So, tools at $117. Sean Miller, you've been outbid. Clutch is sold to Mark Stanley for $125. Nice pickup. That's a pricey record right now. I think that, like I said, cheapest for sale was $144. And it looked like it was the same thing. Open, but near mint. All right. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm going to put it in a new sleeve, too. It's in a pretty decent sleeve already, but not one of ours. I like everything very uniform here. Signed Roger Water albums have got expensive. The last two comps on those were $1,000. Tools at $120. That's still getting bids. We still got metal records to auction over here. These are better than half-off crates. These are $6.99. $6.99 is technically better than half-off, unless it's originally a $9.99 record. But these are like, some of these in here are 75 and 80% off. So these are great bargains in here. So there's Tool. Here's Slipknot. And unofficial. These were being pressed before they finally put their catalog in print. This is on pink and brown marble vinyl. Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses. That's got some good songs on it. Before I forget. Dun, 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 dun. Slipknot, $25 start. What else can we pull from the autograph bin? So far, the last two's been good. MC Chris, Clutch. Here's another looking MC Chris. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's scan this one. At least figure out what the record is. No barcode. You know what? I'm not even going to look it up. Let's put it up for a $55 start. MC Chris Goes to Hell. Signed by MC Chris. There's the JSA. Let me try to find the card. Card? Okay, so somewhere I've got a stack of JSA cards with the prefix CD. The prefix is CD 02281. And whoever's tagging this show, make a note on the Clutch and make a note on MC Chris. And whoever buys these, we keep a spreadsheet. And whenever we find them, Ed mails them to you, okay? He just puts them in an envelope and mails them to you. But we have stacks and stacks of JSA cards we don't have matched. I thought all these were matched, but it's authenticated. I'll just have to find the card for you later. MC Chris, $55 start. Signed. And let me check the JSA on that one right quick. Okay. And this is Spence LOA. So the sticker says CD 02281. MC Chris, signed album jacket. Yep. Or signed album cover. $55 start. $6.99, everything in here. Here we go. Exile, Hang On to Your Heart, $6.99. Moon Martin, Escape from Domination, same price, $6.99 for Moon Martin. Jay and the American, Sands of Time. These are all $6.99. Same price for the Funny Face soundtrack. That was originally a film with Audrey Hepburn and Fred Astaire. $6.99 for the soundtrack there. Also for $6.99, we have Felix Cavallari. He was in a band called The Rascals. That's one of his solo albums. $6.99 on that. And I also have Tom Dickey and the Desires, a 1981. That's under the genre of New Wave, and that is $6.99. The Gil Evans Orchestra plays Jimi Hendrix. That was originally marked $24.99. See, I told you, $6.99 on that one. And then over here for $6.99 is Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita Coolidge is $6.99. Fresh Air 4, America Gramophone, $6.99. Slipknot, one bid for Hoopy, sold $25. Tools, $130, no bid on MC Chris, $55 buy it now on MC Chris. Let me get that in new sleeve. MC Chris Goes to Hell, $55 buy it now on that one, okay? Everything in this crate is $6.99, no more, no less. MC Chris, $55 on that one, okay? Let's put that one right over here. Tool still getting bids, $130. Josh Jones, you're out. Eric Boehm on Fresh Air 4 for $6.99. That's sold to Eric Boehm. And then over here, we have Where Soul Lives, Baby Ray. Baby Ray is $6.99. Tools at $132. And Judy Garland, that's entertainment. Judy Garland, $6.99. Same price for Brooke Benton Today. In shrink wrap, VG Plus condition, $6.99. And the original soundtrack to What Am I Bid? What Am I Bid is $6.99. Man, what's over here in the metal bin? What about Mass? I still got Mass to put up, and Mass is called New Birth, and that's an 85 USOG on RCA. Clean, $25 on that. Mass, $25. What else is $6.99? Pinky Candidi. I think that's how you say that. It's a 69 Psych pop album in VG condition. Pinkini Canadidi. How about that? $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Village Stompers Greatest Hits. That is $6.99 for the Village Stompers. Tool is sold to Josh Jones for $132. That's done. And then Mass has a bid for $26. Mass has a bid for $26. Hey, here's a... Is this also signed by MC Chris? Well, here's another one. This one has more signatures on it. Let me check this one right quick. This one, let me check this one right quick. Verify another certificate. This is CD 02282. Okay. With 2 additional signatures. Okay, so this is signed by MC Chris and 2 additional band members or 2 additional people. Same price, $55 buy it now. MC Chris Goes to Hell. It looks like it's the same exact record, black vinyl, and $55. That one just got 2 extra signatures on it. $55 on that if anybody wants it. How much, Chad? $55. Wow. Holy moly, you're a madman tonight. Thank you. There's that. All right. And Slipknot already sold. That sold a long time ago. Are some of y'all behind? That sold 2 or 3 minutes ago. Mass is about to sell, though, $26. Slipknot got 1 bid with Hoopy for $25. I sold it about 2 minutes ago. Then somebody else bid 30. Then somebody else bid 34. Slipknot's long gone. And then Orchestra plays Jimi Hendrix. That's right back here. And that's sold for $6.99 to Paula. Thank you on that. Amenity says, Anja Sure. Is that a claim? Maybe, maybe not. Also, $6.99 is the Forster Sisters, Perfume, Ribbons, and Pearls. $6.99. And we have Average White Band, Person to Person. So all these are $6.99. Final call. These are kind of like closeout vintage because whatever doesn't sell will be bundled for a cheap bundle at the end. I've got Bloody Six in the Name of Blood. Bloody Six is an 84 German, VG Plus condition, a $25 start for Bloody Six in the Name of Blood. $25 start on that. Over here, we have Beal Deal and the Rondales. Sock It To You 12 times. Wow. Look at the original price of that. That is $58 off, $6.99 on that. And then Big Brother and the Holding Company, Be a Brother. VG Condition, $6.99 on that. Big Brother. And True West Drifters, $6.99 on that. Mass has a new bid for $27. Jamie K on the Rondelles. That's sold to Jamie K. Victor Guerra was next. Bloody Six just got put up for auction. Let me recheck my autograph crate over here. This is one pretty interesting. Let me check this guy. I've never seen a signed album from him. Let me look him up. This is, give me 1 second. All right, so this is signed by Jean-Michel Jarre. Jean-Michel Jarre here signed this. And Jean-Michel Jarre, this is JSL authenticated. Cool signature right here on the front. No condition notes or no, not personalized. JSL authenticated. There's the card. $35 star. Signed by Jean-Michel Jarre. That's now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid. Give me 1 second over here. Okay. Also $6.99 is Ray Kennedy. Ray Kennedy, no condition notes on that. The Cassette Dart Band live in Philadelphia, 1977. That's a promo. $6.99 on that. And then Tom Rapp, Sunforest. Tom Rapp is $6.99. That was originally marked $29.99, just FYI. Mass has a new bid for $28, which means Victor Guerra, you've been outbid. Bloody Six is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. In the Name of Blood, VG Plus condition, $25 on Bloody Six. Jean-Michel Jarre is a $35 start. And we have the Best of Electric Flag. No condition notes, the Best of Electric Flag, also $6.99. How much, Chad? $6.99. How much are the records in this crate? $6.99. Also $6.99 is the soundtrack to Echo Park. $6.99. Echo Park, $6.99. Mass is sold for $28 to Dwayne Caldwell. That's sold to Dwayne for $28. What else do we have for $6.99? We have the Big Dish Swimmer. This is $6.99. The Big Dish Swimmer, $6.99. Echo, Dwayne put Electric Flag, EF, sold to him for $6.99. And Stand Your Ground, Jaluka, $6.99. Guy Shard has a bid on Jean-Michel Jarre for $40. That's going once, going twice. And then over here for $6.99 is ISIS. ISIS. That's not the terrorist organization. That is a band, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Rob Hokie and the Real Boogie Woogie. $6.99 on that. The Real Boogie Woogie. And Know Nothing, the room where everything happens at once. A 95 UK alternate rock, $6.99. Let's grab another auction over here from the metal crate. And what do we have coming up next? Metallica, In the City of Brotherly Love. Metallica, In the City of Brotherly Love, limited edition, unofficial red vinyl, a $15 start. That's a live Metallica unofficial, $15 start. Tom Sullivan on Know Nothing, that's sold to him for $6.99. Jean-Michel Jarre sold to Guy Shard for $40. That's a lot of ja sounds. That's sold to him for $40. Thank you on that. And then also we have Jean-Luc Ponty, individual choice. That's $6.99. And we have Diana Working Overtime, $6.99. Metallica 15, 18, and then 20. What else is in the metal crate? Ultimatum. Ultimatum is a 2017 U.S. reissue. First and only time ever on vinyl. Limited 150 on green and black swirl. Really cool looking colored vinyl here. Green and black swirl. And Ultimatum is called Puppet of Destruction. A $25 start on that. Everything in here, by the way, is $6.99, including my Keepsake album by Red Foley. That's on Decca in shrink wrap, $6.99. Doug Reader on Bloody Six. This is sold to Doug Reader for the buy it now price of $25. Metallica has also hit $25. And what else is $25? This is $25. Ultimatum, which just got a bid for Tom. Michael Freiberger on Red Foley for $6.99. Now Metallica's at $30. And then we have Exile Mixed Emotions. Exile is $6.99. We have Paul Horn Cycle Quintet. Paul Horn is $6.99. Cycle Quintet. Michael Freiberger got Red Foley. Wolverine on Diana Ross. Amenities was next on Red Foley. Everything in here is $6.99. This is a discount crate. No more, no less. Been doing some randomly signed albums here and there. I've got another one right here. I'm getting to some stuff I either A, don't know really who they are, or definitely going to take a little bit extra work to check comps and prices. But this one is pretty cool here. Let me try to do a quick comp on them. I have a feeling we can have a buyer for them tonight. So let me look them up right here. And let's do this and this. And I'm going to tell y'all what I need for this in just 1 second. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight, and appreciate it. Thank you so much, as always, supporting a small business such as Collectco. All right, this is signed by Chubby Checker. It's Chubby Checker in person, recorded live at the Summers Point, New Jersey. The disc is probably VG condition, if that matters to you. It's signed on the back by Chubby Checker. Over here, he did put to Bonnie. Beautiful signature there, Chubby Checker, and it's dated 2001. JSA authenticated, signed by Chubby Checker. JSA stickered, a $35 start on that, $35 on Chubby Checker. We have Ultimatum at $31. Stephanie Hill on the Forrester Sisters. That is still available. It's a few back, but I still have it. That's right here. So does Stephanie Hill. Chubby Checker has a bid for $35. The last bid on Metallica that came in was Sean Miller at $35. Also $6.99 is the Herdsman Play Paris, Original Jazz Classics. That is $6.99. Wolverine has bid $37 on Chubby Checker. The Pretenders, a novel by Gwen Davis. That is Music to Read the Pretenders by, a 1970 promo. I've also seen a record like that, Music to Read James Bond by, and then there's another record, Music to Read The Lord of the Rings by. So if you want to get in the mood to read, you put that on, and there you have it. $6.99 if you want to sit down and read the book, The Pretenders. We have The Velvet Groove, Howard Roberts guitar with wood wings and strings from 1966. That's $6.99. Chubby 35, Chubby 37, Chubby 40, Michael Freiberger on the jazz here. That's sold to him. And then we have Ultimatum at $32, Chubby Checker 45, Chubby Checker 50, Chubby Checker 55. Metallica has a new bid for $40. Wow, everything all has new bids all of a sudden, just FYI. Give me 1 second over here. Let me do this. Isis is not a metal man. No Lord of the Rings tonight. I was just using that as an example. There is a book, I'm pretty sure, called Music to Read Lord of the Rings by. I know there's one for sure. I own it. It's called Music to Read James Bond by. Isis is not the metal band. No, this is a, I think almost in the genre of funk. Isis, 1974, $6.99. Okay, Metallica out. The last bid on that was Dave Mosley at $40. Ultimatum's at $35, and Chubby Checkers at $65 with Wolverine. I have My Lord, What a Morning, Harry Belafonte. That is $6.99. What else is $6.99? Flash the Pan. Flash the Pan is $6.99. Same price over here for Flo and Eddie, Moving Targets. Flo and Eddie is EX Condition, $6.99. And the Shaw Brothers, EX Condition, $6.99. Eric Boehm on Harry Belafonte. That's sold to Eric Boehm, $6.99. And Quincy Jones, Roots, The Saga of an American Family. Quincy Jones is $6.99. And same price for another one. I've got two of them there back to back. Roots, Quincy Jones, Flo and Eddie, sold to Preston Rose for $6.99. And we have Roots, Alex Haley. This is sealed for $6.99. A lot of Roots right there. And then Blowing the Family Jewels, Pete Johnson. That's sealed for $6.99. And what else is $6.99? No Pointer, Direct Hits, VG Plus. All right. I think it's time to end some auctions. My crate's almost full anyway. So I need to swap out crates, and then we're going to put up a new crate. So Metallica over here is sold to Dave Mosley for $40, the red vinyl. That was Metallica, the live unofficial, doing covers. Pretty cool there. Ultimatum here. The last bit on Ultimatum that came in was Tom Sullivan at $35. That sold to him at $35. And Dwayne Caldwell just went out. And then let's sell Chubby Checker to Wolverine for $65, okay? That sold to him for $65. So let's put that right here. Chubby Checker. Thank you, Wolverine, and everybody else that was buying. No JFK yet. No JFK yet. But I did get tagged in a JFK piece of memorabilia that's coming up for auction in the near future. Somebody knew I've been looking for one for a long time, and I won't reveal what it is till after I've bought it, okay? If I do buy it, I'd probably have to sell a kidney, but here we go. Let's find some more auctions. Next auction is Dio, Hungry for Heaven picture disc. Dio, Hungry for Heaven, limited edition, dragon-shaped picture disc. What a cool release. Dio, Hungry for Heaven. It does have a little bit of that darkening discoloration. This is Hungry for Heaven and King of Rock and Roll. Awesome, two great songs. Really cool picture disc there. Look at that, shaped like the dragon. It's in the plastic, but the plastic is pretty beat up. The plastic is honestly pretty beat up, but it's there. It's playable, and it's a $10 start for Dio. $10 start on Dio. The Magic Bullet, no. Not the Magic Bullet, not Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle. Not the limousine. We have Dio. Oh, well, that's another Dio, my bad. Let me wait there. Let me put up this. We need to go through all the no bids too. This is... I'm still trying to figure out who this is. I still don't know who this is. It was in the hot picture last night. I couldn't figure it out. Who is this? HWTJESMAKE. I still don't know who this is. Who is this? Somebody, for the love of all things good and holy, tell me who this is. It's an interview picture disc, a $10 start. Whitesnake. That says Whitesnake. David Coverdale. Okay. Whitesnake, David Coverdale. Thank you. $10 start. $10 start. I couldn't figure that one out. I couldn't figure it out last night either. $10 start on the Whitesnake interview picture disc. This last read through on this crate is going to be fast and absolutely furious. Okay? Fast and absolutely furious. $10 start. Chad's going to do some stretching. Oh, yes. Oh, man. And I'm going to touch my toes. That was a good adjustment. Okay. So, C.C. Allen on Quincy Jones. I'll give you this one right here in shrink for $6.99. Thank you. That's sold to C.C. Allen. Now, I left off by saying Dio had bids for 10, 10, 15, then 16. And Whitesnake has a bid for 20. And then Dio's at 20, and then Dio's at 21. Okay? What else is $6.99? Anything left in this crate, I'm just going to read the titles quickly. And if you need them, let me know. If not, we're going to count them and try to sell them as a bundle. Exile, Hang On to Your Heart, Moon Martin, Escape from Domination, Jay and the American Sounds of Time, Funny Face soundtrack, Felix Cavallari, Tom Dickey and the Desires, composition, Rita Coolidge, Baby Ray, Judy Garland, Brooke Benton Today, What Am I Bid, Pinky Canidi, The Village Stompers, Greatest Hits, Average White Band, Big Brother and the Holden Company, True West, Ray Kennedy, The Poussette Dart Band, Tom Wright Sunforest, Echo Park soundtrack, The Big Dish Swimmer, and Jaluka. Those are all $6.99. Rob Hoke and the Real Boogie Band, Jean-Luc Ponty, and Exile Mixed Emotions. Let's all pause there. Wolverine wants BB for Brooke Benton. That was right here. That sold a Wolverine for $6.99. The last bid on Dio was $25, and Whitesnake has one bid for $10. Let's revisit my autograph crate here. Let's see if we can pull one more out of here. Keep pulling them out, one at a time, two at a time, three at a time, four at a time, five at a time. Let's see what we got here. One is the loneliest that you ever heard. Dun, 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 dun. Two can be as bad as one, but the loneliest number is the loneliest one. Okay, we have the Chief, Eddie Clearwater. Something, Eddie Clearwater, Chief, 1985. Signed by the Chief, Eddie Clearwater. This is on Rooster Records. The disc is nice. It's signed in blue ballpoint pen by Eddie Clearwater. And this is a $35 start. $35 start, signed and JSA authenticated. Let's put that right over here, okay? Next is this. We had Brooke Benton, Big Brother condition. Big Brother was in VG condition. VG condition, $6.99. How much is Exile? And these are all $6.99. Everything in here, no more, no less. Hang On to Your Heart, no condition note, $6.99. Brooke Benton was in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition and shrink wrap. VG Plus condition and shrink wrap on that one. You're going to be very happy with it. Also, we have Cycle, Paul Horn, The Pretenders, not the band, music to read The Pretenders by, The Velvet Groove, Isis, not the metal band, Flash in the Pan, The Shaw Brothers, Quincy Jones Roots, we just sold one, there's another one, Alex Haley Roots, Pete Johnson, and No Pointer. Dio is sold for $25 to James Hicks. The Whitesnake picture disc has a new bid for $11, which means Dave Mosley, you've been outbid. Signed Eddie Clearwater, a $35 start, okay? Signed Eddie Clearwater, a $35 start. Dio's going right over here because he is sold. I'm going to make sure the lag doesn't catch anybody that wanted anything out of here. If not, hopefully we're about to count these up and do a bundle deal and sell them all. Exile is sold to Joey Amy Osbrook. So I'm going to make sure that the person who asked about it, Lax Macau, doesn't want it. And this is near mint minus. No condition notes on Exile. Yeah, no condition notes. I have a feeling Lax Macau is going to buy it. And then if not, Joey, you were next. So I'm going to count these, and this is going to be a bundle deal, okay? And hopefully we can sell everything in here. If so, I'll go fill up another crate, and we'll do this again. I'll pick from a little bit different section, and we'll mix some stuff up, okay? Wade, you're out on Whitesnake. So is Vaughn. Wade's been outbid. Vaughn's out, and Dave Mosley has it for $15. So here is the count on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. There's 33 records left in here. 33. Here's the bundle deal price. 33. The bundle deal price is $125. That's a lot of records. 33. 125 divided by 33. That's $378 a piece. Matt Shirley does get the Exile for $6.99. Okay, that is sold to him. If anybody wants to do the buy now on Eddie Clearwater, this is JSA authenticated and signed. A $35 buy now on Eddie Clearwater. $35 buy now on Eddie Clearwater. Okay. We're going to put that over there. I'm about to go through all the no bids, actually, before I swap out crates. But I do have another auction, another Dio auction. And Dio is Rock and Roll Children. Limited edition white vinyl and contains We Rock and The Last in Line. That's an 85 limited edition white vinyl. It does have heavy foxing on the vinyl. A heavy gassing, I guess we should say. So that could affect playback a little bit. $5 start. Wait, not that one. The other one, Mixed Emotions. Okay, Exile. So, from what I understand, this Exile Mixed Emotions, it was also in shrink. The vinyl's nice, but it has some cover damage right up here. I'm still going to tag you for it for $6.99. And I think that means this right here, this Exile, is sold to Jamie, or it's sold to Joey Osbrooks. Okay? I think they want the one with the red cover. I think they want the one with the red cover. Now, over here, I've got 33 records for $125. 33 records for $125. Anybody else want to, does somebody, not anybody, does somebody want to buy these? Does anybody want to make an offer? I need John Berry to get on the chat. I don't think he's on here, or he did buy like 4 bundles last night, like 2 full crates worth of records. He might be bundled out. I have a feeling he's just not watching right now. Aaron Andrus is in. There we go. Okay. Aaron Andrus is in. Aaron Andrus is in. 125. I did pull, actually that one Exile was already pulled. So I did pull an Exile out. Change this, Aaron. It should be now 32 records, and I'm only going to charge you 120, okay? I'll charge you only 120. So tag these to Aaron, 120. Minus 1, maybe 2 Exile records. I forgot when I started counting. So let's get my sticky notes and only charge Aaron $120, okay? So there's these, and there it is. All right? So the Dio, to update, Whitesnake picture disc, Wade has it for $17. Dave Mosley, you're outbid. Okay, the Dio on white vinyl's at $10 right now. All these are sold to Aaron Andrus. We've sold another crate full. Awesome. 120 sold to him. Hopefully those Exile wasn't a deal breaker for Aaron. If not, I'll tell John to dig up some more tomorrow. There's probably 2,000 or 3,000 Exile records in this building. There's got to be. Okay. So what next? Dio, Whitesnake, and we're waiting for one person on Whitesnake. I got to go get some more $6.99 records. But I'm not going anywhere until I watch this kick. Nobody tell me in the chat what happened, because y'all can see stuff faster than I do. I'm going to figure out if George is about to get upset right here. I'm sure I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm flipping my phone over. I'm flipping my phone over. I'm going to watch this last play of this football game, and I'm sure there's going to be timeouts. There is, so I think I still got some time. So let me go ahead and put up some more auctions. Let's go over all the unsold auctions. That's a great idea. So Dio's still getting bids. Whitesnake's on its last chance. And we have unsold auctions. Let's start right here. I've got Glenn Campbell, the 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell, signed $175, nicely signed from Fred Goodwin's collection, $175 start. Okay, here's a big dog tonight. Metallica, the limited edition vinyl box set. The limited edition vinyl box set. This is numbered to 5,000. 10 LP box set, $395. Whitesnake is still getting bids. It's at $18. Dio's at $17. It's a 3-track white vinyl, or maybe a 2-track. I think it's a 3-track. 3-track white vinyl. 3-track white vinyl. Wow, they made it. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. They made it. Wow. College football. You got to love it. Metallica, $395. The 10 LP 6-album box set. 10 LP 6-album box set. 10 LP 6 albums and the 2 EPs. The EPs, the 2 EPs are the two EPs are Creepin' Death and Garage Days. Okay? Whitesnake over here, the last bid on Whitesnake was Susie Breedlove at 18, Wade's Out. Okay? And then the Dio. So yeah, let's look at this again. This is We Rock, the Last in Line Live, and the flip is just, I'm not for sure. Maybe it's just one song on each. Yo, it's Rock and Roll Children, We Rock, and the Last in Line. Okay? And the thing over here was the thing. Aaron Andrus is 17. So Metallica, $395. Glenn Campbell signed $175. Aaron Andrus said he'll take the Metallica box. One thing to note, the top of the jackets do have some seam splits, but everything else is super nice. This is sold to Aaron Andrus for $395. $395, okay? Next was, well, I don't know who signed. It's supposed to be signed by Marcus King, but I didn't see that one, okay? And then over here, wow, what just happened? A safety? I looked away. What just happened? What the heck? I bet that messed up. What was the spread? I bet that messed up some stuff in Vegas. Okay. So, Metallica sold to Aaron Andrus. Thank you on that, Aaron. Lamb of God. Here's a big one I can't believe didn't sell. A 2003 USOG. It has a photo and an insert, $95 on As the Palaces Burn, Lamb of God. $95, Lamb of God. $95, Lamb of God. OG, Glenn Campbell autograph, $175. This was from the other night. The Ramones is $875, signed by Johnny, Tommy, DD, and Marky. That's $875. And then MC Chris Goes to Hell, $55. All these are best offer. Some I'm pretty firm, some I'm not. MC Chris again, that's signed by multiple people, $55 on that. And then Eddie Clearwater, the Chief, signed by Eddie Clearwater, JSA, $35. I haven't put that up yet. That's a signed Frank Marino, another one. We've already shown that from the other night. That's all the no bids. Yeah. Okay. And then here was a buy it now no bid from the other night. Okay. This is Post Malone Rockstar. $399. Post Malone signed Rockstar. Post Malone, $399. Rockstar. Signed by Post Malone. Okay. So over here, Whitesnake is sold. Whitesnake is sold for $18 to Susie Breedlove. That is sold to Susie Breedlove for $18. Okay. Susie, that's sold to you. And then Dio over here. The last bid on Dio. The last bid on Dio is 17 with Aaron Andrus. Two people have asked what this is. It's a white vinyl 3-track of Rock and Roll Children, We Rock Live, and The Last in Line Live. It's white vinyl. It does have some gassing. It's in the original plastic. That's why it has gassing. These original plastics for these were horrible. But it still will play. It will play fine. It's a final call. Okay? Now, I have the following. Post Malone for $399. Eddie Clearwater, $35. MC Chris, $55. MC Chris, $55. The Ramones, $875. Lamb of God, $95. And Glenn Campbell, $175. Okay? They had to review that safety. Vegas was calling in. They's like, dude, make sure, because that probably messed up some spreads. I don't know which way or the other, but that extra 2 points on that messed that up. Post for $39. Not quite. $399. Dio is still getting bids. Dio is still getting bids. Oh, they need to do it. Oh, they have to do a kickoff now. Wow. To who? Oh, to Ole Miss? They have to kick off to Ole Miss? Okay, yeah. Don't screw this up. There's already confetti on the field. Yeah, probably the pregame, but you know they do those live. They do those live, those dang. Well, I guess probably most money was bet pregame though, but you know during the game they have all those live lines. They probably wasn't expecting a safety there on the last one. Whenever they set that final couple notes. Okay, we sold a Jimmy Hall earlier. Here's another one signed by Jimmy Hall. This is a Wet Willie album, and it's signed by frontman Jimmy Hall. It's called Wet Willie Drippin' Wet Live. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. It's JSA authenticated, and Jimmy Hall is going to be a $35 start. He signed it right there. Signed by Jimmy Hall, a $35 start. The record's not bad, and it's signed, okay? Dio's at 27. Let's go get some more $6.99 records. Let's go get some more. Oh, open, I got another autograph. So earlier we had signed Frank Marino. Check this out. This is signed multiple times by Frank Marino. I'll look it up in just a second to confirm. But it's basically Frank Marino Mahogany Rush Live. It's a backstage pass signed by Frank Marino, another backstage pass signed by Frank Marino, and then one more. So there's a chance at 2 Frank Marino autographs on one item. JSA authenticated, $35 start. The fix is in. Dio's an OG white vinyl 3-track, yes. Gosh, they better not mess this up. What a nerve-wracking situation. I guess there's no way to mess it up, is it? Okay, Dio, 85 UK original. 85 UK original. 85 UK original. Let's go get some more $6.99. Sorry, I've been heavily distracted by college football. I usually don't pay that much attention, but 2 SEC teams I'm watching, especially knowing that they just got beat on a field goal, and the Tennessee Vols could have beat them on a field goal this year. I was there, and I got my heart broke. We missed a field goal. We could have beat Georgia on a field goal, and they sat back there and screwed it up. And now there's Ole Miss, not too far from the national championship. And, of course, I know we didn't finish the season too well at all, but if we could have beat Georgia early on, I think it would have changed a lot of the mentality of the team. And here we are, not playing any football, and everybody else is just living it up. Georgia's out here having playoff games. Ole Miss is out here having playoff games. What am I doing? I'm not at a football game right now. Still not over. What is going on? Okay, $6.99. Who did somebody got to snap the ball? Georgia gets a play. I told y'all the fix was in. They're trying everything possible. Vegas, the Georgia Bulldog miracle. Oh my gosh. Flag. I haven't checked group chat from my friends in a while. They've been texting for 3 hours. I hadn't got to read any of them. Okay, so Dio over here. This is sold to Aaron Andrews for $35. And then let's go back up to the top. Condition on the vinyl of the Chief. Let's take a look at Eddie Clearwater. Eddie Clearwater, the condition of the vinyl over here. This is, it's really nice. It's got a couple of marks right here, but they're just scuffs. I would say it's EX or better. I would say it's EX or better, okay? $35 on that. That's Eddie Clearwater, signed in JSA. Signed in JSA. Jimmy Hall just got one bid, and this is sold to Sully for $35. Thank you, Sully. This is sold to you for $35. I got crates over here full of signed albums I'm trying to chip away at. Plenty. And then Frank Marino, David, a $35 start on this. What did you bid? 20? I'll take 25. David Polkey bid 25 on Frank Marino, right? Yeah, $25. And I hadn't looked up the JSA to read exactly what it says, but we're about to. Okay, there's that over here. And then next is this. Crying in your Tennessee whiskey. Yeah, there's that. Okay, now you can sell records. Yeah, now it's over. Okay, now I can focus. I'm not going to open any group chats. Not going to open any group chats. And Guy Shard gets Eddie Clearwater for $35. And let me see what this says over here. Let me check. We sold a signed Frank Marino earlier. It was signed on the album jacket. It was supposed to be $35. Now it's at $35. And the JSA certification on this says CJ 12368. And this is Frank Marino, signed by 4 members on 4 affixed separate satin passes. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on here. So let me clarify. This is signed by Frank Marino. That is signed by a different member. That's signed by a different member. And that's signed by a different member. Okay, so it's Mahogany Rush and Frank Marino. Okay, so he signed right here. And then that's a different member, that's a different member. And this one here that's a little blurry is also a 3rd or a 4th signature. So I thought that also said, it kind of looks like Frank Marino, but that's not. So signed by Frank Marino, 3 additional band members, and they're all on backstage passes that's been stuck to the jacket. Okay? That's what that is. And it's up for bid. It's JSA authenticated. EX is a grade. So it starts at mint or near mint minus. And then EX, which includes EX plus and EX minus, and then it goes down to VG plus, and then VG, and then VG minus. So EX is between VG plus and near mint minus. EX is a really solid grade. EX is a really solid grade. You'll be very happy with our EX records. Okay, moving on. What else do I have? For those that missed out on that Jimmy Hall, here's another one. And this is a little bit later album. Let me scan this one because here's something I don't see as often. This is another Jimmy Hall with Joe Bonamassa on guitar. Jimmy Hall, is it signed by Joe Bonamassa? I don't think it is. Jimmy Hall, it is 2022, and it says to Sonny, all the best, Jimmy Hall. And it's JSL authenticated, and that's a $35 start. As far as tonight's metal auctions, we're pretty slim, if not all gone. I think and all the no bids have sold now too. I think I have some metal miscellaneous over here. I have a Metallica. Where is it? I got a Metallica thingy right here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. All right. Nice. So this is live SHIT binge and purge. SIT spells shnikes. So this is the Metallica live binge and purge. Somebody actually took the magazine like advertisement and they clipped it out and taped it on the inside. That's actually pretty cool. 3 CDs, 3 VHS, a 72-page book, a snake pit, and let's check out that stencil. The stencil's always missing. It looks like somebody took really good care of this one. I bet the stencil's in here. There it is. There's the stencil. So this is a complete Metallica live binge and purge. It's complete and nice. And we're going to put this up for a, I don't know, a $75 start. That's a nice one. $75 start on Metallica. Good luck to all those bidding. Jimmy Hall's at $35 and Frank Marino's at $42. Here we go, $6.99 records, finally. Bee Gees, Spirits Haven't Flown. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. I've got bonus auctions and signed albums for the rest of the night until I think everybody's done, and I'm done. Happy New Year, $6.99 records, discount crates. There's no telling what I could dig up. Richard Heyman and his orchestra played great Marlon Brando movies. That's pretty cool. $6.99 on the Brando compilation. Bee Gees was $6.99. Hoyt Axton Road Songs is $6.99. Hoyt Axton $6.99. Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who? That's the full album. Also $6.99. And Roger Miller is $6.99. Roger Miller. We have Frank Marino at $45. Now Nathan Carter has it for $48. And over here, the Jimmy Hall has one bid with Eric Boehm for $35. Okay, and we're doing $6.99 records out of here, including Godly and Cream. Godly and Cream is $6.99. And what else is $6.99? The Way Moves. The Way Moves is $6.99. I'm trying to find, I got a really cool autograph over here. I'm having to do some last minute research on it though. Really good one coming up. Adam Bernardi on Aretha Franklin. We're going to do these for $6.99 and then we're going to try to sell them as a bundle. So get them now because it's either now on the read through or they're going to be sold as a bundle. Melanie Jennings gets the Bee Gees. These are closeouts at $6.99. Okay. $6.99. Ba 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 ba. And this, and then also $6.99 is the Jack Wild album, the Jack Wild, and that is from H&R Puffin Stuff. He was on H&R Puffin Stuff, $6.99 on that, and Marian Faithful, A Child's Adventure. Marian Faithful is $6.99. Marian Faithful, $6.99. And what else do we have for $6.99? The Best of England Dan and John Ford Coley, $6.99. The Best of England Dan and John Ford Coley. Take a look at that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got like a really good, let me take a better look at it over here. Sorry, I'm doing live in-market research on some of these signed albums. Yeah. Okay, I'll show it in just a second. We got to get some stuff off the table first. Okay, so first thing we have is Frank Marino, I think was at 48 with Nathan Carter. No other bids came in. The other bidder went out. Jimmy Hall still just had that one bid. That sold to Eric Bowman for 35. And now Brandon Jones, you've been outbid on Metallica. So it was 75. Amenities tied you. Now Amenities has bid 76, okay? Also $6.99 is the Osmonds Around the World Live in Concert. $6.99. Do you still have any wait lists for Steelheart? I think I've got down some people's names. They're just not being manufactured right now. So one of those kind of wait lists, it could be next week by surprise. It could be next year. So literally this year. We just don't know. $6.99. Angel City Dark Room. Angel City is $6.99. The Best of the Best of Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry is $6.99. Amenities, you've been outbid on Metallica. And the Deluxe Blues Band, a streetcar named Deluxe, $6.99 on that. Paula on the Osmonds, all these records in here are $6.99. And also we have Frank Marino sold, and that's sold to $48 to Nathan Carter. Thank you on that. Let's tuck that right in there. That's done. And then together, Steve Kuhn and Toshiko Asakakoshi, something like that, $6.99. Andy Rutherford on Chuck Berry. And then also $6.99 is Chet Atkins, Legendary Performer, $6.99. We have signed Glenn Campbell, Lamb of God, MC Chris, Post Malone is pretty much the only thing. Glenn Campbell, 175, Lamb of God, 95, Ramones, 875, MC Chris, 55, MC Chris, 55, Post Malone, $400, and Roger Waters back there, of course, $975. $975. Sick. Over on Twitch, that's S-I-K, Sick. On the Way Moves, that's sold for $6.99. Metallica is sold to Brandon Jones for $80. That's sold to Brandon Jones for $80. Thank you on that. And then over here, so this is a pretty good signed album. So this is pretty scarce, I should say, to see this signed. This is Dr. John, the Night Tripper, Grease Grease. Already kind of tough to get, and much less on a signed album. And I was told this was an older signature. It's in paint pen. The disc, I haven't cleaned it or anything. It's actually really clean. This is already kind of a tougher, pretty desirable album to find, especially in this grade. So right now, I'm looking at 2 signed albums on eBay, signed by Dr. John. And this actual particular album, there's one personalized. There's his signature. It's in ballpoint pen. Another reason it's probably a vintage signature. There's one personalized they're asking $550 for. This is in black ballpoint pen. He always signed Dr. John the Night Tripper. This is JSA authenticated. I think a great starting price would be $375. $375 for Dr. John, JSA authenticated. That's kind of tough to come by. The actual jacket itself is probably VG minus because of the seam split. That shouldn't matter, especially if you're going to have it framed. The disc is nice. I'd say that's pretty tough to get. There's only a couple examples for sale. None have sold. Victor Guerra on Angel City for $6.99. And then Paula got Chet Atkins for $6.99. This is a $6.99 crate. Also $6.99 is Johnny Taylor Eargasm. And also $6.99 is Herbie Mann When Lights Are Low. And Herbie Mann is an 88 mono remaster. $6.99 for Herbie Mann. Herbie Hancock. All right, what else do we have over here? I have... Oh, yeah, I remember this band. Their stuff is usually pretty cool. Yeah, so this is Dog Fashion Disco. Dog Fashion Disco. When we tagged it, there was none for sale, and some of them had sold for as much as $150. And I never know if I ever got this up for bid or not. Dog Fashion Disco, $75 start. $75 start for What's a Little Sin Under the Covers. Dog Fashion Disco, Adultery and Seductive Color. That's a $75 start. Signed in JSA. Amenities wants Herbie Hancock for $6.99. Is there a pre-order for Megadeth, as in the new Megadeth album? Yes, that is active over in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Esther Phillips, Capricorn Princess. $6.99 for Esther Phillips, and Marion Faithfull's Greatest Hits. Unfortunately, from the Connery collection, which means good and bad. The good thing is the vinyl on these are beautiful. The bad thing is the guy was obsessive over writing his name. He wrote his name on the back. He wrote his name twice on the front. $6.99 for Marion Faithfull. Antonio Carlos Jobim. Antonio Carlos Jobim Urubú is $6.99. That is a promo copy as well. $6.99 on that. And we have the OJ's So Full of Love. The OJ's is $6.99. Everything in this crate is $6.99. And I'm really chipping away at all of our signed albums tonight. Okay, so I'll just offer these as a bot now. Here's 3 more Glen Campbells. These are probably going to get on eBay pretty soon if no one buys them tonight. They sell very well over there. $175 on this Glen Campbell, $175 on that Glen Campbell, and $175 on that Glen Campbell. We got Glen Campbell, Arkansas. It's Just a Matter of Time, and the Glen Campbell album. All nicely signed, and those are $175 each on the Glen Campbells. Over here, we have Adam and Artie on the OJ Sold, Jared Inc. on Antonio Carlos Jobim for $6.99. All these are $6.99, including Ray Bryant, Alama, Ray Bryant on the Columbia Jazz label, $6.99. The World of Tony Orlando and Dawn, $6.99 on Tony Orlando and Dawn. And Knoxville Grass. Knoxville Grass is $6.99. And also $6.99 is Lacey J. Dalton, Dream Baby. This is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Pratt & McLean featuring Happy Days. And Pratt & McLean featuring Happy Days is $6.99, okay? Over here, Dog Fashion Disco, $75 if anybody wants it. And Dr. John, $375. Signed Dr. John, the Night Tripper. And let me go ahead and find a new sleeve. Well, it's already a sleeve for the LP disc. If I can find one over here. I've got so much stuff laying around me now. Maybe, maybe not. If not, I'll take care of it later. How about I take care of it later? Okay. Let's put this right over here. Signed Dr. John, the Night Tripper. I'll just leave it behind the jacket. I think that's how it was anyway. $375 on that. Pretty good one there. Pretty cool there. Let's put that right over there. Also, I got Wilt Matthews Incorporated. That's a 1970. That was $29.99. That's now $6.99. Also, we have Cut and Move, Spread Love, $6.99 on that. Looks like it's a 12-inch single with a lot of mixes. And Chet Atkins Super Pickers, a quadra disc, a quadraphonic pressing, $6.99 on that. Let's see what's up with this. Is this actually signed by? Maybe. I'll have to check that one. Let's check the JSA on this one. This is CH1944. All right. So this is Three Dog Night. This is Three Dog Night, suitable for framing. Three Dog Night, suitable for framing. Nice OG copy. And this is a flyer, an admission flyer, almost like a ticket stub, or it is because there's the ticket stub stapled to it. And this is signed by Three Dog Night, 6 members. And this was down in this album jacket we found. So obviously, somebody went and seen them, and then they had this signed. The JSA certification says Three Dog Night, signed by 6 members on this right here. JSA authenticated, which the sticker should be on the back. Where'd they do the sticker at? Where's the sticker at on this? I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Is it signed in the gatefold? Oh, this is, that might have been a mistake. They put the sticker, unless it's signed somewhere else. They put the sticker on the album jacket. That's not good. They put the sticker on the album jacket, so this will always have to stay together. Yeah, the sticker probably should have been put on this. I bet they were doing them. They sometimes have all the album jackets stacked up after they certify them, and then they do them in order, and they probably forgot this was stuck down in there. So that's not good. The sticker is actually on the album jacket. It goes with this, obviously. We'll keep this together. $35 start. Signed, Three Dog Night. Says signed by 6 members. $35 start. It was at Fairhope Rotary Music Festival. $35 start. Paula gets Chet Atkins for $6.99, and she wanted Lacey J. Dalton. Those are sold for $6.99 and $6.99. Finishing up this crate, we have Tom Rush New Year. This is Tom Rush, 1982 US. The note from Paul says audiophile press live at Symphony Hall, $6.99 on that. The Byrds, the Notorious Byrd Brothers, that's a 68 mono VG condition, $24.99 originally. How much is it now? $6.99. We have King Biscuit Boy, $6.99 for King Biscuit Boy. Also, Gina Raven. Gina Raven is $6.99. Ada Bernardi wants Tom Rush. That's sold to Ada Bernardi for $6.99. And Good Guts and Guns, Jeff Ampolsk. That is $6.99 as well. What else is $6.99? We have the Hank Wankford Band live. That is $6.99. And same price for $6.99. Forever Young, Forever Free soundtrack, $6.99. This is the best of Brothers Grimm, which is Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, Hansel and Gretel, etc., etc., $6.99. And Pacific Overtures, original Broadway cast album, Pacific Overtures, that is $6.99. And the last 2 records in here at $6.99 is Hello People, the Handsome Devils, and the other one is Agape Ferrare, $6.99. I never can get that pronunciation saved. Okay, $6.99. $6.99. God, Guts, and Guns. Was that a name of a record in here? This right here. That's sold to Danny Thomason. $6.99. Okay, if anybody wants the JSA, or excuse me, if anybody wants the Three Dog Night, we'll call it JSA authenticated. The sticker's on the album jacket, which is not good at all. It's supposed to be on this flyer here, but we'll match them together. They'll stay together, and just don't ever separate them, or you'll have to have it re-authenticated, okay? $35. There's that. $35. And then we have Grimm for $6.99. Danny gets Three Dog Night. That was a great price, by the way. That's a great price on that. $35 sold to Black Sabbath Hoss. Whoop, you need the disc, don't you? There's the disc. Let me put that in there as well. All right. Okay. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and count these and offer them as a bundle. That way we can get into something else over here. First of the year, we're basically at a new beginning. What does that mean? We have sold a lot the last couple of nights. We're already at 2, 4, 6, 7 crates tonight, and we have we did a near a record, or could be a record last night. 16 crates of sold records. It's been a long time since I've seen any numbers like that. It's happened before. And we've been doing vintage on sale tonight, and we've went through all the new stuff Paul and Laura marked. And we've been digging in these couple crates of signed albums I have. And honestly, I don't know what's left in here. I'm just kind of flipping through them. Some of them are pretty deep cut. And then some of them I'm like, whoops, I didn't know I even had that. So let's see what else I can find here. This is pretty cool. Papa John Creech. And it's personalized to Dale, so y'all know where it came from. That's the Dale Pittsburgh collection. We have Papa John Creech, Hey Dale, Papa John 92, JSA authenticated in shrink wrap, $35 start for Papa John Creech. Let's try to get these sold as a bundle. Come on, John Berry. Last year was your best year yet, most profitable. 2025, yes. I already know we was on pace for an increase. Yeah, we were on pace. We had the week of December or Christmas. We kind of, I kind of keep track of it week to week. We had a couple big jumps, and then we kind of flatlined a couple weeks. I think the week of Christmas is actually always kind of disappointing. You'd think a lot of people would be Christmas shopping, but that's all done during Black Friday, and I think everybody's kind of spent out. So there's a couple nights I was like, man, is there anybody out there? Test 1, 2. But that was only like 2 nights out of 350 that, or a couple weeks out of the year. That's kind of really bizarre. But other than that, right now, yeah, we've seen another year of growth. And if everything goes this year, it should happen again. We've not seen a flat line overall, or any kind of pullback since I've been doing this, which is amazing. So, how many crates? 75 or 80. 75 or 80 probably. Okay, here we go. And we sold well over 100,000 albums this year. We sold up in the tens of thousands of 45s. I'll be able to run the numbers before long. I usually share I don't, of course, ever share all the notes, but thanks to y'all and your amazing patriotism to Coletco, we definitely broke last year's records. One second. I got to do something over here. This is why I can't look at my phone. I'm sorry, I get distracted. As y'all know, phones are distracting. And I'm never just, I know it's already 11:30, but I'm never awake during the day to take care of business stuff. So I'm making notes. Chad 2028. Maybe more like Chad 2052. Okay, Papa John Creech, a buy it now for $35. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Let's offer these as a bundle deal. The price is the following. $95. 95 divided by 26 makes these $365 each. If we sell these, I'll go do another one. Half off anytime soon. This is actually a 75% off crate. This is better than half off. It may not be better titles, but what you just witnessed right there was a $6.99 crate. There's a lot of $20 originally marked records in there, $15 and even $29, which makes some of those 60% off and 75% off. So actually what you just witnessed was better than that. But I know what y'all talking about. Y'all want a crate where there's like half off of Led Zeppelin records that were $44.99 that are now $22. I'm going to have to do my darnest to clean up some stuff back here and figure out where that kind of crate is. I do need to do the leftover flip crate, and then I'm going to try to dig around over here and find other stuff to put on sale, put up for auction, etc., etc. Okay? And I'm going to try to do that right now. Come on, John Barry. $95, 26 records, $365 each. We get this bundle sold, I'll put up more. Let's see what we got over here. I need to... I'm going to save this styrofoam for the shipping department. It's honestly, here we go. Here's what's going to wake up the chat, because I got to do some... I got to find the next crate. Where is everybody watching from on the first day of the year? Let me know right now. Where's everybody watching from? I got to find the next crate. We might can do a half-off crate, maybe even a half-off non-cent crate. But before we do that, I'm going to lay this styrofoam back here for the shipping department to use, because that was like a whole bundle, and we order that stuff by the droves. Where's everybody watching from? We're going to find that out right now. Don't wait until tomorrow. Van Halen. Let's get this bundle sold. I'm about to purge this final autograph bin. I'd like to see where everybody's watching from. I'm going to purge this final autograph bin. I'm going to find some more records to discount. And they've left messes back here. That's Tanner. Tanner's very bad about leaving messes. I'm going to have to get onto him again. He's left little messes all over the back room back here, out of order, just everywhere. After all the hours I put in to clean this place up, shame on you, Tanner. There's cardboard everywhere. There's just a lot of stuff. I'm having trouble finding my next crate because of that. It's like bothering me. It bothers me. I'm like, I can't take this. It's just little stuff laying everywhere. It's supposed to be all clean and neat whenever I come in, just like I left it. And then I come in, it's all messy, and I'm like, what is going on? I hadn't even done a sale, and there's this like stuff laying all over the floors. Ah, get all this out of here. Ah. That's what I sound like. Bundle deal. Who wants these? Bundle deal. FYI concerning a ticker, it says first come, first serve, not first come, first serve. First come, first serve? I've never said first come, first served. I've always said first come, first serve. I've never said that past tense. First come, first serve. Is it supposed to be served? I think it's first come, first serve. Present tense. You get served afterwards. You get serve live. Okay. Look at all the boxes up here. Golly. They got some big boxes going out, it looks like. A lot of mail going out tomorrow. Holy moly. All right. Speaking of Guy Shard, he needs to see the Taylor Swift coloring book. He needs to see the Taylor Swift coloring book. I'm glad we got the dump trailer here. I'm having to take a quick time out to move some stuff around. Bear with me. It's killing me. It's absolutely killing me. I'm going to make sure I go to Lowe's tomorrow and get my tape. And we're going to take care of this once and final for all. You are correct, Chad. Served is correct. No, it's served. We got a debate. We officially have a debate. First come, first serve. First come, first served. We need John Barry. He's not on right now. That's holding up the whole show. Come on, John Barry. He don't even realize it either. There's that. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. See what's in these tubs over here. And autographed posters. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Okay. Let's see. Progress is being made. Has anybody bought the bundle yet? Surely they have. Surely they have. Okay. We got viewers in Houston, New Jersey, Michigan, Texas, Florida, Ohio, Nashville, Arizona, Houston, Wisconsin, New York City, South Carolina, Michigan, Maine, North Carolina, South Carolina, Canada, Kentucky, Colorado, and we're down at the bottom. Okay, this is 26 records for $95. Who wants them? Who wants to make an offer? This is the only thing that has stopped the progress of the show. 26 records, a random mystery bundle, $95. That's the only thing stopping me from just grabbing more stuff and being like, here's the next crate, here's the next crate, here's the next crate, here's the next crate. This is the only thing holding up the whole production right here. That's it. It's holding up the whole production. That's it. We just got to get it sold, waiting for somebody to make an offer. That's all you got to do. Make an offer. Buy or make an offer. That's holding up the whole shebang here. That's it. Okay. Let me grab all this. We had this. That's eBay. And then these. All right. I believe $50. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. Try again. That's a good start. You're getting closer. You're getting closer, my friend. $50. Hey, we got to buy it. Dave's trying to get the show back on track. $60. You're getting closer. One more bump. One more bump. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. 65. Okay. Signed Taylor Swift, $350. Tortured Poet Departments, $350. I've got 2 of them. Signed by Tay-Tay. Everything in this crate is sold to Dave Mosley for $65. Let me start a new crate, okay? Let me start a new crate because this one here was almost full and it's going to mess up the bundle if I don't start it in a new one. So there's that over here. Next thing is this. Let me grab this right here and these are soda Dave. Let's get sticky notes around them. Okay. We're probably going to do a little bit more records, and then it's time for Anything Goes. Let's go get some more up here. Do. Okay. As you can see, there's a lot to be done around here. Just to find more records to sell. All that to finally get to some more records. That was a rough ride, but I got it done. All right, let's try to sell some more here. These are all $6.99. I'm about to start purging the final batch of these signed albums too, doing a sort, etc., etc. Phew, that was a lot of work. And somehow we still got 189 people watching. Are y'all just kind of hanging out waiting for something to happen? Sounds like it. Okay. $6.99. Stack Ridge. This is VG Plus, $6.99. Guffey Hollow, Clean Up Your Act. Guffey Hollow is an 83 Bluegrass with a press photo in shrink, $6.99. Danny Kaye, Hans Christian Andersen, Tubby the Tuba, $6.99. Jack and the Beanstalk, $6.99. Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello, a 71 press, $6.99. Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac, also $6.99. Peter Cetera, you may know him from Chicago, that's $6.99. And Time for the Tams, $6.99, 67. Tom Sullivan on TB for $6.99, and TB was for Tim B was for Tim Buckley. Adam Bernardi on the Danny Kaye for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Three Dog Night Cyan with Shambhala, $6.99 on Three Dog Night. 10cc Rubber Bullets, 10cc is $6.99. And Rock and Roll Music to the World, 10 Years After, that is $6.99. The Bible, the original motion picture soundtrack album, The Bible. Also, Leon and Mary Russell wedding album, that is $6.99. And Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits. Captain and Tennille, $6.99 there for Greatest Hits. All right, let's see what I got over here. I've got this, I've got that, I've got this. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, I've got that. I need to get that ready for tomorrow. That needs to be ready. This, 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 and this. Okay, there's all that. The problem, I can sell this at pretty much a bargain price. The problem is shipping it. Anybody a Sylvia fan? This is a large signed cardboard promotional item from Sylvia. And here's how I can do this. I don't know where the JSA card is. I'd have to find it later and send it to you. AX73696. It's signed by Sylvia. It's kind of like all inscribed here. Joyce. It's always a great doing, something with something and something and something else. So it's signed by Sylvia. My price is only $35 and buyer pay shipping, okay? So only $35 and buyer pay shipping. $35 and buyer pay shipping. It's signed by, made out, inscribed, and then signed by Sylvia. So you get kind of a large poster. You get it signed. It's JSA. You just have to pay shipping. It's too thick to roll. So buyer pay shipping, it'll only be probably, I don't know, what it will cost. $30 to $50 to have it shipped, maybe less than that. It'll have to go flat, but buyer pays postage. And it's JSA'd. Right there's the sticker. I'll just have to get it. I'll find it for you. They'll make a note, and then I'll mail it to you, okay? Lit Schlitz wants it. So this is sold to Lit Schlitz, and make a note, don't ship, buyer pays postage, okay? $35, thank you, that's sold to you. Thank you, that's sold to you. How many more items do I have like that? Endless. I've got stacks and stacks over here of flat signed items I'm trying to sell. All right, and then a Peter Haas on 10cc. That's sold to him for $6.99. Conditional Captain Deal, no condition notes. That means the vinyl is really nice. It's near mint minus $6.99. Okay. Also $6.99 is Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live. Harry Chapin is $6.99. Earlier, there was like 3 people that wanted one of those. There's another one. And the Guess Who Road Food. The Guess Who is $6.99. Also, Heads Are Rolling City Boy. City Boy's EX condition, $6.99 on that. Tom Sullivan on Harry Chapin for $6.99. We're doing on sale vintage, $6.99 LPs. Me Sex, where do they go? That's $6.99. Scott Dyer on the Captain of Tennille. That's sold to him for $6.99. And Good Rats, Tasty. Good Rats is in shrink. The vinyl is VG, $6.99. Over here, a cherry slushy. That does sound good. A cherry limeade. How late does Sonic deliver? I need to get on that. Okay, I've got a Kid Rock poster. We can probably, I don't know, can we roll this? Yeah, I'm going to say $45 shipped. Kid Rock, Rock and Roll Jesus CD release poster. So this would have been at the Fillmore, New York at Irving Plaza, an original poster, Rock and Roll Jesus CD release for Kid Rock, $45 on that. That's an original advertisement poster for his album, Rock and Roll Jesus. So $45. I think we can get that rolled and shipped for $45. Kid Rock. $45 on that. We have Good Rats sold to Michael Butler for $6.99. Thank you. Also $6.99 is David Werner. That's EX $6.99 for that. And we have Hotel Hunger. This is where the fun starts. Hotel Hunger is $6.99. And Deacon Blue, When the World Knows Your Name. Deacon Blue is EX $6.99. Glen Iris, Round and Round. Glen Iris is EX $6.99. And Life's Hard and Then You Die. It's Immaterial. It's Immaterial is $6.99. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, here might be another cool autograph. Pat Travers. So Pat Travers is a promo. Pat Travers, the Mist mini album. It's a 4-track, sign on the back by Pat Travers, JSA authenticated with card, of course. Signed Pat Travers, promo mini album, $35 star. That's now up for bid. Okay, there's that. If we're picking up, would be waived on the shipping cost. If you pick up Kid Rock, I'll sell it to you for $35. If you pick up Kid Rock, I'll sell it to you for $35. Usually on posters and road items, between a $5 and $10 discount on smaller stuff. Big stuff, it could be even more. Crazy House, still looking for Heaven on Earth. That's VG Plus, $6.99. And then NRBQ. NRBQ is also $6.99. And we have Orbit. William Orbit, that's VG Plus, $6.99. And Immaculate Fools, Dumb Poet. That's VG $6.99 on Immaculate Fools. All right, let's see what else is over here in this poster stack I'm chipping away at. We have, here's another cool one. This is coming soon, Kid Rock's new album. Here's another original promotional item. This is Kid Rock, not signed. I do have a signed Kid Rock CD, though, and a guitar. We'll say $45 on this one, too. Coming soon, Kid Rock's new album in stores May 30th. That's kind of a long one there, and $45 on that. I think there's a few more Kid Rocks over here. There's that one, also $45. Kid Rock, Kid Rock. Everything in this crate is $6.99. I have John Miles Sympathy for $6.99. No conditionals on that. Fahrenheit Fantasy, also $6.99. Gold stamp promo. Crack the Sky, Animal Noises. That's EX $6.99. And then for $6.99, VG Plus, who do we have here? Brian Prothrow Pickup. $6.99 on Brian Prothrow. Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, Loves a Prima Donna. $6.99. And then 1010 Walk On. EX $6.99. If anybody wants Pat Travers, he is a buy now for $35. JSC authenticated, signed Pat Travers. Scott O'Man on FAR for Fahrenheit, probably. That's so to Scott O'Man, $6.99. That's true. Kid Rock has shopped at Coletco before. Of course, he lives not too far from here. A lot of people live in the Nashville area. Big musician people. All right, I'll show 2 more Kid Rocks. 45 and 45. This all came from that Kevin Cave of Rocks collection. This one has a little bit of damage with it, but this one's called Kid Rock Cocky. Kid Rock Cocky, November 20th, 2001. It does have some cover damage right here. It looks like it was taped up at one point. And then here's Kid Rock, The History of Rock, American Bad ASS, and these are real store promotional posters. These aren't just some poster. These would have been in a store. That would have been in a store. This one would have been in a store. The last one would have been in a store. And the one before that was like an advertisement for a CD release. He probably was there. There's probably a good chance he was signing stuff. So those are all $45, okay? $45 shipped. Local pickup, possibly a better price. Okay? Everything in here is about to be counted and offered as a bundle. Hope everybody's ready. But first, let's do one more speed run. One more speed run. Everything in here is $6.99. Stack Ridge, Guthrie Hollow, Jack and the Beanstalk, Ian Hunter, Peter Cetera, Time for the Tams, Three Dog Night, 10 Years After, The Bible, Leon and Mary Russell, The Guess Who, City Boy, Me Sex, David Werner, Hotel Hunger, Deacon Blue, Glen Iris, It's Immaterial, Crazy House, NRBQ, Orbit, Immaculate Fools, John Miles, Crack the Sky, Brian Prothro, Steve Harley, and 1010. Susie wants American Bad ASS. So does Susie Breedlove for $45. All right. Let's put this right over here. I need to put Sylvia and this over here. Okay, and there's Sylvia. We'll lay Sylvia on top right there. Okay. Here we go. I have one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, 27. And the bundle deal on these will be $105. Come on, John Barry. 27 records, $105. Okay? That would be $388,888 each. They've already been flagged for a bundle. Come on, John Barry. Where are you, John? He's not on tonight. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what this should be starting bid for. I think I can do that. And then I need to look this up. Okay. Anybody want to make an offer? Boy, it's hard to get anybody to say anything right now. I think we're done with vinyl for sure tonight. But I'm going to keep showing other stuff. I'm going to try to find some other stuff to wake everybody up for maybe the next few minutes. I think a lot of people are sleeping on me right now. It's just been like, usually there's at least a chat. Usually there's somebody like chatting or talking or something. Can't hardly get anything out of anybody. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Anybody out there at all? Test 1 2, test 1 2. Is there anybody out there? Is there anyone home? So I know it. I can't get hardly like, it says 141 people on, but it's just like, man, usually y'all are chit-chatting or something. But, man, it's, I think we're done with vinyl for the night. Maybe it's time to show coins and posters. It sounds like it. And some of these other cassettes over here. I need to get this out of the frame. I was going to try to figure out how much to price it for. Yeah, everybody had a rough New Year's Eve, right? Motorcycle poster. I don't have any CDs. Larry Gonzalez. Larry Gonzalez, what is on the info on the adultery record? That already sold in the bundle, to my knowledge. That already sold, to my knowledge, in a bundle. I've got Paul Stanley on a motorcycle. An original 1977, a coin poster, $55. Paul Stanley on motorcycle. How cool is that? An original 1977, a coin, real poster, vintage original, 1977, $55. That will come shipped rolled in a tube. $55 for Paul Stanley. Very cool. I need to sell this last bundle. This last bundle was a 27 records for $105. And I'm looking for an offer, preferably from somebody that's already bought a bundle so we can keep them all together. And then I guess the last order of business for vinyl would be going through the leftover discount flip crates. Let me do that right now, as soon as we sell these right here. Somebody asked about Steelheart, but that album's been out of print for almost a year now. I don't know if it's going to come back. They did a kind of a limited edition pressing on it. Who wants to make an offer on these? Come on. I know somebody wants to make an offer. Consider it a mystery bundle. I don't even have to read through them. You just got to say, Chad, I'll take them. All right. Will Queen of the Damned be in this week or next week? I was on a waiting list. Waiting list, it depends if we'll find out tomorrow. Tomorrow will be our answer on that, okay? Any mayhem? Probably. Willard 65 on the bundle. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. I'm going to sell them to you, but we got to get a little bit more. Fresh 45s. I'm going to get John and Paul started on that. Hopefully. I'm going to chug this water right quick. All right. Willard offered 65. Willard, would you do $75 and I'll sell these to you? $75 and I'll sell these to you. Just say yes. That's a great word, yes. Let's start going through other stuff right now. I'm going to try to bring over these other vintage records. So we've had some people asking about current silver in stock and other related items. So let me try to find some of that right now for you. I have probably some of the best deals I have on, we'll start with all the collectible silver I have and others, okay? We'll start right here with the Pez dispensers. I've got, I think this equals out to 30 grams of silver. It's officially licensed from Pez Candy. And this is $145. So it's 30 grams of silver. It looks like mini Pez candy bars. Pez candy bars, I guess they're bars. $145 on those. This right here is sold to Willard Dunham. He gets this bundle here for $75. I've got one last crate of vintage. Sorry for the big pauses, but I got to reset. That's why I'm going to go through some miscellaneous, and then we're going to have to find some stuff to sell. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I mean, I'm getting down to where back here, it's like we have tonight's new arrivals and last night's arrivals. So if we go through anything else, it's going to be the $6.99 stuff up front, which has kind of hit a creeching stop tonight, or we got to go through the new stuff we literally just showed last night, which wouldn't be too fun, because every time you've done something like that, everybody's like, wait a minute, Chad, you just showed these last night. What's going on? It's really hard, especially during holiday times when sometimes people's off, to price thousands and thousands of records. I don't know if y'all have ever tried it, but pricing thousands of records time consuming. And as much as we've been selling, sometimes I'll hit a backlog and like, well, whoops-a-daisy, we've run out of stuff to kind of show, and that's not good. And one of the things we got to hire this year is another pricer, just to have stuff ready for me, because you see, that's what I'm kind of over here doing. I'm digging around. What's this? What's that? I don't know what this is. How much is this? Got to look this up. Well, if that was already over here for me, I'd be just keep flashing y'all stuff, and it'd be boom, 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 sold, 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 sold. I still got the statues over here, all the silver statues, which are really cool. I've got Charmander. I've got a rocket ship, Batman, and Iron Man. One of the most popular things were the gold bars we had. We've been selling a lot of those at $45. I'll show you which ones I have left of those, and the gold turtles. We have one left of those. So let me bring some of that stuff over. So the Pez are silver. It's a nutcracker. It looks like a nutcracker, and it's silver Pez bars. $145. We've sold 2, 3, 1. Either way, I have 2 left. Okay, so let's see. These were $9.99 records. All right. So 1919, 14, 9. These are 6. These are all 6. All right, this is our vintage flip crate leftovers for this week so far. So these are already discounted. All the silver rocket ships, or all the silver statues, are $135. $135, which would be this guy right here. $135. Pretty cool item. Looks like a vintage 50s era rocket ship that's blasting off. So here are some more 6 and some 9 and a couple 14 and some 19.99ers. So these records were already discounted. We had ZZ Top Eliminator for $19.99. We had King Crimson Discipline for $19.99. So ZZ Top was $34. King Crimson was EX $32.99. There is some damage down here at the bottom. It's an 81 UK original. Those are $19.19. And then $14.99 was the Fugs, which was half off. And I think a couple times I've shown these. Some people want to make some offers, and I'm like, well, now they're half off. Fugs and Fugs, those are only $2.14. And then these were $9.99. Sealed Debbie Harry, that's Cuckoo for $9.99. And then Jethro Tull for $9.99, half off. And another Jethro Tull Minstrel in the gallery. Those are $9.99, $9.99. We had King Crimson sold to Ryan Mustaine for $19.99. The other $9.99 records was Kaja, Crazy People's Right to Speak, and the Human League Hysteria. Those are all $9.99. Also, the rest of the crate is $6.99. Yeah, this is 1 ounce silver, pure 99999 silver, sold to Mad Lomax, $135. Yeah, it's 1 ounce pure. That's sold for $135. I don't think I have another one of those left. So let me put that right over here. I'm going to put it right next to all this other stuff. Right here. Okay. That's sold to you. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. And then for $6.99, here's our $6.99 records. Barbara Lewis, Working on a Groovy Thing. Barbara Lewis was VG minus a 68 mono promo. And then Cherry People, that was a 68 US mono promo, also $6.99. And $6.99 for Sealed Hall & Oates, Missed Opportunity. All those you just seen right there, those first three are $6.99. All right, what else do I have over here? I've got, let me get this little tray here. And see what's left for $6.99. Fug self-titled. So there's actually, let me see here. These get confusing. This one is Fug's first album and then Fug's self-titled. I'm assuming, Eric, you mean this one, right? The black and white one. That's sold to you for $14.99, and that's going to leave that one right there for $14.99. Also, $6.99, we have Al Green, Living for You. Al Green was VG $6.99. The Illusion, If It's So, $6.99. Really good titles in here for $6.99. Very good titles for $6.99. What else is $6.99? We have Roger Daltrey, One of the Boys. James Gang, Passing Through. No condition notes on that. $6.99 for Dave Mason. And I had Leo Sayer for $6.99. Okay, here's a 1 ounce silver bar I have. This is Star Wars. This is called The Golden Dawn of Skywalker. It comes with a COA card. It's a colorized 1 ounce silver bar, and that's $100. I've sold 4 of those now. We have one left at $100. Star Wars 1 ounce silver. COA in this package, $100 on that. Okay. Next is Phantom Canuck on the Cherry People for $6.99. Matt Shepard on the Sealed Hall & Oates for $6.99. Everything else in here is $6.99, including the very best of the Classic 4 with Spooky. That's $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4 is $6.99. Disco Trek. Disco Trek is $6.99. Lou Rawls, Merry Christmas, Ho Ho Ho. Lou Rawls is $6.99. The Judd's Heartland is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Wasmo Narez, Things Aren't Right. VG Plus $6.99. Paula on RD, and RD for Paula was Roger Daltrey. That's sold for $6.99. And the Guess Who Road Food. The Guess Who is in VG condition, $6.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. VG Plus $6.99. Todd Rundgren Todd, VG Plus also $6.99. Utopia $6.99. Adventures in Utopia $6.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia $6.99. And Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in the Land of Plenty, $6.99. Phil Collins sold to Matt Shepard. All right. Thank you on that. So, with that being said, I'm going to read through these again. And if you're interested in any of these, this is kind of the final call. What songs on Leo Sayer? Let's find that for Paula right quick. Track listing on Leo Sayer was Stormy Weather, Dancing the Night Away, I Can't Stop Loving You, Though I Try, La Booga Ruga, Raining in My Heart, Something Fine, Running to My Freedom, Frankie Lee, Don't Look Away, and No Looking Back. Melinda Deering on Lou, and that was Lou Rawls, and Josh Brown on The Judge. Those are sold for $6.99, $6.99. So back here in the back for $19.99, there's only one $19.99 record left, a clean copy of ZZ Top Eliminator, one $14.99 left, the Fugs, that's called Fugs' first album. The $9.99 records was Sealed Debbie Harry, Jethro Tull, Kaja, and Human League Hysteria. And then the $6.99 records were Barbara Lewis, Al Green, The Illusion, Dave Mason, James Gaines, Classic 4, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Disco Trek, Wasmo Norez, Guess Who, Todd Rundgren, Utopia, Omar and the Howlers, and Leo Sayer. I'll make sure everybody gets everything they want out of there. Neil Young. Yeah, I think that was, let me figure, that was in tonight's New Arrivals, wasn't it? Should be. Should be in tonight's New Arrivals. So let me find that. I think that was something that Paul marked today. So, sticker price, of course, out of New Arrivals. This is Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. It's a blue vinyl, 12-inch promo. 1980 mono promo, 12-inch blue vinyl. And the flip side is Union Man. $19.99 on that. Okay. So the way I usually do on the flip crates is I take half off of these, and then I make the $15 record 10, and I make the $20 record 15. So another further 5, 5, and 5 off. So left in here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 records at $375 approximately. And then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then 10, and then 15. That's $110 for everything in here. $105 for everything in here, because we're going to sell Paula Disco Trek for $6.99. Now $105 for everything in here. So basically $375 on each, 5 for those, 10, and then 15. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. Make sure that goes in for sticker, of course, and bundle deal on the rest of that crate. There's some pretty good titles in there for $110. Think long and you'll think wrong. Okay, other silver I have here. This here, do I have a price on it? I'll have to find the sleeve. Okay, here's some of the 1/1000th gold we still have in stock. I've got 1/1000th gold in stock. I got Zeus, $45. We've sold a lot of these, as y'all know. Steamboat Willie, these are $45, 1/1000th gold. And the UFO, those are $45. So UFO, Zeus, and Steamboat Willie, those are all $45 a piece. And then I have the Day of the Dead, which is kind of damaged. It's still 1/1000th of gold, though. I think it fell out of its snap case. And these are just kind of like little flakes of gold, 1/1000th. And then here's the Angel of Independence, which looks like the Libertad Angel, Mexico. Those are also $45. So 1/1000th gold. I got a lot of different options at $45. And then these are 1990 silver kookaburras. These are 1990 silver kookaburras from Australia, which are graded MS69. I have these for $150 a piece. Okay, they are toned. The toning of a coin, if you ever get a coin and it's toned like this, that's a common occurrence that it does not affect grade. Okay, it could be literally looking like this. That in any way does not affect the grade or the value of the coin, just FYI. $150 on the PS69, PCGS, excuse me, I couldn't spit it out. Those are PCGS graded MS69s. $150 on those. Here's another silver coin. This is $115. So this is a 2024 Mexico Libertad Golden Moon Edition 1 ounce silver coin. Libertad Golden Moon Edition, $115. I've got 2 of those. 115, 115. MS69 means mint state 69. The perfect grade of a coin is a 70. Coins are graded 1 through 70. MS69 is near a perfect grade, a 70 being perfect, of course. And mint state. MS is start in the 60s. You have MS60, MS61, MS62. That means it's literally in the state from what it came from the mint. It may have a small imperfection that can't be seen by the human eye. So if you have an MS69 or maybe even a 68, 69, and 70, you really can't tell any difference with your eyes. You got to get down to a times 10, times 15 loop to tell any difference. But it does matter. On a right coin, it could literally be tens of thousands of dollars between a 67 and a 68 or a 69. This is a 2025 half-gram sea turtle, Ocean Wonder sea turtle. We've already sold 4 of these. That's my last one. $110 on that. Ocean Wonder sea turtle. That's a half-gram gold. $110 on that. $110 on that. But usually on stuff like these kookaburras, MS70s will carry a premium. MS70s will carry a premium. The other stuff will be, you know, cheaper, if that makes sense. All right. Danny gets the half-gram sea turtle for $110. That's sold to Danny. These are 1/200th of an ounce. This is Ascension Island, a Phoenix. Very cool. And these are $100 flat. Ascension Island is the country. 2025 pure gold, 1/200th of an ounce. Those are $100. There's that. SpongeBob is 1 gram, $400. Gold assay on card. SpongeBob SquarePants, $400. They did 3,000 of those. Of course, I just showed Star Wars for 100, and then the Pez. This other thing over here, I'm still looking for the price. Adam Minardi wants the 1/2 moon coin for 115. This right here sold Adam Minardi. Any Jazz? No, but I'm going to go through the unsold auctions one last time. This is sold to Adam Minardi for 115. Let's put these over here on the table before they get out of place and out of order. All right. There's 1/2 moon left. Cynthia Hertrin says she'll take a silver Pez dispenser. Thank you. I also have one left as a Halloween character. I think a skeleton, if you're interested. This is sold for $145. Let's go through all of tonight's unsold auctions and do this. And let me show that. Let me get a few more coins. We've went through that little tray. I don't know what I'll do Sunday. I know that's still a couple of days out, but Eagle Preview Treasure Label, Celebrity Mint Larry Thomas. Yeah, we sold a coin on eBay. What did we sell on eBay today? This is a ghost, actually. It's a ghost. Also $145. It's a 2025 30-gram Pez. $145 on that. This is an awesome piece, I think. It's a 1 ounce silver. It looks like Fantastic Four, issue number 1. 1 ounce silver bar. I'm going to say $125 on that. Fantastic Four. Really cool. Mark Olson Wants an Illusion. That's out of here. So the bundle just got cheaper. That sold to Mark Olson for $6.99. Now we can get these down to $100 even. Cynthia said she'll take a Ghost as well. That's sold to Cynthia for $145. Do you believe in magic in the young girl's heart? Freedom to move whenever you start. It's like magic, and the rhythm is groovy. Makes me feel happy like an old-time movie. Fantastic Four sold to Danny for $110. That's going to be a great buy when Spot hits that next fall, possibly next spring. Next fall, this fall. Man, we're in a new calendar year. All right, let's go through all the unsold auctions. A lot of autographs over here. They weren't really advertised. I've just been cleaning bins. So the only advertised record tonight, let me see here. The only advertised record tonight that didn't sell was this, Lamb of God. Lamb of God, As the Palaces Burn, is a 2003 USOG with promotional photo of the band, $95. Now, I added a ton of autographs, and we'll start with the most recent. Pat Travers, promo mini album, signed on the back, $35. Not personalized. Papa John Creech, Hey Dale from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, Papa John Creech. All these are JSA, $35. Dr. John, the Night Tripper, signed, Grease OG pressing, $35. Excuse me, $350. Dog Fashion Disco, Adultery. Larry Thomas, I lied to you. Larry Thomas, I straight up lied to you. You're talking about this right here. You're talking about this right here. Dog Fashion Disco, Adultery is $75. It's signed by the band. That's what Larry was asking about earlier. And then I've got 4 different signed Glenn Campbells. Glenn Campbells are $175 each. I've got 4 different ones. Okay? 4 different ones. Pat Travers is $35. Dr. John is $350. The Ramones is signed by Johnny, Tommy, DD, and Marky on the back, $875. I've got 2 different signed MC Chris's. One is signed just by MC Chris, one signed by MC Chris, and then 3 additional people. Those are $55 each. Post Malone, Rockstar, is $400. Post Malone, 12-inch single of Rockstar, $400. Post Malone, $400. MC Chris Goes to Hell, $55 and $55. The Ramones, $875. Glenn Campbell, the 12-string guitar, and others, $175 each. Dog Fashion Disco, Adultery, $75. Dr. John, the Night Tripper, $375, I think is what it should be. I'm sticking with that. We have Papa John Creech for $35. This is a 4-track promotional Pat Travers album. It's actually got 5 tracks on it. It's signed on the back. It's just a promotional, not released in stores album. $35. And then Lamb of God, $95. That's all of tonight's no bids. And then from other nights, I still got Charles Wesley Godwin, Family Ties. Charles Wesley Godwin was $125. And that's it. These are laser disc here. I've got Rooster Cogburn for $10, Quartermass. Those are laser disc. And that signed photo of Foreigner, $275. And don't forget, we still got the signed Roger Waters for $975. And I know Adam Bernardi wants it. He's still thinking about it. Pat Travers, $35. Pat Travers, $25 offer. Pat Travers, $30, best price. $30, best price, no more, no less. $30, best price, no more, no less. It's a steal. You're stealing it. It's an absolute theft of a price. I've got 150 other signed albums over here that's never been shown. We'll do those another night, probably tomorrow. Okay, what other silver items do I have? Pretty cool thing here, this Coca-Cola thing. We've already sold a couple. I've got 3 or 4 left. This looks like a vending machine. This looks like a vending machine. It is a Coca-Cola vending machine. It's silver. Colorized 1 ounce Coke bar. So it looks like a Christmas Coca-Cola bar. This is actually a bank. I think it doubles as a bank if you take the coin out and styrofoam. These are $150. Very cool item. 50s, 60s autographs. Not on albums, I don't think. I don't think I have any 50s, 60s. So Pez was pretty popular. Coke was really popular. And yeah, Grease. So there's only one autographed Grease that is on eBay. It's $550. This is right now, in my opinion, probably the deal of the night. It's gonna get listed online tonight, probably for $749.99, best offer. Just like a lot of signed albums, I'll have them here for half the price. I'll have them here usually for half the price, just like the band. The other night, there was a guy interested in those albums signed by the band. I said, they're $875. I'm going to sell them on eBay for $1,500. One sold 3 days later on eBay for $1,500. This is $375, probably half of what I'm going to get for it online. I'm trying just to sell it to y'all right now. That's probably the best deal I've had on a signed album in a while. It is signed, ballpoint, not personalized. Older autograph too, you can tell because it's on a ballpoint pen. Some albums you're not going to get a big bold Sharpie across the front. One, some of them just impossible. It's like you're not going to find some vintage album signed in a big bold paint pen like Roger Waters here. That's unique. You know, a lot of times they're signed, older ones signed in a pen, and they just don't look good. These that look like this are spectacular. I mean, the chances of getting it, you know, that bold and crisp, you know, you're not going to find Dr. John that looks like that. If it is, it's probably going to be something modern, and it's probably not going to be on a copy of Grease. Okay, so there's that. Let me see here. Signed albums. I do have, well, I've got the Kingston Trio. I've had these before. I got the Kingston Trio. That one's signed by Bob Shane. $25 on the Kingston Trio. That's signed by Bob Shane. So John Stewart, 25. John Stewart, 25. There's another Kingston Trio signed by John Stewart. And then this one's signed by John Stewart and Bob Shane, but it's personalized. So to Fred, John Stewart, he actually had to sign it twice. And then over here, Bob Shane. That one's the same price, even though it's got both. It's personalized to Fred. So individually or personalized. And then there's John Stewart as a solo artist. John Stewart, big solo career, but also he was in a band called the Kingston Trio. So there's some, I've shown those a bunch. We started off with like 15 John Stewart autographs. That's what we have left. Let's see, 50s era. Not anything in this bin. This is pretty cool. Let's see here. I've sold some of these before. Save your money. What for? You should invest in tangible assets. especially something half of retail value. The album is worth more than the cash. This is signed by Jerry Allison and Joe B. Malden, The Crickets. Cool, $45. The Crickets with Jerry Allison on there. $45 on that. That's pretty cool. Something old, something new. It's on Liberty too. Crickets 35. Crickets 45. I mean, what did I say? 45. Crickets 40. Crickets 40. Crickets 40. How could you say no to that? Oh, what else do I have in here? 50s, 60s. I know what he's looking for. I'm waiting for Danny to say, golly, Chad, thank you for the Pat Travers. That's an absolute steal. He's playing Mr. Tough Guy down there, though. Oh, Mr. Tough Guy. Here I am, and I'm in love again. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Sold to Wolverine for $40. Thank you. And then Charlie Leuven, Less and Less, I Don't Love You Anymore. Thank you, Fred. Charlie Leuven, $35. $35 on Charlie Leuven. JSA authenticated. All the Glenn Campbells are $175. What was the price in 12? Was the 12th best one? Did I? Hold on a second. So the best Glenn Campbell, well, they're all really nice and bold. I'd say the best one left, as far as a presentation piece, I don't know. I kind of like that one. I don't know why. I just kind of like that one. Wolverine bought one of these from me before. I think Wolverine bought a couple, didn't you, Wolverine? That one's pretty cool because it's an actual Capitol album signed on his guitar, Arkansas. This is a Pickwick press with a pretty not so pleasant looking cover, but it's still nice. And then that one, the Glenn Campbell album. That one presents pretty well too. So they're all nice. And I've already sold several. So Glenn Campbell was actually at Fred Goodwin's house one day in Murfreesboro. I mean, I didn't believe it at first until we pulled out his Glenn Campbell albums and they were all autographed. And he said, Glenn Campbell stood right there and played me 2 or 3 songs on a guitar while we were having dinner. And I was like, well, I can't argue with you. Literally, your entire collection's autographed. So, and luckily he didn't put to Fred, but just on a couple. So Fred would have somehow people over at his house. I don't know how he had all these connections. And he would pull out, you know, in his living room, because most of the time he had country people over, obviously Nashville, Murfreesboro area. He would have somebody over, Charlie Leuven or somebody. He would pull out his albums, and they'd sit down and he would sign them all, because he had this incredible library of country music. His shelf in his dining room with all of his country albums, when I counted them, it was over 12,000 country albums. It was 2 big shelves full, and they were packed too. And of course, some of them he just took with him at places where maybe he thought Charlie Leuven would be. But I think a lot of these people were literally at his house. And okay, let's see here. Some of these, let me just show you. I mean, there might be interest in some of these because I don't know really who some of these people are. Jim Oliver. Elmer Fuddpucker, Eddie Bush. There's another Charlie Louvin. SVT with Jack Cassidy's autograph on the back. A member of Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship. Brenda Lee. Somebody kind of messed it up, though. They took tape and put it over the autograph. These are all JSA authenticated. Anderson Thunderbird and the Rockets. The Nighthawks. Memphis Slim and Jean-Paul Amaro. I don't think it's signed by Memphis Slim. Suburban Lawns, Baby. Call the Devil. This is Mushroom Head. Yeah, that's a Mushroom Head insert. Earl Scruggs, Dueling Banjos. So it's signed by Earl Scruggs and Randy Scruggs. I think Earl. Yeah, it's signed by 3 Scruggs. And then here's another Earl Scruggs signed on the back. And I have some nice, not personalized Earl Scruggs on eBay. Brian Auger, Oblivion Express, and Mose Allison. Yeah, Mose Allison. Wow. Don't see that. Okay. So first, Mushroom Head. Call the Devil. Boy, this is signed by a bunch of people. What is this? Oh, I think it's a 12. I think it is a sleeve. I think it's a white vinyl sleeve. It's just a sleeve, though. So I'll have to check these, but let's find out. First, I always run the JSA card, and then I'll do Suburban Lines. So this is CD 02 374. Signed by 9 members of Mushroom Head. My gosh. How many people do they have in the band? So Mushroom Head signed. Okay. Sold. Pick guard. Signed by 3. Guitar. You know, I don't know if anybody's dead, alive. I don't know a lot about Mushroom Head. Let's see. Poster. I'm on active now. Photo. Heist. I figured it'd be guitars. That's a lot of signatures, though. Group sign photo. So this is basically an empty album sleeve. Wide variety of prices. Some have sold for a lot, some not so much. Of course, those are not authenticated items, it seems like. A lot of people don't take note of that. Actually, stuff that's JSA'd. I'm probably going to say, Danny, $95, because I know we have a pretty big fan following for them too. $95 on the Mushroom Head. And then next was Suburban Lawns. Let's figure out who signed it. So it looks like it's signed there, down here, and then back here on the back with an inscription. So before we go any further, never mind. That's okay. I want to kind of look it up anyway. CD 02 369. Suburban Lawn, signed by Sue to Sue and William Ranson. It doesn't make note, but there's also an inscription on the back. Signed by Sue to Sue and William Ranson. This is Suburban Lawns. Signed. All right. Not much available on them at all. Nothing really hardly active, or, I mean, the record itself looks pretty good. The record itself, I mean, looks like it's a $20, $30 record. I'll say $45. I know he said already passed, but yeah, I mean, we hadn't cleaned it and it's already nice. Yeah, that looks like maybe like a $20, $30 record just by itself. Let me put that in a new sleeve. And then the next request was Jazz Grog for Kansas State, and then the Mose Allison, and then another Mose Allison, okay? So Mushroom Head 95, Suburban Lawns 45. The World from Mose. Let's do this one while it's on top. Let's look at the disc. It's probably like a VG copy. And I'm going to type in Mose Allison signed. That's what I go to on eBay, Mose Allison signed. And then the first thing I do is click on sold. There's only 3 results. There is a CD not authenticated. There is an album not authenticated, and then a pick guard that was authenticated. Active, 16 results. And so what I usually do then is type in JSA, which is James Spence, who we get our stuff. There's 1 active, signed on the back, personalized for 75 JSA. And then I type in PSA, and there's nothing by PSA, at least they didn't put it in the title. And then I put BAS, which is Beckett Authentication Service, and nothing by Beckett. So there's really only 1 authenticated autograph, 75. There's 2 sold unauthenticated, 1 sold did authenticate, and surprisingly, it was the cheapest one, which was a pick guard. With that being said, Mose Allison is $35. I would grade the record a strong VG. Hadn't been cleaned or anything. JSA 35. Jazz Grog first, and then there's the signature. It says Hi JB Mose Allison. And down here on the back, it says JB Ryan Brand. That must be JB, June 2nd, 1966. Mose is sold to Adam Bernardi for $35. Okay, let's look at the Earl Scruggs, Kansas State. So this one is signed on the back by Randy Earl, Larry, Randy, and then somebody else up here, but there's the important one. Now, I know the Earl Scruggs by itself kind of stuff. Mose is sold to Jazz Grog. Who did I say? This is sold to Jazz Grog. Uh-oh, did I say Adam? Jazz Grog got this. Jazz Grog got Mose Allison for $35. My bad. Okay. Now, the last time I checked Earl Scruggs, he wasn't cheap whatsoever if it's nicely signed and not personalized. But this is personalized, and it's on the back. And let me check on this. Yeah, so a photo sold for $100. That's what I saw the last time. For some reason, a lot of banjo heads. I guess they kind of look, that's a banjo head. Kind of looks like a drum head, which would not make as much sense. Not much drumming in bluegrass. I think a really good price on this would be $75. $75. It's got multiple signatures on the back. $75. I mean, I've got a photo on eBay or a lobby card for $350, and I think I've got an album on there for $500, waiting for best offer. And I've probably turned down offers because sometimes people offer you like $25. So that's a good price for Earl. $75 on that. Jazz Grog says he'll take it. Wonderful. This is sold to Jazz Grog for $75. Okay. All right, let me read off some more. So Brian Auger, there's the Dueling Banjos album. That one, this one, I think I've already seen those. Okay. Put those back over here, chipping away at these. Chipping away the moments that make up the dull day. Let's see what these are. Year of the Cobra. Year of the Cobra. Burn Your Head. Jason and the Scorchers. SVT, signed by Jack Cassidy and who? Somebody else. Polka Dot Cadaver. Purgatory Dance Party. Ground Zero. 2G, don't listen to this MF with a full stomach. Volk, Cashville. Their stuff's always pretty pricey. Volk. Nice. Coco Taylor. Blues Legend. Boss Hog. Boss Hog. JSA number. Yeah, let me make sure it's matching too. It is CD02 375. CD02 375. JamesSpenceLOA.com. All right. Danny offered 95 from Mushroom Head and Pat Travers. I was at 95 on Mushroom Head, and I was at 30 on Pat Travers. He's wanting buy one, get one. So I was originally at 95 and 35, which is 130. Danny, I will give you a Danny Thomason $30 discount if we can make it an even 100. How could you say no? J&S was the first request. What is J&S? That was the Jason and the Scorchers. All right, let's check it on JSA first. This is CD 02297. Signer, Jason the Scorchers, item type, signed album cover, signed by 4 members. It looks like it's made out to a Paul. Yeah. Paul, God bless. There's Jason. This guy, and this also guy made it out to Paul. I'm not for sure with him, so let's take a look, of course. I'm going to put in Jason and the Scorchers signed. And let's sell Pat Travers. So let's do these. Put in Pat Travers for $25. Okay, and then put in the Mushroom Head for $75. And I'm going to put a piece of cardboard to help protect that. It's kind of flimsy. There we go. So did Black Sabbath Hoss. All right, Jason the Scorcher signed. There's a photo. Anything sold recently? Still standing. Wow, that's pretty similar right there. Reese. Yeah. Let's see. That wasn't authenticated. $45. $45. So one just sold for $50, not authenticated, and it was personalized too. $45 on that. Okay, and then let's take a look at Boss. First thing I'm going to do is look it up on Discogs. 72064 4811110. I don't think that worked. Let me just type. The barcode is punched out. I can't make it out too well. Let's just look up Boss Hog that way. Suburban Lawns was $45. Explore all versions. All right, Boss Hog. I'm not good with this new Discogs. This is why I have a great staff usually doing all this for me. But it's good to get into the weeds some days and figure out how to do this. Format. LP. Okay, there's only been 2 album pressings. There's this, a 95. I don't think this is a 95. It could be, though. It's got a parental advisory. I guess, no, they are both 95s. What's the difference? Release with printer sleeve. Oh, slip mat. Yeah, this has got a slip mat with it, too. Okay, that's this one right here. Sticker on cellophane reads includes bonus track, slip mat, printed. That's probably this version. So this is the 1995 that came with a slip mat. Melty gets the Suburban Lawns for $45. Thank you. Now let's look it up on JSA. And the JSA sticker reads CD 02291. Where's the JSA card, by the way? I think we're in the CDs. I don't have... I think that's John Spencer right there. Signed by 5 members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, next thing I got to do is go to Wikipedia and look up Boss Hog. American punk blues band with the following lineup on their 1995 album: John Spencer, Christina Martinez, Jens Jurgensen, and Hollis Queens. So this is signed by everybody. Fully signed Boss Hog. BOSS. Now this is going to be hard to find. You know why this is going to be hard to find on eBay? The Dukes of Hazzard Boss Hog. That's going to pull up a bunch of... I'll have to do some filtering. Yep, I have a feeling. Burt Reynolds. Yep, I had a feeling. Only 40 results, though. Let me go active. Okay, I got it typed in. So we got filter, category. We're going to go entertainment, music memorabilia. Completed. All right, we're going to have to go a little bit deeper. Let's go to Terra Peak. John Spencer signed pick guard. Yeah, I think obviously John Spencer's the winner on here as far as value. And I may just have to base it off what his goes for alone, because it's not, I don't think there's an example. I only have $6.99. It's going to be 3 digits probably, but I think it's going to be left of the decimal. That's Jon, right? John Spencer, like John Voight. This one's pretty tough. I don't know. There's not many. And then the value of the album, this is like a, it's like a $30, $40 album. I would say my asking price on this right now, without really seeing another example, is $125. Probably $125. The only flaw is it's got a crease right there, kind of right where Spencer's autograph is. It has the insert. That is actually the original inner sleeve. It has a sticker, and it has the slip mat. And it is, I guess, what I'm seeing, and it has 2 stickers, and OG pressing. I don't have the JSA card yet, but that's what we're looking at on this. A signed John Spencer pick guard sold for a couple $100. A fully signed Blues Explosion sold for $300. So I feel like that's pretty fair, but and everything else looks nice on this. All right, so that's the only 2 I've priced that hadn't sold yet. Did I read through all these? I hadn't finished reading through these, have I? Big Joe and the Dynaflows. Up Jump Colby. Warmth Volume 5. Who is this? Looks jazzy, Grog. Maybe. And signed by a bunch of people. And then King Mud. And then the Best of the Nighthawks Blues. So, and some of these are signed, you know, they could be signed by members of the band or people who played on it or toured with them at that time. So, Nighthawks, King Mud, Up Jump Colby, Big Joe and the Dynaflows, Coco Taylor, Volk, Ground Zero, Polka Dot Cadaver, Jack Cassidy, Year of the Cobra, Burn You're Dead. All right, Cynthia says, I'll take ball stock. Craig doesn't. Craig's got dibs. He says he's going to do some research right quick. You got all the time in the world. I'm going to try to find some more autographs in here. Well, actually, I was going to stop at 1 a.m., but that's okay. I'll show another handful. I think some of these might already be tagged. We'll have to find out. This might be some stuff Laura's already tagged. I don't remember. The Vanishing Voice, Nordic Visions. Ed Kilborn. Riders in the Sky. Ronnie Cole Trio, New Orleans Today. Year of War. That's an expensive record. That's a very expensive record. Wargasm. Soft Play Heavy Jelly. Soft Play Heavy Jelly. I think some of these they were tagged because I believe the value of the album itself probably surpasses than the fact that it's autographed. And so give me 1 second, I'll flip some of these over and tell you how much they are. All right. So I got Soft Play Heavy Jelly. Based on these numbers, I'll do it for $35. The median when Laura tagged this earlier this year was $31. And this is signed and JSA authenticated. So Soft Play Heavy Jelly, $35. Wargasm is called Explicit, the Mix XXX tape. A 2022 OG, only time ever pressed a vinyl. Wargasm, also $35. Year of War. So when we tagged this, I probably need to look that one back up. The median was 161. Some had sold for as much as 300, and this one's signed. So probably need to check on that. Ronnie Cole Trio, that was a pretty dang deep cut. I don't know if I could even find anything on that, or that one, or this one. And then what was this one? This was the Vanishing Voice Nordic Visions, a 2006 Belgium OG numbered. That was also $35. That was also $35. Okay. GMB said Soft Play 30, Wargasm 30. So did GMB and so did GMB. $30 and $30. Do you seriously want a price on Volk? I don't know how much that one goes for, but we can find out. I said $125 on Boss Hog. Cynthia said she'll take it if you don't. Is any more of these tagged? Those aren't tagged. Let me see if there's any more in here tagged. Let's see. No. The Osmond Brothers, Live at Lost Acres. I think this might be pretty pricey. This is all of Hank Williams' Drifting Cowboys. I got to check on. I've been passing on that one for a while because I've been wanting to check on it. And then the Osmond Brothers, but that'll probably take some research. There might be some examples already active or sold, but that one might take some time. All right, so Cynthia, he is going to get the Boss Hog. So that's sold to Craig Thomas for $125. Thank you on that. I'll put these in here. What is the Year of War called? The Year of War is called A Year of War. I think it's self-titled. Yeah. This is War. This is Wargasm. Okay, that's Wargasm. That's Wargasm. I see them now. Yeah, those same people's on the last cover. Okay. Yeah, I don't have much bull. I mean, I've got more silver. It's collectible stuff, though. Like, do I have just anything at all? Just, I mean, I got 1 ounce stuff. I mean, we just sold one of those Silver Eagles I had the other day shown. Some of those that were $150. We just sold a couple of those. We sold one on eBay. I really need to go through the, our shelf has got, I had a really good thing going over here. I have shelves with autographs that need to be authenticated, autographs that are authenticated that's ready to sell. And I think that's what I'm going to try to work on tonight. Okay. How much on that one? Let me double check it. I totally fell asleep. Denise, you're not the only one. But this is pretty good. We're stopping about this time tonight because I did a little bit better. We started about an hour earlier than normal tonight. And I think that's why it feels like it's 2 a.m. and it's only 1. We started an hour earlier tonight. And we started off hot and heavy. And we're going to stop. We're going to hopefully stop at about 1 a.m. every night if I can start these shows at 1. My commitment is 8 hours every night of selling. That's about when I know my body has had enough. But other than that, we'll keep going. All right, 5 for sale. Let me see what I've got over here. Sold prices are $202, $162, $209, $162, $135. This is signed and JSA authenticated. So this is an expensive record. One sold on Christmas Eve for $202. One sold a month before that for $162. This one is $200. It's signed and it's JSA authenticated. $200 signed and JSA authenticated. Last one sold Christmas Eve for $200, not signed, not JSA authenticated. The Drifting Cowboys. Let's find out, Danny. Wargasm a Year War, $200. Jim B passes. Guy Shard might want it. That'll be the day. There it is. There it is. This is JSA $75. It would be impossible. It'd be literally impossible, but if Mr. Hank had signed it right there, oh my gosh. 15, 25,000 probably. It'd be insane. It'd be absolutely insane. Museum piece. Somebody said earlier, Dr. John was a museum piece. That would truly be a museum piece. So this is actually vinyl. It's a picture disc. It is a picture disc. It looks like blood splatter. That is technically a picture disc. It is near mint minus. It's a 2021 UK original. 2002 UK original. JSA, $200. Signed by both members. Last one sold for $200. Christmas Eve, not signed and not authenticated. Drifting Cowboys 80 and Jason Scorcher 75. 75 and 45 was $120. I'll do them for $115. Now, Danny, you're getting the 1 a.m. There's only 104 people watching price. Never shown, not put up for auction. So I would very much say you're right, Chad. Those are steals because those will probably be the starting bids tomorrow, which they're going to go up from there. And you're pricing these to me because I'm such a great customer. It already bargains. $115 for both of them. Or you can buy them tomorrow at auction for between $200 and $300. You know the deal. Wargasm a Year limited edition picture disc. Yes, $200. So the first Osborne brothers here, Fastest Grass Alive. Oh. Let's see, which ones do I have here? Let's do this one first. And let me JSA it. Let's do this one first, because I think it's a little bit more accessible here. This is AX 73656. Note to self, start pricing stuff higher for Danny anytime he asks a price for something. I hate to do it. I'm going to have to. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It says signed by 4 members. Bobby, let me see who we got here. I feel like this is supposed to be signed Bobby. I don't think we got a Sonny on here. We do. We got a Sonny and a Guy. Oh, Guy Shard is claiming. Okay. I thought he would say sold, but this is sold to Guy Shard for $200. Okay. Thank you. If I could only convince Danny to do that. After I price something for a very unbelievably cheap price, Danny just says sold like most everybody else because they realize these are steals. Absolutely steals. Give me 1 second, Michael. I'm checking. Okay. Danny loves the wheel and deal. I know. I gotta remember that. It depends on who asks for a price. Depends on the price. So Danny asked for the price. You better add about $15 or $30 to it. He's gonna offer less. Unless it's the heat of the moment. So he likes watching at 1 a.m. when there's not many people on here. And he's thinking, oh, well, Chad will think nobody else wants it. When, in fact, if this stuff was shown 2, 3, 4, 5 hours ago, it'd be selling for twice as much. So he's the nighttime prowler. He's like, you know what, man? I'm locked and loaded. I've got Chad just where I want him, pinned up against the corner. Okay, so Michael, this one's pretty cool. So it's signed by all of them right here. And I'm going to say $75 on that one. This one on the back is signed by Bobby. I don't think Sonny's on here, but there's so much going on this one. Okay? There's a lot going on this one here. It says the Country Palace, Williams Road, Columbus, Ohio, 11-175, Holiday Inn. So that must have been where they stayed and they signed it. Robbie Osborne. Bobby Osborne. Sonny. That might be Sonny Osborne. 2 Karen Sonny. Yeah. I think that says 2 Karen Sonny. And so Dale Sled signed this. Robbie Osborne signed it. Sonny Osborne and Bobby Osborne. So that one's also $75. Bobby signed it down here again. There's a lot going on this one. I think this is Karen, and she stayed at this Holiday Inn, and she had them sign it. That's what looks like it's going on here. This one kind of tells a story if you look at it. I mean, that's her name. That's the hotel. That's probably where they played. $75. And then this one signed on the front, it looks like by everybody, also $75. Okay. Now, Jim B wants a price on Polka Dot Cadaver. Well, I'm going to look it up and price it, and then you're going to be disappointed because you can't make $200 on it. But I'll go ahead and price it to you. Let's take a look at it. Polka Dot Cadaver. Polka Dot Cadaver. Purgatory Dance Party. All versions. Okay, there's white and violet, there's wax merge, there's a test pressing, there's a cassette, and there's a CD. This is on white and violet. Now, you know why Danny likes, Jim B likes this? You know why Jim B likes this? There are none for sale. Jim B loves those kind of records. That means you can price it for whatever you want to and sit back and just wait for a big offer to roll in so he can take his kids to McDonald's breakfast in the morning. The last sold was May 30th, a year ago, approaching 2 years ago. I forget, we're 2026. $80 and $60. Some of them have sold for as much as $125. The wax merge colored vinyl is really expensive. It hadn't sold in 7 months, and it sold for a ton of money. And this thing is signed and JSA authenticated, and Jim B is licking his lips. Licking his lips. He's trying to throw out false flag information like $80 sealed. Yeah, 3 years ago, not autographed. Give me a break, Jim B. Come on. You do realize I do this for a living, right? Come on, dude. Trying to throw out false flags. Yeah, one sold back when Obama was in office for. One sold back when Obama was in office for $55. Come on, Jim B. eBay. Checking eBay. Oh man, this thing is rare and expensive. All right, so a sealed one back in November sold on eBay for $115 and $114.35 plus shipping. All right, plus shipping. This thing is autographed and JSA authenticated, $125. $125, signed, JSA authenticated. That's about what the last one sold for. None for sale, and this one's signed. $110 for both Osborne brothers. What did I originally say? 75 and 75? 60 and 60, Michael. 60 and 60, 120 for both. And now we got to strike a deal with Danny Thomason. Now, I'll give Jim B a hard time. He deserves it. I give Danny Thomason a hard time. Danny Thomason doesn't probably deserve a hard time since he literally spends thousands of dollars with us every week. So let me try to cut a deal with Danny Thomason over here. And we had Drifting Cowboys. Let me figure out what I've done with these. Have I put them back in the crate? I think I did. Yep. All right. So I said 75 for this and 45 for this. Let me go ahead and get this in a sleeve. And by the way, some of these I'm going to have to find the JSA card for at a later date. And when I say later date, it could be months and months and months, okay? I don't have the JSA card right now for Jason and the Scorchers. I priced that for 45 and this for 75. Let me get Jason and the Scorchers in a bin. Michael Hamburger sold on the Osbournes for 60 and 60. That sold for 60 and 60. All right. This crate's getting really full. I'm packing all these autographs in here. Let me get Jason's sleeve. And then Danny had countered just Drifting Cowboys for 60. And I'd price that for 75. I'd rather sell you both of them, Danny. 45 and 75, 120. I think I told him 115 for both. His last offer for both was 80. So that's what's on the table right now. Let me put him in his sleeve. Oh my gosh. Might read through a few more. Boss Hoss had JSA card. Let's go look. Boss Hog. What's that called? Boss Hog. Boss Hog. Let me look at the sticker. CD. I don't think it does. Let me see if I can track those down. They've got to be close. Let's see. These are AXs. Those are AXs. Let me jump over here. They've got to be around here somewhere. Let's see. These are AXs. I'm looking for CDs. Those are old ones. CD, that's some of the first. AX. Ava Gardner. Setzer. Henry Fonda. See, this is a bunch of stuff I don't even know where it is. This is stuff that I think Ed looked up. I've never even seen this. It's somewhere in this building. Diamond Rio, Gail Davis, Alice Cooper's, Buck Taylor's, Lonnie. I don't even know where this stuff is. But it's somewhere in this building, authenticated. AX. Let me see what these stacks are. There's a CD, as in CD02. Let me see what these are. It's got to be around here somewhere. It's got to be. It's got to be. There's a stack of CD cards somewhere. There's a CD02538. Let me look that up. These are all AX. These are all AX series. Maybe they're over here. No, that's stuff that's already matched. There's a bathroom scale. Aha. All right, CD. That's what he's looking for. AX. AX. There's a CD. Out of order. All right, these are all CD. Okay. All right. So Boss Hoss was CD 0291. CD 02. No. CD 02291. CD 02291. There it is. CD 02291. I have found it. And whoever watches this show, if there's any more CD prefixes that don't have cards, please let me know. The Osmond Brothers had one. The Osmond Brothers already had a card. The Wargasm already had a card. The 2 Jim B ball already had cards. Suburban Lawns already had a card. Mushroom Head had a card. Pat Travers already had a card. Earl Scruggs already had a card. Mose Allison already had a card. The Crickets already had a card, and that's about where it started, I think. Yeah. If there was any others tonight, let me know. Okay. So, Danny, I'm at $115. Sold or pass. I'll try them tomorrow. If they don't sell, we can renegotiate if you're still watching. You're going to be the last deal of the night unless somebody else wants a price or somebody else wants something. I'm looking for CD 02297 for Jason and the Scorchers. CD 02297. Right there she is. Boom. CD 02297. Got it. Okay. And I've already found the card for you. There's Hank Williams, Drifting Cowboys. $80 just on drifting. Sold. Okay. No interest in Jason and the Scorchers. Anybody else? Let's look up this random card and see who it is. I love finding random cards over here and just figuring out what it is. CD 02538 is Pee Wee King signed sheet music. Also signed by Red Stewart. Somewhere in this building, there's a signed Pee Wee King with Red Stewart. That's the card that goes with it, unless I've already sold it. This is CD 02536. Signed Shirley Eaton one-sheet folded movie poster. A signed Shirley Eaton movie poster. It's somewhere in this building. Lamb of God. Oh, Mark Stanley. Man, sorry, you asked about that a while back. I hadn't been ignoring you. I have just been ignoring you. Sorry, let me show you that right quick. I'm going to put the rest of these up. Jim B's wanting them, but he's wanting to buy them where he can make $300 on them, so I don't think that's going to work out. Let me put those away. Tanner sending me a message over here about to send him something or something. And then Lamb of God. That was pretty much the only unclaimed advertised auction tonight. It was As the Palaces Burn, Lamb of God, a 2003 USOG with band photo and insert, near mint minus, 95. I have more than 200 Shirley Eaton. We just sold one on eBay, though. We just sold one for $59.99. What happened to that? Yeah, we just sold one for $50. But yeah, active. So I've got one magazine. I have a postcard. I've got 15 of those, 14 cuts, 29 of one photo, 17 of another photo, 42 of another photo, 44 of another photo. So that right there is a lot. And then I've got all these. These hadn't been listed, and these are pretty that's a very desirable pose. And this is really desirable because Connery's on. The ones I've sold on eBay have Connery. Because if she had signed it and he had signed it, they would be a couple $1,000s. I know because I bid on Connery stuff about once a week on eBay. Fred worked her to death. And then, of course, there's our Chevy Chase. He makes a fortune every year signing stuff. This man makes hundreds of thousands of dollars signing stuff every year. They said Harrison Ford made $3 million last year signing stuff. That's what I saw somebody post in a group. I don't know if that's true, but Harrison Ford made $3 million last year signing stuff. There's more Shirley's. Any more Bond? Yeah, so, okay, that's a pretty good one because it's from the movie. That's just like the one I just sold on eBay. That's Ian Fleming, who wrote all the Bond novels, and then Sean Connery and his hairy legs. His hairy legs, and then there she is again. That's pretty desirable. That's all Shirley Eaton. And so, yeah, I've got just signed photos, probably over 200, and then postcards, and then we've got posters and other random items, magazines and prints and her book. We've got like 20 of her poetry book that's signed. Sell this to Mark Stanley for $75. I can't put anything else in this crate. It's too full. Actually, I might try to pull some of this out. I think I've got too much packed in here. Let me put those there. And yeah, here we go. It's not going to be much in there, but I'm going to start a new crate. I'd rather have a little working room than have all that stuff packed in there too tight. All right, anybody else? Did I miss anything? If so, send it right now and I'll address it. I need to reach out. There was a guy the other night wanted to buy more Chevy Chase, and I couldn't find them, and I didn't realize they were over here next to me. But to have Bond girls, she's a good one to have. I mean, she's in probably the most classic movie. She's probably one of the most recognizable. A lot of people may not know her name, but they know what that is. You know, if you're remotely familiar with Bond stuff, that's a good one to have. A bunch of. The next one's probably Halle Berry, and died another day. I mean, she's obviously just a big movie star. And then who else? Probably Barbara Bach. Of course, she was a big star. Ringo Starr's wife, Barbara Bach. And I think she's pretty hard to get to because she's always with Ringo. And Ringo's hard to get to, and he doesn't sign, so I don't think she signs much just because she's with Ringo. And I can't name many more that's that big, you know, like superstars. They all get famous because they was in a Bond movie, but that were superstars in other films. Halle Berry, Barbara Bach, Shirley Eaton. And I got Pussy Galore. I found hers in Fred's collection. I'm probably going to frame it because it's from Goldfinger too. The problem is it's a cut. And I've been trying to figure out what to do. And then I've got a picture of Sean Connery. I'm going to try to get a bunch of Goldfinger autographs. But I've got Pussy Galore. And then I got Shirley Eaton. I've got a couple Connerys now. I've been paying way too much for them. But if I catch a good deal, I buy one on eBay now. I've bought 3. My average cost in them, I think, is about $900. But, man, otherwise, when other dealers get a hold of them, they ask $1,500, $2,500 for them. So I grab them when I can for under $1,000 if they're nice and they're pictures of him as Bond. You can get him maybe like a different kind of photo, but if I see a deal on a Connery, I'm buying it. Or him with as Indiana Jones's dad. That's another one everybody wants because that movie was so big. Jason Scorcher's 25. So earlier I was at 120 for both. I've already sold you one for 80. And then that would put us at 105 for both of them. All right, go ahead and sell this to Danny. It's a steal, but sell this to Danny for $25. We'll just, in my mind, I'll just say I got a little less for Drifting Cowboys and I got more for Danny, or more for Jason. Any Caroline Monroe. Caroline Monroe. Let me Google that right quick. Caroline Monroe. She was really hot in the movie The Spy Who Loved Me. I do not have her signature, no. She was in Spy Who Loved Me, yeah. She was extremely attractive. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Spy Who Loved Me. Barbara Bach was a little jealous over her in that movie. Yeah, that might be one of the best looking Bond girls of all time. Whoa. And then I think the girl in From Russia with Love, I don't recall her actress name. What is her name? Latia Leni. No, that's who not Robert Shaw, not Bernard Lee, this lady. Dalina Bonacci. Wow, she's still alive. I wonder if Fred ever went after her. Her and Fred were about at the same age. She is 83 years old, by Neely Bonacci. That's from With Russia with Love. One of the best Bond movies, if you've never seen it. She was Tatiana Romanova. Tatiana Romanova. What is she? I don't know. Some of these could be pretty surprising to get signatures of. I don't know. I'm focusing on the Bonds. I'm trying to get the guys first. I've got most of them, and I'm trying to build displays. And when these displays are built, they'll be probably pretty valuable items. But I'll never sell them. I mean, one day, one of my future children or nieces and nephews will be selling it all. That's what I told Tanner when I had all my posters hung. I was like, well, if I have any kids, they'll have to deal with all this one day. If I don't have any kids, my nieces and nephews will have to deal with it, but there'll be a heck of an auction one day. Because at age 30, I've accumulated a lot of crap. And I've been very picky for the last 10 years since I've been really buying stuff. When I'm like 50 or 60, I don't know what I'll have. Hopefully a lot more than I have now. But I don't know where I'm going to put it all, because I've already filled up a house. I've got stuff stored here. I've got stuff stored in my mom's house. Can you imagine me collecting for another 30 years? How much stuff I'm going to have at age 60, if I make it to 60? Man. I mean, I'm going to have 15 walls full of Bond autographs. That's going to be a heck of an auction one day. There'll be somebody else's problem then. But I think I can obtain, I hadn't really made it a goal, but I'm going to try to get most of the Bond movies, all the main characters' autographs. It's a challenge doing it for Seinfeld. I'm trying to get all the little side characters like Putty and Jerry Stiller and all the side actors. It's a lot. Plus, some of them went on to be pretty famous, and their signatures aren't cheap. But I have really got into autographs, if y'all know. It consumes my time. If I have free time, I'm trying to buy autographs and autographed albums if I'm not buying records. So I love them. I'm fascinated by the market, the industry. trying to find a real something, making sure it's not fake. I've bought fakes, and it makes you want a real one. And when you buy a fake, you're like, okay, I got to get a real one now. It makes you so frustrated. So that's when I first started. Now I know all the steps. I know all the steps. Okay. Thanks, everybody, and I'm signing off. I sent you some sweet wall hangers. Great. I'll take a look at that. Do I have a polka dot cadaver? Not interested in them. I'm interested in presidential autographs, historical autographs, music autographs, some sports autographs, legends and my favorites, Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth. I'm interested in my favorites and legends, and then, of course, Hollywood people. My favorite movies, the actors in them, Nicolas Cage and National Treasure, Bonds, Bond Girls, all my favorite bands. The problem with collecting bands, the bands I like, everything's a fortune. Led Zeppelin, $25,000. Pink Floyd, $25,000. Crosby, Stills and Nash and Young, thousands of dollars. It's just like everything you want is so expensive. Collecting music autographs is really expensive if you want the good stuff. Tom Petty. I've been trying to find one of those. I have not seen many movies, that's true. That's true. I keep looking at Star Wars stuff. Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher. There's a signed photo, and I view it as like an investment. There's a signed photo on eBay. And I've been looking and looking, and I've not pulled the trigger on it. I love Beatles stuff. Oh my gosh. Beatles autographs. McCartney albums. $5,000, $3,000, $10,000. Sgt. Peppers are going for like $10,000 and $12,000 now. JFK, anything. I mean, it's just hard to obtain this stuff. Stuff that everybody else wants too, not just me. If you start collecting something that everybody else wants, you're in trouble. Especially autographs. And I was watching a Sean Connery tonight, yeah. So I was watching this auction, Connery. It's just a cut, but it's nicely framed. That sold for how much? $985, yep. I placed 5 or 6 bids on it when it first got listed, but that's about right. His on an index card is about $1,000 now. So, yeah, my max bid, I stopped at $850.66. It sold for $985. But see, that on a photo, if that signature was actually on that photo, it'd be 3 times that much. Especially that image. That's a classic. That's from Dr. No, the first movie. That'd be a killer. It might be more like $3,500 if you found something like that signed. Just incredibly rare. Sean Connery lived in the Bahamas for the longest, and he did not want to be bothered. He was on that level of celebrity, kind of like Beatle level. You can't go out in public. It's just like you're swarmed, you're attacked. So he lived, or was it Jamaica? Where did he live? Bahamas, Jamaica? He stayed down there and didn't really do anything for the longest, especially later in life. So really tough to get. Okay, good night, everybody, and I'll be back tomorrow, probably around 5 or 5:30. We'll do this all again. Thank you, and good night. We've made it 8 hours. I'm going to do 8 hours every night, whether I'm talking for 30 minutes or selling. Thank you, and good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll talk more about autographs tomorrow at 2 a.m., okay? Come back for Chad's autograph segment at 2 a.m. If you want to talk music is between 5 and 11. After 11, y'all probably can get me distracted talking about coins, autographs, comic books, toys, everything else I like to collect. Music is the main focus, 5 or so to 11 or so. After midnight, you can really get me distracted. Movies, posters, autographs, coins, knives. Can't sell guns here, unfortunately, but I love guns too. Thank you. Good night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for being great.